Spirit Spring City, in the main clan building. A large number of Zhang clan members were being noisy. They all had solemn expressions on their faces while discussing the next plan of action. People like Zhang Ji were here as well. He had left Moonlight City to help Zhang Dong. By the time he was going past the Zhang clan main base, the others had already been returning here on their large flying ships. He met up with them halfway and escorted them back to the main Zhang clan city. The Zhangs weren't the only family here. The Huo clan, as well as the Feng clan elders, were all here. Their juniors were resting in other areas together with people that got injured. The individuals here were vaguely familiar with each other. The Zhang clan members could not deny Feng Lina and Huojiang participation rights in this discussion as they had quite a heads up over them in cultivation. It was known that the two were on good terms with the patriarch, so mostly everyone agreed to let them participate. How is Elder Jin's condition? Zhang Ji asked while looking to the side to some of his family clan elders that were wearing white medical robes. He is stable, his body has fully recovered, but... The person responding was quite an old-looking doctor, his white beard reached all the way to his navel. But... Zhang Ji narrowed his eyes while frowning, he didn't like the tone of that reply. There are no injuries on the Grand Elder's body, but he still isn't waking up, he is in a coma, we don't know why. The old man's forehead started glistering with sweat while he was answering the Soul Core Formation elder from their clan. He was just a simple foundation establishment elder and didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Jin. It was that Yang Kai, he did something with the old man's soul. Huojiang spoke up while slamming his fist down on a nearby table, the table not being able to contain the force and cracking into several pieces. The other people in the vicinity quieted down, while Feng Lina shook her head along with the other two core formation cultivators that were next to her. Huojiao stepped forward while coughing into his hand while trying to get the attention away from his rowdy young master. Yes, Yang Kai from the Dark Palm sect performed some kind of demonic technique on Zhang Jin. Luckily the Zhang Patriarch managed to return your elder's soul. I think we will probably need to wait for him for a more throughout explanation. The Zhang family members' eyes gleamed slightly at the mention of their favorite patriarch, but then they remembered the situation they were in now and went back to their gloom. He told us to gather here. Has there been any word of his whereabouts? The Huo elder posed the question that was on his mind. He was still apprehensive about coming here instead of the city his clan was located in. He couldn't go against his young master's orders though, so he followed him here. We tried contacting the patriarch, but he is out of range of the communication treasure, he must have been traveling in the opposite direction of the city. Another side elder chimed in, the communication jades that people were using in this world had a limited range. The one that the patriarch had was already an upgraded product. But even it wasn't able to cover the whole area of the Azure Dragon Empire that they were in, things like satellites that furthered the signal didn't exist in this world yet. There were devices akin to telephone towers, but they were placed by the governing sect and they would need to get their approval to use them, which wasn't possible. Is that so? Think we'll have to wait for Senior Dong to arrive. I trust that he will arrive just as he promised. Feng Lina's sweet voice was heard from the side. The woman was sitting down with a couple of her family members. The old granny from the Wind clan was already sending communications towards their own city. The information about the Dark Palm sect's further movements was paramount. For now, they didn't get anything substantial besides some rumors that didn't go anywhere. That's a given, senior brother wouldn't lie, if he said that he would be here he will. The red-haired Huo master spoke out with a cheerful tone, but this didn't change the atmosphere in this large room. The biggest question on the mind of the people here were the patriarch's whereabouts. Also if he was still alive and if he was strong enough to go against this behemoth of a sect himself. At this time, somewhere in Dark Palm sect territory, the man that the people of Spirit Spring City were longing for was busy dodging more chi attacks. You old doo-doo heads never give up, do you? He chucked a spear of concentrated lightning chi at the group behind him. 3 of the elders instantly reacted. They placed themselves in a triangle formation with 1 person on top and 2 on the bottom. The air rippled and an energy shield appeared. The moment the golden spear of lightning collided with the barrier, the golden light vanished and the attack faded. The quintet of old nascent soul monsters had been chasing this man for a couple of days now. They had gotten used to his attack patterns and knew well how to deflect or defend them by this point. The long chase was slowly getting to them though, they were people that had a short fuse. The man kept egging them on with strange insults and they couldn't shorten the distance at all, which put the group at a deadlock. Zhang Dong that was fleeing couldn't escape, but the 5 elders couldn't catch up to him either. They all were nascent soul cultivators, and even with Zhang Dong's chi reserves getting lower he could still flee for quite some time, and his pursuers knew this. We must seize him. This farce has been continuing for far too long. Matt moved his attention forward and looked at his system window. He set up a waypoint for a certain location and was rushing towards it. If his plan worked well, then he wouldn't have to flee anymore and these 5 stooges would be dealt with, or at least busy with something else. His enhanced vision picked up on a large structure. It was a large wall akin to the one that you would see back in China back on his mother planet. It was much wider and larger though and had large lookout towers spaced out through it. There. I'm close to the border, time to give those acting skills of mine another go. 'Tis I Grand Elder Wu Ming, let me through. At a time like this, he wished he had the cash shop. Buying skills that would help him get out from situations like these would make things much easier. Still, the teleport feature would be enough for now, he just needed to make his next action stick. He flew past the large wall and ignored the lookout towers as they still belonged to the Dark Palm sect. The people on the walls recognized him and didn't activate the protective formation as Wu Ming was quite a famous sect elder. What he was looking for was a similar type of structure that was just 1 kilometer away from this wall. Stand with me, brothers and sisters, let us destroy this weak demon-subduing sect. The time has come to eradicate these weaklings. For the Dark Palm sect. His voice filled the whole area, anyone far and wide could hear his proclamation of war against the demon-subduing sect. He was still wearing the Dark Palm elder robe of Wu Ming and still had his appearance. He had flown to the bordering area of the 2 sects that were opposing each other. He wasn't sure what the deal with these 2 powers was, but he didn't care. The important thing was that the other party was a similarly strong faction and they were hostile with the people that were chasing him. The 4 elders that were hot on Zhang Dong's heels noticed that they had reached all the way to the border area without even noticing. He had annoyed them all well enough for them to not notice where they were headed. What is that person doing? Oh no! He still has Wu Ming's appearance. Quick, stop him! There were some other Dark Palm members stationed here. This was the place that Elder Zhu was afraid of getting sent to when his spirit stone theft came to light. Not far away there was a nascent soul elder from the Dark Palm sect. He felt that there were people from his faction here, so he decided to see what this was all about. The same thing was happening on the other side, on the demon-subduing sect's side. There was an elder in the nascent soul realm stationed on guard duty. He snapped out of his cultivation trance as he noticed someone powerful going past the border between them and the Dark Palm sect. What is this? You dare break the armistice? The whole place started buzzing with sound. Everyone on the demon-subduing sect's side shouted out while pointing at a Dark Palm cultivator with salt and pepper hair. The man in question stretched his hand out while gathering a large amount of spiritual energy in front of it. In no time a large blade of wind formed, it shot forward right at the wall and collided with the protective formation that was activated by the other side the moment they heard the man's loud booming voice. What followed was a barrage of multiple wind blades that caused the defensive formation that was able to defend against early-stage nascent soul attacks to buckle. Matt was using cultivation attacks uncharacteristic to his cultivation method as he didn't want the demon-subduing sect to recognize him by them later on. The Dark Palm sect already knew that he was all about lightning, but not like these 2 forces trusted each other to believe any kind of info that they shared. Multiple nascent soul elders from the Dark Palm sect are attacking us, send help immediately. A request for help was sent out the moment the enemy was spotted. The people here weren't prepared for such a huge attack though. Their walls were barely holding up against one of the enemy's old masters. What would happen if all of them joined in? The nascent soul master that was on the defending side managed to arrive in the nick of time. Divert all power to the defensive formation, we must last until the main sect sends help. We can't let this wall fall. The man diverted all of his spiritual essences into the formation while placing himself at a certain spot that acted as its core. He was only 1 person and the other side had 6 people of his caliber. The only thing he could do was to burn through his chi and hope that help would come in time. The 5 people that were on Zhang Dong's toes finally arrived, only to see their target kicking up quite a storm. Part of the defensive wall was already broken, the people on the other side were all frantically powering their defensive formation to last through this barrage. Happy to see you, brothers and sister, don't worry, I've already started with our planned assault. The 5 looked at the Wu Ming imposter and were about to shout back at him, but before they could the man's voice boomed out again. I, Wu Ming from the Dark Palm sect, will try to get to this formation from underneath. You, my fellow sect members, continue the assault from here. Again his voice was heard by anyone within a 10-kilometer radius. The moment he finished his sentence his body blurred and he dived into the rocky ground below while spinning like a Beyblade. In mere moments he was gone, leaving these 5 old people here, the group just looking at the partially damaged formation wall and the hole in the ground. What? We must catch him and discuss the situation with the demon subduing sect. He won't be able to get past this formation alone, and now he can't run. The leader of the group spoke up, not sure what the man was trying to achieve. If they apprehended him, they could simply clear things out with the other party. They weren't fools, so they should see it their way. Wait, he vanished? I can't feel his chi anymore. How can this be? The 5 looked at the hole beneath them. Just a second ago they could clearly feel the man's spiritual signature. But now, there was nothing. He couldn't have just vanished. Just like his disguising technique, he must have used something to hide his presence. Find him. 2 of the elders dived right into the hole. He couldn't have gotten far, and his disguise was just a third-rate skill. This other technique shouldn't be a problem either, is what these elders were thinking. The 2 returned after a minute, their heads lowered, one of them scratching his neck. He wasn't in the hole, it didn't even go in that deep. Spirit Spring City. Zhang Shui and Zhang Lu weren't invited to the discussion that the elders were having, so instead they were sitting in one of the rooms at their estate. The 2 were direct descendants of the previous patriarch and now were the disciples of the current one. Their living expenses were covered by the clan, and they had many servants along with a large mansion. The siblings weren't alone though. People like Huokong, Feng Nuana were also here. Besides those 2, there were some other male and female cultivators of the younger generation around. Some from the Huo clan, while others from the Feng clan that were accompanying their respective young lords. Zhang Shui had invited them to stay in their guest house. The 2 other clans were placed in various locations of the main clan estate, but some had gathered here while they waited for word to arrive from their elders. Nuana and Kong, in particular, were people that these 2 Zhang clan members had gotten to know during the testing period. Lu was a bit hesitant about inviting the Feng clan girl, but the small sister of the Feng matriarch was slowly growing on him. When do you think that the elders will come to a conclusion? They still treat us like little kids. Huokong said out while leaning up against a wall with his hands crossed. Don't think they can come to a conclusion without master's approval. Zhang Shui gave an answer while offering some tea to Feng Nuana and some of her friends. The group of girls was sitting around a table, tea in white porcelain cups was spread out on it. The short girl had braided her hair into twin tails as they were looking light pink as always. This is quite fine tea, and this honey goes well with it. Nuana proclaimed while sipping on the drink. The tea back home wasn't as good as this. She wanted to ask how they managed to get it to taste like this, but the timing was a bit off. Your master, are you really the disciples of that honorable person? Everyone looked at Zhang Shui that just smiled and nodded. The person in question was, of course, Zhang Dong, that made a good impression on the juniors in this room. He was so admirable, how he delivered swift justice to that Yang Kai. The boys from the side perked up and joined in at the conversation. They all were there and managed to wake up just in time to behold Yang Kai's demise. They saw that dastardly Dark Palm sect member vanish into fine particles. The image of the white-haired cultivator that had saved them was etched into their mind. They would never forget his gallant figure till they died. The conversation shifted to the Zhang patriarch. The kids started wondering about just how strong he was in reality. The young cultivators started asking Shui and Lu about their master. They were barraged by many questions ranging from how tough their training was all the way to what sort of boots the Zhang patriarch liked to wear. Do you think your master could give me some pointers? Huokong asked Lu, the animosity from his voice that he used to have long gone. The red-haired youth had seen how righteous this man was while protecting Feng Nuana and was now seeing him in a new light. That he was the older brother of the woman that he had a thing for also was a big factor. Master giving pointers? I'm not sure he is versed in fire techniques that much. But he is a master of hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Lu stifled a laugh while trying to think about what his master would do. He was feeling quite proud of being his pupil. Everyone in the room was looking at him with sparkles in their eyes. Having a mentor that was at the nascent soul level was something that these youths had been dreaming every day. This peaceful atmosphere didn't last for long as it was interrupted. While they were chatting, they heard a loud thud and the sound of pottery being broken. The loud noise was preceded by a flash of light coming from a large side closet. This was also the place that Zhang Shui stashed most of her tableware and her tea sets. This closet was to the side and there was no entrance to it from anywhere besides the room it was in. The people in the room looked at each other, wondering why there was a flash of light and a shift in spiritual energy coming from there. Is it a mouse or a rat? The girls backed away slightly. The most logical conclusion was that some kind of spirit beast sneaked into the closet and was kicking up a racket. It also could be some kind of intruder that was hiding in there before they entered the room. Due to this suspicion, Huokong and Zhonglu reacted in unison while nodding at each other. The two youths slowly shuffled their feet towards the sliding door, the people behind them quieting down. Kong placed his hand on the door ready to slide it open. Lu was on the other side, his hand raised and ready to deliver a devastating blow to anyone that might have been spying on them. The people behind them gulped as Lu nodded. This prompted Kong to slide the door open. His fist also raised the tension in the air high. The moment they slid the door open, cracked and broken teacups and saucers poured out. Inside was no assassin or demonic mouse beast whatsoever. There was a peculiar person that the people here were already familiar with. The man was wearing a characteristic white robe that had armor parts like metallic gauntlets and shoulder pauldrons. Yes, this was the Zhang Patriarch. Zhang Dong had used the system's teleportation method to appear here where his disciple Zhang Shui was. Blasted thing, teleport me into a closet. There he was, stuck in a small space barely large enough to support his height and width. He had a large white pot on his head that was slightly cracked. Shattered pieces of what looked to have been expensive tea sets were riddled all over the floor and were falling out from the broken shelves behind him. The people in the room were stunned. Huokong and Zhonglu were shocked and stopped mid-movement, their fists raised in the air. Matt looked at the two youths that were standing in front of him with one of his eyes. The other was covered with the pot on his head. He slowly removed it and placed it to the side only to see it tumble down into the rest of the broken pottery. Master. Zhonglu spoke out while lowering his fist. Zhang Dong moved his hand upwards, just showing his palm in a way that indicated that he didn't want the youth to speak. You see, your master placed many teleportation arrays around the Zhang clan to have a way of escape, but I was in the middle of a dire battle with 5 nascent soul cultivators. While activating it, the spiritual energy from the fight must have interfered with my technique and I ended up here. So he said. The people in the room just stared while his deep voice filled their ears. Did it work? Why are they being so quiet? Should I just leave? Matt's palms became sweaty and his introverted personality started acting up due to being gawked at by a group of people. This felt a lot more intimate than speaking out to a large crowd that looked more like a big blob from the distance. In this situation, he was starting to feel nervous as people that he knew were staring him down. Ah, well then, I'll just... Master. It's really the Zhang Patriarch. How stunning, he is even more handsome in person. Teleportation? That's a nascent soul for you. How fearsome! The kids in the room quickly moved forward, all in awe about this man. They were just discussing this frightening master and he was fighting 5 nascent soul cultivators at once. He didn't look like he was injured, so he must have made his escape, or even managed to slay some enemies in their eyes. Zhang Shui moved over to where Zhang Dong was standing and together with her brother gave her master a bow. Disciple Zhang Shui greets master. Disciple Zhang Lu greets master. Matt had the urge to scratch his neck after the two acted so formally. Before he could react, the siblings looked behind them, glaring slightly at the people in the room. The youths picked up on the case almost instantly and quickly bowed to the senior member. We greet you, honorable senior. Everyone started bowing and showing their respect before him. This show of honor only made Matt want to get out of this room sooner. Even during these 2 years, he didn't really get used to this respect that these people showed him. He had what you might call a case of imposter syndrome, feeling like he didn't deserve all of this due to how he gained this power of his. It's fine, you can relax. Matt wanted to sigh, but before that, he looked at his 2 disciples, his voice sounding solemn. How is your grandfather doing? Did you arrive without any problems? Shui's and Liu's smiles quickly turned upside down after they heard the question. Shui lowered her head down while Liu stepped forward to give his master the bad news. Grandfather hasn't awoken. The physician said that he is in a coma and when he will awake is unknown. Is that so? Zhang Dong nodded slightly and then looked to the side. Could you guide me to where he is now? Shui nodded and moved in front of her master. Follow me, master. Uncle is resting in his own residence, other members from the family are tending to his needs. Shui in front, Zhang Dong in the middle, and Zhang Lu in the back. The 3 white-haired cultivators went out. The other people in the room were silent and had enough tact to know what this was a family matter. They somehow knew who they were talking about. The man in the black suit of armor was also seen at Jade Grass City. Though after the door closed, the people that were left inside became quite chatty. Huokong and Feng Nuana decided to report this to their family members. The man that everyone was waiting for to arrive has finally shown up. He would probably be the answer to this predicament they were facing and the only person that could realistically protect them. After leaving the room, Matt continued walking after his female disciple. Grandpa Jin was resting in the same mansion that Shui and Lu were living in. It was quite large and housed a lot of the core family members from the main branch. Their arrival didn't go unnoticed. Zhang Dong's appearance was widely known and soon enough the whole place was abuzz. The patriarch has returned. Quickly send the information to the elders, the leader is back. Word of the glorious leader's return quickly echoed through the entire main clan base. The first ones to be alerted were the people that were holding the meeting of the elders. Almost instantly all of them stormed out, not even waiting for their patriarch to arrive. Everyone was far too stressed, they needed answers about what they were going to do. They needed to know if Zhang Dong, the man that had already shown that he could work wonders, was confident in achieving a new one. On the other hand, while people were storming towards him, Zhang Dong was standing before the large mansion that supposedly his grandfather was resting. The area he was in was a large outside garden, the problem wasn't in that though. For some reason, there was a massive gathering of people here, and even though they came in various shapes and sizes, they all seemed familiar in some way. These are direct family members that had come to pay their respects to grandfather. Zhang Shui spoke out while alerting them to the patriarch's arrival. The people moved to the side, knowing that this was the clan leader as well as their family member. Greetings Senior Uncle Dong. Greetings Patriarch. Matt moved his head over to Lu slightly as he asked. Why are they all here and why do they feel so familiar? Zhang Lu looked to the side with a solemn expression at the question but answered promptly with a slight sigh. They are all related to us and have a similar upbringing as you master has, they are all related to grandfather. Matt looked between Lu and the crowd, there were well over 1,000 people there. And quite a lot of them had similar facial features to Zhang Jin's. He put two and two together, his mouth gaping wide at the realization. How many kids did this old bastard have? Matt looked at the masses of people that parted to the sides. He placed his thumb and his index finger on his glabella while closing his eyes. What is this? He didn't feel like talking, so he just moved forward, his destination the room that Zhang Jin was resting. He could feel the piercing gazes of all these family members, each one feeling like a little prick to his soul. Thankfully he had his tranquil will technique, which saved him from losing his cool. Am I directly related to all of them? The garden he had to go through had a nice brick road and even a small bridge, a clear spring with koi fish was right under it. Due to the size of the whole area, the uncomfortable walk continued. The people that parted for him came back together the moment he walked forward. They all kept their eyes on Zhang Dong's wide back as if they were expecting him to produce a miracle, just as the rumors said. He could even hear the younger ones whispering, not aware that an expert of his level had enhanced hearing. He finally arrived at the door, but before he could open the gates that would save him from this uncomfortable situation, they sprung open themselves. Inside he saw more people. The most glaring thing about them was that they were all of the female gender and varied by age. It didn't take a genius to figure out who these women were. That's quite the varied range of tastes you got there, Gramps. One of the ladies moved forward, she looked quite refined. She had pure black hair that hung over her shoulders from the front as well as in the back. Her facial features were soft, which made her look like the gentle type. Even though she was hiding it, he could tell that she was wearing quite a bit of makeup. Her age was unknown to him, but he wouldn't be surprised if she was over 100. She gave Zhang Dong a bow of respect before speaking out. Lord Patriarch, please save my husband. Husband? So is this his wife? At least the official one. He peeked behind the woman and could see some of the other women's eyebrows twitch the moment she proclaimed Zhang Jin as her husband. This was probably his main wife while the rest were mistresses. From what he knew, this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Powerful men tended to have a couple of mistresses here and there, even children with them. The main wife was the one with the most power, she was mostly the one that tended to the house matters. Sometimes she even decided on the budget and who got hired. While he was thinking about his reply, another lady stepped up, this one looking younger. She was taller with a wilder look compared to the first one. Her hair was long and crimson and fashioned into a long ponytail. The woman moved opposite the so-called main wife and greeted him as well. Please nephew, save your grandfather. The first woman squinted momentarily at the red head, probably due to her acting too familiar with their patriarch. Matt had spent some time in this city, but his quarters were far away from Zhang Jin's mansion. His grandfather had tried inviting him for a family get-together here and there, but he always refused. He didn't like spending time with other people that he didn't know. Even back in his old life, he mostly found himself in the corner of a barbecue while the other family members were talking. Nephew. Is she my aunt? He looked between the two women, he already realized that there was some kind of faction rivalry going on here. The ladies split into mostly two groups and stood behind the ones that came forward. One went with the courteous approach while the other went with familiarity. He wasn't sure what was going on here, but for some reason he really wanted to give his old grandpa a punch. The two women looked at the man in front. His face was emotionless as always. They took the hint and didn't press him. The patriarch was known to be a man of few words. They took a small step back and just waited for him to reply. Where is grandfather located? Bring me to him, I'll see what I can do. His two disciples were right behind him, but they didn't speak up. Besides the two women that greeted him, everyone else was keeping quiet, probably afraid to step out of line. The main wife's character used a chance to slip forward and guided Zhang Dong to the room that Zhang Jin was being kept. It was a similar place to the one he was in after the secret ground ordeal. He was lowered in some kind of special spirit water that had various healing and nourishing capabilities that the clan was famous for. Thankfully he wasn't naked and was wearing something to cover his nether regions. After seeing the group of wives and children in the back, Matt was surprised that the pair wasn't ground into dust by now. Even if the nature of this was quite peculiar, he was still worried about the man. He wasn't sure if his healing abilities were up to par. He was limited to the cultivation manuals he had procured from the secret ground and the ones he stole from the Dark Palm sect. The added knowledge explained some points, but it wasn't perfect by any means. He moved towards the man that looked to be situated in what looked similar to a hot tub. He had some kind of breathing apparatus covering his mouth and nose, and he looked to be asleep. The whole tub had a healing formation imbued into it, something that he came up with thanks to his holy elemental Deo. The other people like the wife and the mistresses moved back, some nursing staff did the same. They watched as their patriarch rubbed his chin and circled around the grand elder that was in a coma. The sleeping man hovered up, which gave the women in the room a scare. They soon realized that this was the doing of their leader. He was now in the nascent soul, which made sense. Zhang Jin was moved to a nearby bed. His body wasn't dropped onto it though, but remained hovering in the air. Tiny golden needles flew out from Zhang Dong's spatial ring and embedded themselves into the old man's body. He looked like a pincushion as the tiny needles lodged themselves into all of his acupoints from the front as well as from the back in one go. The people looked on from the side in awe as Zhang Dong reached out with his finger. A tiny bolt of golden electricity shot out. The tiny arcs of light flew towards those needles that were sticking out. Everyone had to stop themselves from gasping, not wanting to disturb a master at their work and in fear that they would be blamed if they caused a blunder to occur. The light show didn't take long as everything was finished within a minute's time. The acupuncture needles were retracted into Zhang Dong's spatial ring and Zhang Jin's body got lowered back onto the soft bed below. The white-haired man rubbed his chin and took a step forward, his hand going to his grandfather's wrist as he checked for his vital signs. Nothing seems to be wrong with his body, his soul looks stable as well. He was sure to examine Zhang Jin with his appraisal skill, he had used before right before he returned his soul, and it had the weakened status. Now on the other hand, there was nothing and his system wasn't telling him that there was anything wrong with him. Could there be another reason that he isn't waking up? He couldn't be, no. Matt squinted with his eyes and moved over to the bed and was standing in such a way that no one could see Zhang Jin. He leaned down first and checked the man's breathing, then went for the eyeball test, checking if it would react to outside stimulus. Hey, Gramps, are you just pretending to be in a coma? He whispered into Zhang Jin's ear after going through more tests. The moment he spoke out, he noticed a really faint reaction, that proved his point. Is it because you don't want to face all those concubines and mistresses that are gathered here? He felt an even stronger reaction from his good old Gramps after whispering that into his ear. He wanted to give him a good smack right at that moment. The guy even suffered through that healing procedure to keep his act up. He would rather get poked with needles than face all the kids that he sired outside. I bet they are all here as their livelihood depends on his life. He thought to the large group. Zhang Jin was the top dog in this clan right after him and had a lot of cash. Even though he was a massive pervert and a horn dog, he always took responsibility for his actions. All the children that he sired were welcomed into the clan in one way or another. Some as servants, some as regular clan members, and in between. It all depended on their potential and also on the social standing of the mother. Makes sense, if he dies most of them besides the main wife could be evicted from the clan if they have no backing. He leaned back and returned to the small group of women that came forward with questions. Patriarch, is there a way to save my husband? Asked the wife. Great nephew, will hubby be okay? Matt looked between the two women that soon turned to each other. If looks could kill, then both of their heads would be exploding now. Ah, I feel sorry for these people, well at least they have food on the table. He squinted again while looking to his no-good Casanova of a grandfather and made a decision. He pulled out a dagger. It looked plain but the sharpness of its blade was paramount. There is a way to save him, but the procedure will be painful. Due to the dastardly demonic arts of the Dark Palm sect, an excess of yang energies has gathered in his body. This will cause long-lasting damage to him unless the problem is resolved. The people gasped. This sounded serious, but the patriarch seemed to have something in mind, so they listened. I will need your help in the procedure, but I need you to steel your resolve, as it won't be for the faint of heart. The two women stepped forward without thinking for long, giving a quick nod. As the consort, it is my duty. Anything if it will help hubby. Master, can we also do something? Zhonglu and Shui stepped up, quite eager to be of use to their master and help their grandpa. I'm afraid that the scene will be too gruesome for your young eyes. This procedure involves. He stopped himself and looked at the motionless body of Zhang Jin, then back to the group of people. We must remove the excess yang energies from his body. There is only one way to do it in this situation, as we have no time. We must sever the part that makes him a man, as it produces the largest amount of yang energies. He did a slicing motion with the sharp dagger in his hand while the group of people took a second or two to process the information. Zhonglu almost instantly leaned forward and guarded his nether regions by instinct. The women took a step back. Even the two main wives were taken aback by this revelation. Yes, my two disciples, it's better if you step back. You don't want to see this. Don't worry, he is in a coma right now, so he won't feel any pain and I will heal his wounds right after. Be sure to not let anyone inside the room, even if you hear some strange noises. Everyone besides the two women left the room, and the two were given instructions to spread their hubby's legs so that Zhang Dong could perform the operation. Is this the only way, patriarch? Don't worry, auntie, I'm quite handy with a blade, it won't even leave a scar. Grandpa already has a wonderful family, this is a small setback in the grand scheme of things. He moved over to the bed that Zhang Jin was in while smirking to himself. Now please spread his legs and remove the cloth that is covering his orbs. We will perform this swiftly so that he can recover. The two women looked at each other and nodded. They knew that having a eunuch as a husband would probably mean that their charm wouldn't work on him anymore. Still, it was better than him remaining in a coma forever or dying. They also couldn't really refuse the request of their patriarch, so they complied by spreading the legs of their hubby. Matt could see that Zhang Jin's whole body began sweating profusely. He even noticed that his eyebrows started twitching the moment those two women grabbed a hold of his legs. Now, remove the cloth and I'll perform the operation. One swift move is all it will take. The sharp dagger glowed with golden light and looked like it was now heated up and ready for the strike. The people in the room knew that the moment that weapon came in contact with Zhang Jin's junk, it would sever it in a fraction of a second. The wind-up came. One of the women grabbed the cloth covering Jin's man bits and was ready to pull it to the side. Stop! Before Zhang Dong could swing his dagger, his patient jumped up into the air, his hands going towards his legs to protect his little feller that he was proud of. I'm sorry, Donger, please show this old man mercy, I was in the wrong. Matt just rolled his eyes at the man that was clutching his groin, the two women in the room baffled to the quick revival of their husband that looked to be fine and dandy now. The people from the outside heard a loud scream and they instantly knew that it was the voice of their grand elder, Zhang Jin. The people that were standing right outside wanted to charge in to see what was going on. Before the women could make a move, they were blocked by Zhang Shui and Lu that stood in front of the door. Halt! Master said that he didn't want to be disturbed. The young man shouted out while flexing his cultivation level slightly. This making everyone stop in their tracks. The women dropped their heads and moved back. They couldn't go against a direct order of the patriarch nor his direct disciples. Back inside the room, Zhang Jin was curled up in a fetal position, his hands grasping for his family jewels. Sweat was covering his whole body after he almost became a eunuch. He turned to his wife and his mistress, they were looking at him funny. He then glanced at his grandson that was deadpanning at him, his eyes slightly squinting, the dagger still in his hand. Oh, it's a miracle. He quickly straightened himself out and stood up from the bed. He started laughing while flexing slightly to show that he was fully recovered. Donger, you sure are the greatest healer in our clan. He looked all cheery and fine, you wouldn't think that this man was on the death's door just a second ago. The two women knew that something was wrong, even taking their patriarch's healing Dao into consideration, the reaction was far too overblown. Before they could barrage their naughty hubby with questions, they saw a large hand moving between them. Okay, this has continued long enough, let me have some time in private with my grandfather. The two looked at Zhang Dong and couldn't do anything besides bowing as they left. The cogs in their heads were already turning though, they wouldn't just let Zhang Jin off like this, he had to be punished. The people outside saw the two leave and started asking questions. They rejoiced to the news of the Grand Elder's recovery but also had to wait as the Patriarch had ordered no one to come in. Okay, you old fart, stop pretending, we both know that you were already awake the moment I walked into this room. This isn't the time for this, tell me what the hell happened back in that city. Also, why did you lie to me? Matt crossed his hands over one another and glared at Zhang Jin. He was still mad that they didn't inform him about the dangers of going to the Dao festival. Though he also never told anyone that he was close to reaching the nascent soul level. The lack of communication between the leaders of the clan had caused this blunder and he was also at fault here. Yes, this Zhang Jin made a huge mistake. Zhang Jin went down to his knees, or at least he tried. Some kind of strange repelling force kept him from doing so. This was Matt, who wasn't in the mood to watch a 200-year-old grandpa kowtowing before him. This. Zhang Jin's eyes bulged as he stared, he could feel it, this was a nascent soul level of power. When did his grandson become this strong, was he hiding it from them? Yes, I've reached the nascent soul realm recently. This is also the reason why you are alive now. Zhang Jin only regained his senses not too long ago. The people around him didn't say anything as they were more concerned about his health. He was also weakened, almost close to being in a crippled state. He had noticed that a huge number of his offsprings and concubines had shown up. These people were being kept off the main estate where he only had his main harem members. The old man was keeping most of his side kids out of sight, not really wanting any infighting to break out between his huge family. But now they were all here and he wasn't sure how to handle this situation. He even heard his harem members fighting outside his room. He was in the middle of coming up with a plan of action, before his grandson walked in and now they were here. Did you think I'd cause some huge scene there? Matt rubbed his neck while thinking. Well, that might be true, I'm not good at those formal gatherings. But still, you should have said something. I could have made some precautions, I could have been there sooner. Matt made sure to move his barrier around the whole room, not wanting all the other clan members to hear him shouting at the Grand Elder. He in response just stood there, just with some cloth covering his legs, which made Matt's eyebrows twitch a bit. He gave out a sigh while looking at his grandpa that barely made it out alive. There is no time for this, get dressed, we don't have much time. I might have bought us some time but the Dark Palm sect will be at our doors soon enough, we must get ready. I'm sorry Don, no Patriarch, it won't happen again. The old man cupped his fist while doing a small bow, his expression resolute. He then felt his grandson's hand on his shoulder as he got closer. Well, good to have you back, old man, don't you go dying on me, but, please put some clothes on, you old fart. Matt threw Zhang Jin a robe that was to the side, he had enough of seeing his grandpa's bulge for a lifetime. The old man got dressed and Matt finally received the scoop on what happened during the Dao festival. Everything from the reason why Zhang Jin withheld information. The reason being that he was afraid that Zhang Dong's soft nature would cause some kind of offense against the sect. All the way to the fight with Yang Kai that was the cause of the whole predicament. So that's what happened. He rubbed his chin, he wasn't that angry at his grandfather. His reasoning wasn't so far-fetched as him being there might have escalated things sooner, if that Yang Kai wasn't there in the first place nothing drastic would have happened. He also wasn't mad about his disciple stepping up to help his friend, even though that led to more things going astray in the process. I need to speak with Jiang and Lena. After getting the gist of what happened he decided to go through with his plan. He walked out first, his two disciples were still keeping guard. He nodded at the two siblings while walking through the door. The Grand Elder has recovered, you may enter the room at your own discretion. Shwet, Lu, let us depart. Matt walked away without looking back, he could hear some women shouting. Unbeknownst to him a power struggle was happening on the Jin side of the family. The women were clamoring to treat their hubby and leave a good impression. This whole ordeal only reinforcing Matt's opinion about harems being too much of a hassle. When he got outside the people were already kneeling with the path open. The reverence that these people were offering him was off the charts. He just increased his pace to get out of this uncomfortable situation, luckily his mental technique was keeping him relaxed. When he was about to leave the garden he could feel someone coming, someone in the great circle of core formation, and they were being followed by others. Senior brother. Senior Dong. Patriarch. Honorable leader, you have returned. Out of the frying pan into the fire, now he was faced with all the influential figures from his clan. Besides that there were also the Huo and Feng clan people with them. Everyone was staring at him, he could tell by their piercing gazes that they were here for some answers. Let us move to a more quiet location first, then we will discuss the plan of action. Everyone nodded and they returned to the same place that they were previously in. Matt was surrounded by people from the elder generation from all sides. It just showed how much they were relying on him now. Everyone even showed up to escort him to the meeting room and didn't just send their retainers for that task. At the meeting room, he stood at center stage, all eyes were on him. If this happened 2 years ago, he would probably be a staggering mess, but things were different now. Fellow clan members, people from the Huo and Feng families, we face a big dilemma. Do we stay and fight, or do we leave and try to escape? Before I make a decision, I would like to hear your thoughts on this. He moved his hands behind his back, wondering what these native cultivators thought about the whole thing. Patriarch, do we have any other options than fleeing? Yes, how can we oppose the Dark Palm section? Maybe we could seek refuge in one of the other large sect territories. You fool, you think the other sects will just take us in and risk offending the Dark Palm sect? Even if they allow us to stay, we will be nothing but slaves. I say we fight. The conversation of the Zhang clan members was mostly leaning towards escaping in some way. The only person that was for staying and fighting was Zhang Ji. The other clans didn't have much to say, they didn't dare give input to someone that was at the nascent soul level even if they were given permission. The only ones that said something were the Young Ho clan lord and the Feng matriarch. I say that we stay and fight, it would be shameful to run. Huo Jiang was down for a fight, as long as he had his senior brother to back him up he felt like they could do it. I trust that Senior Dong will make a just decision, the Feng clan will stand with the Zhang clan. Feng Lina took a follower's stance, in her eyes the man called Zhang Dong would make the right decision and she would put her faith in him. Matt nodded a couple of times, the opinions varied. It looked like the older people in the room were more inclined to flee or seek some kind of compromise, while the younger people like Zhang Ji and Huo Jiang were all for fighting it out. Some of them like Feng Lina were unsure and left the decision to him. Matt moved his hand up into the air, everyone in the meeting room quieted promptly. I have heard your opinions, now let us discuss something. Firstly, I have managed to dispatch 2 of the nascent soul elders from the Dark Palm sect, Wu Ming is dead and the man called Zhu has been crippled and won't be a problem anymore. He gave a short recap of what he was doing for the past few days, mostly just giving information about the state of the sect they were going against. The problem lies in the lack of information, we don't know how many nascent soul cultivators the sect has. For now they might be busy with the demon subduing sect, but there is no way of telling when they will knock on our doors. The people in the room were quite happy to hear that their leader managed to take out 2 nascent soul elders from the Dark Palm sect. One was even in the middle stage which gave them much hope for the future. Though their morale plummeted after they heard that the enemy was able to send out 5 other nascent soul monsters from which their patriarch had to flee. I think that there must be a limit to how many nascent soul elders the Dark Palm sect can realistically send out. That is true, they can't leave their main territory unprotected. If the other sects found it out, they would surely organize an invasion of their own. If we manage to hold out the initial attack, or even defeat some of those grand elders, we might not have to lift a finger afterward. Yes, but what if the other big sects decide to crush us along with the Dark Palm section? Another discussion occurred. It wasn't a far stretch to think that if they managed to hold out for a while news to the other sects would spread. They might organize an attack to squash out a weakened enemy. Still, they could do nothing and just be at their enemy's mercy with no hope of winning. But Patriarch, how can we hope to last the brunt of their attack? Do you feel confident in battling 5 nascent soul cultivators? What if they bring more? All eyes were on him. It would be reassuring if their biggest fighter could just massacre their enemies, but his chances of winning were slim in their eyes. I'm not sure, but I might not be the only one battling them. Zhang Dong glanced at Feng Lina and Huo Jiang, the two not sure what this was about. But first, we must create an official alliance with our allies. This isn't a battle of the Zhang clan, we are all in this together. I wish for us to come together not as a coalition of clans, but as one section. I wish to create a sect that will seek independence. You wish to create a sect? The people looked at Zhang Dong with question marks hovering above their heads. What was the point of creating a sect at this moment, that could even anger the other party even more? I know what you are thinking, but I assure you that it's something that must be done. I need everyone to swear an oath the sect so that we know who we can trust in the future. At least that's what says in my faction menu. I must change the name of the Zhang clan to the sect first. Matt needed to change the faction to a sect and then let the other clans join. He didn't think they would abandon their clans and join the Zhang clan, but if he made a sect then they could keep their old family names. The people murmured with each other, creating a sect wasn't such an easy thing. The structure was different than a clan, for one thing, mostly anyone could join it without having to marry into the family. Most sects used some form of binding contracts to combat this, some didn't bother. The people quieted down and started thinking, most of them were surprised, not sure what to think of this. Still, the proposal had some merit to it. It would be hard to trust the other clans if all of them weren't under the same banner. While the Zhang members were all on board as it was the proposal of their patriarch, the others were skeptical. Huo Jiao was the one to speak up first. You want us to swear allegiance to you? But how can we do this without our patriarch's approval? This isn't something that the people in here can decide upon. In Huo Jiao's mind, there was still time to turn back. The people that were mostly involved in this fiasco was the Zhang and Feng clan. Their clan might still have a way out of this if they just backed away. Their young master acted rashly. If they paid a fine then perhaps they would be left out of this. What can the Huo clan even hope to achieve if we ally together against the Dark Palm sect? Besides Senio, no one can hope to contend with a grand elder from that section. The people started murmuring again. Huo Jiao was making sense. What could cultivators below the nascent soul level even hope to achieve here? They didn't even have any defensive or offensive formations nor treasures to aid them in the battle. The Zhang patriarch was the only person that would be able to do anything. The rest would mostly just stare from the distance while being crushed under a nascent soul master's overwhelming aura. Jiao, what are you even saying? If senior brother wants to fight, we will fight. Huo Jiang looked at his bodyguard. Jiao in turn frowned at his young master's words. You should be thankful that our patriarch is giving you this offer. Zhang Ji shouted out while staring at Huo Jiao with murder in his eyes. Calm down, you youngsters. Feng Meiling stepped up to the stage. I can understand the young Huo lord's eagerness, but you should think this through. Besides the Zhang patriarch, none of us will be of much use. The sect war potential is far greater than ours, we wouldn't even be able to handle their core formation experts. The old woman looked at Zhang Dong, her showing deep concern. I ask you, can you defeat them all by yourself? Wouldn't it be more realistic to evade this battle and hide till the time is right? Matt rubbed his chin while listening. Those were valid questions. The other didn't really add much to the plate. It would probably be better to hide everyone and run. Maybe he could sneak around and take out the nascent soul fogies one by one. The problem was that they were now at full alert and his disguise was effective against nascent soul cultivators. His other plan was patched together hastily and he would have probably chosen to run if he didn't manage to sack that spirit stone mine. Who said that I would be fighting alone? He looked at Huo Jiang and Feng Lina once more. It was time to reveal his plan to them. What if I told you that I can help brother Chiang and sister Lina reach the nascent soul realm within the month, maybe even faster? The two people that were mentioned took a step back, their eyes blinked fast and their brows raised and curved. The nascent soul level within a month's time? This is no laughing matter, Zhang Patriarch. How can we believe such a thing to be possible? Feng Meiling felt like her intelligence was being attacked. How could this young man claim to be able to heighten the cultivation level of their matriarch within a month? How could reaching that realm be so easy? Senior brother, are you speaking the truth? Senior Dong, how? Feng Lina and Ho Jiang looked at the white-haired man. Their trust in him was the highest from the people gathered here, so they were willing to believe in their claim. Everyone, please be silent for a moment. Zhang Dong raised his hand up, as the people in the room became awfully chatty after his proclamation. He knew that he needed to present some evidence that would pull him over to his side and he had just the thing for that. He asked for both core formation experts from the Huo clan and Feng clan to come on over. Zhang Ji was also invited. He then surrounded the group of 5 with his shield and blocked out anyone from peeking inside, which raised a few eyebrows in the room. He pulled out a manual. It was golden from the outside and the calligraphy was at the highest level as he wrote everything down in it himself. Elder Meiling, Elder Chiao, could you take a look at this and tell me what you think? He handed the book to the old woman. The bodyguard with the mutton chops walked over. He was also curious about the whole ordeal. Was this booklet the answer? The old woman started reading, while the elders in the room wondered what was happening behind that barrier. The old woman's hands started shaking, eyes bulged out in surprise, and her jaw dropped in awe. This is, how, where did you get this? Huo Jiao snatched the book from the old elder lady's hands, wondering what all the hubbub was about. He soon realized that what he was holding was something unfathomable. This here manual he was holding could cause a disaster to happen. as it was actually Zhang Dong's nascent soul cultivation manual, the same one that was in the immortal perfect grade. This, where did you find a legendary technique like this? Is this really an immortal grade cultivation technique? This Dao is so deep. His eyes went bloodshot and he wanted to grab this manual and bolt it for the exit. It took some mental fortitude for him to calm down, but his forehead was dripping with sweat. Yes, that is my cultivation technique and it's immortal, perfect grade. The others gasped in surprise. An immortal grade was already a big deal, but this was even the highest level an immortal graded cultivation manual could reach, truly the stuff of legends. See, can I see it? Feng Lina moved closer along with Huo Jiang, eager to take a look at the manual. If the other sects find out about it, the whole empire will be at war. This can never leak outside this room or we will all die a miserable death. The old Feng elder shouted out. Everyone here knew that if any news got out, this here place would be swarmed by any half-decent sect. Probably the Azure Emperor would be at their doorstep, they would all be dead by association. The small group of core formation experts started sweating, panic in their eyes. Please stay calm, as long as the word doesn't go out we will be safe. I showed you this to prove a point. I will procure similar cultivation manuals for both Sister Lina and Brother Chiang. You must understand there is a huge difference between a heaven-grade cultivation manual and an immortal one. Matt started giving people the rundown. He explained that there was practically no danger in ascending to this higher realm if you had a fitting immortal grade manual. There would be no danger, they just needed time to advance. I will also supply them with the required spiritual energy to make the leap, they just need to study the manuals I will hand them and create their nascent soul. He moved his hands behind his back and nodded. The other people in the barrier looked to the Zhang Patriarch with vacant expressions in their eyes. No one knew where this man got this manual, but that explained how he had gotten to this level this fast. It was widely known that if the cultivation manual was of a higher grade then cultivation went smoothly. On the other hand, if it was of a lower quality, you could even end up with crippling yourself or shortening your lifespan. But how? You have more cultivation manuals like this one. He was half lying when he said that he had manuals for the two. He needed to use his system and combine some manuals to get something for his two friends first. He could exchange spirit points for crafting points, but first, he needed to know what the two were actually cultivating in. Thanks to his analyzing technique that wouldn't really be a problem though. I don't, but my master does. He allowed me to go through with this plan, but he imposed a condition of you joining the sect that I will create. He had to somehow explain how he was able to acquire all those rare techniques. The easiest way would be to create a hidden master figure. Your master. The Zhang clan members had some reports of the Patriarch's masters sighting back in Moonlight City, but the man was mostly a mystery. Yes, my honorable master, Wei Hung. Matt had to strain himself to not make his lips twitch or not to chuckle while saying that name. He went with this friendly doctor persona as he was already presumed to be his hidden master by his own clan. With that, I want you all to swear an oath to join my sect. I have chosen Sister Lina and Brother Chiang to be the next grand elders of the new sect together with me. Time is of the essence, this chance is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for your clans. The people from the Feng and Huo clans looked at each other. That manual was indeed unfathomable. If they were getting a similar one for free, was there any reason to refuse? These people were quite simple, they weighed the pros and cons of each situation and then decided on the best path. This was an immortal grade manual the Zhang Patriarch was speaking about. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance for them to make it big. The Dark Palm sect was a terrifying foe, but they knew how strong the Zhang clan patriarch was while only being at the early stage of the nascent soul. He was able to easily dispatch someone at the middle stage. They of course knew that that cultivation manual had something to do with it. Do you really need to ask? The Feng clan will stand with the Zhang clan and join the new sect as their eternal allies. Feng Lina was the first one to step forward, her head bowing before Zhang Dong as she accepted the offer. Huo Jiang followed suit, smacking his muscular chest with his hand while laughing. Haha, do you even need to ask? I and the Huo clan will stand with you. If you get me into the nascent soul stage, that old fart won't be able to deny me anyway. Everyone agreed. One Zhang patriarch wasn't enough to win this, but if they had 3 cultivators of this caliber their chances of winning skyrocketed. Well, if we all agree, then I would like to ask you for opinions about the sect's new name. Matt took away the barrier that was blocking the view. The people outside were then promptly informed that their elders had decided to join with the Zhang clan. They only needed to choose a name for their new sect. Matt rubbed his chin as he wasn't sure what to name his new faction. He was criminally indecisive when it came to picking names and mostly went with silly-sounding ones. This would be the name of his main faction from this point on. He couldn't just name it the Broccoli Sect for the laughs, he needed something official sounding. Names, how about we name it after Senior's glorious name then? Feng Lina smiled as she gave her opinion, Huo Jiang was also for this. Yes, how about the Big Dong Sect? Sounds very fitting. If Matt was drinking something at this moment he would probably spit it all out after hearing that name. How about Grand Dong Alliance instead? That also sounds very promising. The people in the room started proposing names, but for some reason, most of them had the word dong in it, together with an adjective mostly to do with large and big things. Huge Dong Sect. And no, please don't. Matt just facepalmed at all the names, the thought of changing his own name being a lot more enticing at this moment. Oh, maybe we should include the Patriarch's Master into the name as well. How about we name it Hung Dong Sect? Matt just stood there while his allies discussed nonsensical names for his new faction. He didn't know why they wanted to put his name into this, but this was getting out of hand. Think I'll have to choose one, unless I want to be part of the huge ribbed Dong Sect or something. He mentally facepalmed. He had come up with some names beforehand but was hesitant in choosing one. He wanted input from the people that would be joining it. Okay, whatever, let me just go with that one. He coughed into his hand to get everyone's attention. The people that saw the immortal level manual were in high spirits. The others were more curious but still eager. It would seem overbearing if the sect includes my name in it. I'm not the sect the people in it are. The people nodded. It would be kind of pretentious if the sect was named after one man. Though in their minds there was nothing wrong with it, mostly a sect depended on their leader's power to actually get anywhere. So I've been thinking. Our sisters from the Feng clan wield the Dao of air and wind, our brothers from the Huo clan the Dao of fire and immolation. We from the Zhang clan are primed for the Dao of the water and streams, if we are just short of one, the Dao of the earth. But alas, we can't have it all. So my idea would be to name our new faction, United Sect of Elemental Dao, or United Element Sect for short. The people in the room rubbed their chins in contemplation. This did sound a lot better than their proposals. It was also the proposition of the only nascent soul cultivator in the room, so the people in here didn't feel like they could chime in. United Elements. I like it. We do stand united. Huo Jiang nodded while holding up his fist high into the air. Feng Lina nodded while smiling, but a bit saddened that her proposal of naming the new sect the Big Dong Sect was refused. She tried not to show it, but she did a small pout while nodding. Senior brother Dong's naming choice. I will agree with it as well. Matt turned to Feng Lina. He felt a bit sadness in her tone. Hey there now, do you really want me to run around with a sect that is just a synonym for a big pecker girl? He couldn't explain what his name meant back in his home language. The people might be speaking English here but he knew that it was the system's doing and he was just getting an automated translation. The people also heard him talking in their home language that wasn't English, so sometimes things were lost in translation. He couldn't really learn this language, the system even translated all the books so he had no reference point to go off. Okay, great. With this, the name is set. He clapped his hands. The moment the name of the faction was created he received a prompt. The Zhang clan faction will be changed to United Sect of Elemental Dao, do you agree? Yes/no. He clicked the yes. The whole faction page didn't really change, he still had the same resources and the same cities that he had under the Zhang clan. This was also the reason that he wanted to keep the old faction going and feared that he might have to restart everything with no passive spirit points coming in. Well then, I would like to welcome everyone into the new United Element Sect. The most important people were Lina and Chiang, the only cultivators in the great circle of core formation. He peeked at their status, but it didn't change much, they were still being shown as part of their own clans. I guess they will need to make that oath. The Zhang faction was widely known and already had members even before I got here. He kind of knew how this should work, the system recognized when people were joining the Zhang clan, so it should work in this situation. He turned to Feng Lina first, the girl was all smiles. Then repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the United Sect of Elemental Dao, and to the people for which it stands, one sect under the Dao path, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. He tried recalling some oaths from the country's back earth that he knew, this one was quite popular and widespread so he used it while changing some words here and there. The Feng matriarch didn't have any problem in remembering her lines. Cultivators of her level already had close to photographic memory. The moment she ended her oath he could see her faction name switch from the Feng clan over to the United Element sect that he just created. This made him sigh out in relief. The first part of the next step had worked and he could now move into the next stage. Huo Jiang was the next, his status window also updating to the new sect faction. Good, now the rest of you. The people perked up after seeing the Zhang clan patriarch going to the two and letting them take the oath before him. This would be quite the honorable moment in their lives. They could boast that a mighty nascent soul master let them take an oath before him at a critical juncture of the sect creating process. Why don't you all just do it at once, otherwise this will take too long. Matt wanted to get out of here now. He had said most of the things he wanted to. He needed to get Jiang and Lina to the medallion space and hand them the cultivation manuals. Even before that, he needed to activate his crafting abode and actually create them first. So going through this large group of people and having them recite the Pledge of Allegiance would be a time waster. Why did they all start frowning? He could see the old farts in the room get moist eyes and look saddened by his proclamation. They looked like kids that got denied their favorite ice cream. They hesitated at first but soon recited the pledge that the new sect leader told them. The person that was most hesitant was Huo Jiao, the man still being loyal to his own clan and thinking that this sect idea was a bit hastily constructed. He still recited the oath though, the sight of the immortal grade manual still engraved in his mind. Let's not prolong this any further, Brother Chiang, Sister Lina, my clan members will lead you to a hidden treasure that my clan, our sect is in possession. Wait for me there, I will be with you as soon as I procure the technique. Matt looked at the Zhang clansmen that were standing in the room, they nodded and moved forward. Lady Lina and Lord Jiang, please follow me, I shall guide you there. One of the elders stepped forward, guiding future nascent soul cultivators was quite the honor. We will await your return then, Senior Dong. Don't make us wait too long though, Lina gets lonely fast. Huo Jiang laughed while receiving a swift kick to the shin from the Feng matriarch in question. The sight of the tanned girl's furrowed brows and kick making Matt hold a laugh. The woman turned around and covered her face with a fan, knowing well that she did something rude in front of Zhang Dong. Ah, excuse me Brother Dong. I'll be leaving first. Since the secret ground ordeal, she was trying to act more refined, but sometimes her old tendencies could be seen. Jiang in return just shrugged and followed after the woman. The elder guided them to the dimensional regalia where they could cultivating in peace. Matt exited out of the meeting room after telling the people in there to pass on the information that the clans will be uniting under a new sect. He also spotted Zhang Ji on his way out. The man looked depressed for some reason, but he made nothing of it. Later on, it would come to light that he felt dejected that he was left out from the Grand Elder discussions. He also didn't get to pledge his allegiance to the new sect leader like the other two core formation experts. Back in his own room, Matt flopped face first onto his large king-sized bed. He remained motionless, just trying to clear his head. I'm not fit to be the leader, this whole situation is barely holding on by some duct tape. He pushed himself off that bed and then double-smacked both his cheek. No, I must get my act together, that's not how a leader thinks. If I don't keep it together everyone here will die or will be enslaved. While he was pumping himself up he heard a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Master, it's me and Shuet, may we enter? He rose up from the bed and straightened his robes out, he was slowly getting tired to having to act like a master cultivator. His image had to be kept though, who would respect a leader that was acting too familiar with anyone or goofy like he sometimes did. You may enter. He heard the large door open and the two walked forward, they had their heads lowered as if they were here to get punished. What is it my disciples? The siblings didn't look up to him but immediately went down to their knees, their heads lowered in quite the deep bow. Disciple Lu has come to seek forgiveness. Disciple Shuet is also here to seek guidance and repent for her actions. Matt looked at the two youths down on the floor, he could only see the back of their heads and the two were really face-planting into that cold floor. Yes, I heard about what transpired at Jade Grass City. He had gotten a report about everything by Zhang Kuo, with a long formal letter of apology to boot for not informing him about the Dao festival. He wasn't mad at the two, no one could have predicted that some young master would try to capture the old potato granny. He thought that the report was a joke at first, but the target turned out to be Feng Meiling. He just scratched his head and leaned down. He was in the middle, Lu was to the right while Shuet to his left. He placed his hand on their heads and gave them some head pats. Why are you kneeling? You did nothing wrong. Standing up for someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Shuet didn't really do anything wrong in the first place, the one in hot water was Lu who one-shot that dark palm disciple. By cultivator logic, he did a stupid thing though. He implicated the whole clan and set them on the path of destruction. If he remained seated, the only one hurt would have been the people from the Feng clan. Yang Kai was aiming for them. Going by the standard thought process in this world, it was natural to let Yang Kai nab the granny and his disciple to beat up Nuana. But master, this is all my fault. If I didn't. If you didn't help your friend, she might be dead now. There is no reason to believe that the Dark Palm sect wouldn't have found anything else as an excuse to attack us. Zhang Dong cut Lu off as he was talking, not really thinking he did anything bad moral-wise. You might have hastened this situation, but this would have happened sooner or later. He knew that the Dark Palm psychos would find an offense with them sooner or later. They were an up-and-coming clan and would be gaining more prestige and power with each passing day. It was hard to tell how long they could hide before the war started, but the moment that sect found out that he was a nascent soul cultivator would be the start. I'm glad that you came to support your brother Shuet. He is lucky to have a sister like you. The two looked up and saw a smiling Zhang Dong. He looked a bit different today. It was rare to see their master show any type of emotion. Mostly he faced them with his back while explaining things. Or just used that painful technique to insert his knowledge into them before promptly shooing them away. Master! They both shouted out in unison, Shui getting teary eyes while Lu gave him an intense stare of appreciation. If he looked in his disciple window, he could see that the devotion of these two disciples had reached the apex at this point. Matt felt uncomfortable. Those kids had those puppy dog eyes and were worshipping him like some kind of deity. He on the other hand didn't feel like he deserved this. If his communication skills were better, then maybe this whole fiasco wouldn't have occurred and he would have years to cultivate himself and the whole clan into a great strong sect. That being the case, you need to alert your master if you are facing odds like that. I will give you two something with which you can contact me without the use of a communication jade. Still, even though what you did was noble, it was incredibly stupid. You endangered your whole clan and people close to you. Even though Matt agreed with the moral choice that he made. It was only that, the boy had no plan besides beating up that enemy in front of him. He didn't think about the master behind him, or that he was putting everyone there in danger by proxy. Why yes master, I did a great disservice to the clan. The young man that was all smiles after hearing the prize just a second ago went back to frowning. If it would be any other situation you would be punished severely, but we don't have time for such things now. Go see if you can help the other elders with the evacuation of the regular folk, you too Shuet. The clan for the past 2 years had been expanding. They created a large system of tunnels under the city for situations like this. They would have various traps along with being more or less a maze. This was to evacuate people, and if someone decided to chase afterward they would find it hard to get through. This was the time to use it. The low-level cultivators and non-combatants were useless and more or less dead weight in this situation. They needed to be evacuated so that the warriors in the city had less to worry about when the Dark Palm sect finally arrived. Yes, master. The two didn't stay for much longer. They agreed with everything their glorious master said. Matt started thinking that if he told them to jump off a cliff they would probably do it without even thinking. This devotion might be a double-edged sword. He shook his head. This wasn't the time to think about the consequences of being too devoted to one person. He needed to make those blasted skills. He activated his crafting abode and appeared within the large area, various smelting devices all over the place along with some weapons that weren't quite finished. I need to get this over with quickly and then use the nascent soul weapon I got from Wu Ming to advance my cultivation. He headed to the spot where the skill combination device was. He already knew what kind of cultivation method the two used thanks to his analyzing skill, and it was something that they had taken from the secret ground. He had copies of those manuals right here along with his own that would be used. Before he started he quickly glanced at the two booklets as if checking if he really took the right thing with him. The Sylph Empress Cyclone Manual Heaven High Grade. Flame Emperor Pure Yang Manual Heaven High Grade. Okay, these are the ones. Who comes up with these names? He arrived at the technique combining contraption that looked like a large desk with many small drawers in it. He placed the technique that Feng Lina used in first as the base, then his own Divine Golden Lightning Nascent Soul one was placed as the supplementary. This would produce a better version of her manual, but it depended on how compatible the two were with each other. Hope this works. What kind of name will this produce though? The Sylph Empress Cyclone Manual and Divine Golden Lightning Nascent Soul Manual are 69,420% compatible. He looked at the compatibility percentage. It wasn't super high but it wasn't low either. Well, it's above 60%, almost 70%. That's still good. Guess I'll need to spend some points to improve it. Matt stared at the crafting screen. if he left it as it is the technique would end up an immortal early graded one. But he didn't want it to just remain at the bare minimum. He started adjusting the sliders and clicking some options. The divine part of his own cultivation method wasn't very compatible with this. This was the first thing he dropped and focused on combining the lightning and wind components. I am using two types of DAOs with my own cultivation, so it shouldn't be a problem if she has that too. Lightning and wind should be compatible. The options were clicked. He favored increasing the attack and speed of this technique, dropping most of the defensive options in their favor. You don't need defense if you can dodge everything, but can't overdo it. The base manual was already focused on speed and long-ranged attack. He was just min-maxing a bit to give it even more power in that regard. In the end, after all the options were chosen and the technique was upgraded, he remained with a manual in the immortal middle grade, but the advanced grade for it was quite good at an A. Even with just this, I need to spend over 25 million points on this. Will I have enough points to further their cultivation to the maximum so they can break through? He started sweating. This was close to a quarter of his whole spirit point pool. He could exchange the points at a 1-to-1 ratio for crafting points, so at least he didn't lose out in that regard. Here goes nothing. He activated the machine and saw it glowing. It took a minute for the rumbling to stop and the large drawer in the middle popped open with a green-looking manual. Ascended Storm Phoenix of the Thunder Wines Cultivation Manual. Immortal Middle Grade. This powerful immortal cultivation technique combines the DAO of lightning and wind to create powerful storms that consume anything in their path. The soul beast fashioned from it will be a Storm Phoenix. Okay, that sounds nice, quite the long name there. Let's move on to Jiang's. He pocketed the green manual and absorbed the knowledge from it into his system library. The next one in line was the Flame Emperor Pure Yang Manual. He just replaced Feng Lina's old manual with Jiang's and looked at the options that were given. Flame Emperor Pure Yang Manual and Divine Golden Lightning Nascent Soul Manual are 54,666% compatible. Worse but still not that bad. This is going to cost a lot more. He knew that Jiang was a close-range fighter that liked to use his large frame to overpower his opponents with large swings. So in contrast to Lina's speedy build, Jiang's came out quite tanky. Does that make him the tank of the party and Lina the backline caster? Guess I would be the all-around DPS or something. The cost of it all was even higher than what he had to spend on Lina's, costing him over 40 million in one go. Well, they are immortal techniques. I'm lucky that mine is in the perfect grade, so it lowers the cost substantially. He tried to see how much points he needed to upgrade a heaven-graded technique to the immortal grade before. Without any good techniques to base it of, he would need to spend over 100 million points to just get it to the early grade. Though all things considered, that was still a low cost. The other sects would probably throw their spirit stone mines at him if he told them he could fashion them one for that price. Ah, the hard life of a rich person. The new manual popped out in the middle, steam rising from it. Nice red color, these booklets have quite the cool designs. Plasma Ifrit of the Perfect Yang Path Manual Immortal Middle Grade. This forbidden cultivation art combines the pure Dao of Yang with the chaotic lightning energies to produce a destructive force. The soul beast fashioned from it will be an Ifrit composed of red plasma energy. Oh? Plasma. That one is neat, might be even cooler than mine. He imagined a large devil made from plasma energy fighting together with Jiang, next to it a wind phoenix kicking up storms and in the back a golden dragon bringing in the pain. Yes, this could work. He had spent over half of his spirit point reserve but had managed to create two really good cultivation manuals. He absorbed the knowledge from this one to his library as well. Later on, he could try using them as bases and fashion some nascent soul techniques for his two companions. I need to give them these two manuals and then cultivate on my own. I also need to remake the grand formation, it won't hold against those old nascent soul farts. He remembered the large wall at the border. That thing could take some damage even though he was using attacks that weren't the strongest. They were still at the nascent soul level. He looked at this spirit point counter and would need to save some to upgrade the formation, and the biggest issue was the power source. He exited his crafting abode and headed towards the clan's pocket dimension. He could hear people running around. The citizens were getting informed and evacuated even now. They all felt shocked that they had to leave, but they also felt reverence to the clan that was actually helping them evacuate in the face of danger. Normally sects or clans didn't care about the general populace. When the Cheng clan was fleeing from Moonlight City they took their core members and escaped. If the Zhang clan turned out to be tyrants wasn't something they were concerned with. The citizens from Spirit Spring City would remember this, their trust into the clan and now sect was going through the roof while they all evacuated. Matt appeared in the medallion space and saw Feng Lina and Huo Jiang. The problem was that the two were bickering again. He wasn't sure why, but the two didn't get along too well. He wasn't sure what it was about, but he thought that it might have something to do with Jiang proposing to her once while having 100 wives. He was just in the time to behold Lena dancing around with the fans that he had gifted her, producing cyclone-like whines that Jiang was finding hard to block. "Hey you two, what are you doing?" When the tanned girl saw Zhang Dong appear, she stopped in her tracks. She was in the middle of her battle technique, so she kind of fell on her butt afterward. This caused Huo Jiang to burst out in laughter. "Ha, serves you right, you violent woman. Who you calling violent, you muscle-brained pervert?" The girl glared at the red-haired man. He in turn just smirked and shrugged. Matt quickly got between the two, his hand going down to help the guru up from the ground. This pocket dimension didn't look too great after he was done training. A lot of the ground was mostly destroyed and dusty from all the craters. "You two, here Sister Lena, let me help you." He reached out his hand towards the lady. Their eyes met. The moment they did, Feng Lena's expression changed. She started fidgeting and her gaze focused on the hand that was presented to her. An uncomfortable silence followed where the lady just stared at the large manly mitt, only snapping out of it when Zhang Dong called out to her again in that deep manly voice. "Is something wrong? Are you hurt anywhere?" She finally snapped out of it and grabbed his hand. The moment she was pulled up to her feet, Matt could have sworn that he could hear a sound akin to doki doki. Matt might have been a dense person, but even he knew what this was. The woman was clearly interested in his, and this wasn't anything getting acted out like at the secret ground. She was showing clear signs of a maiden in love, this revelation only causing Matt to stutter in response before his tranquil mind calmed him down. Right. I've got your cultivation manuals from my master. He said that he would help me out this once, but he won't be helping us in the coming battle." "Hey, don't stare at me with those big blue eyes, this isn't the right time for this." At a faraway location, you could see destroyed walls and chunks of rubble everywhere. It looked like a large battle took place. Craters and cracks in the hard rocky ground were seen everywhere. Up in the air, 6 people were floating on one side. They were looking in the distance where a group of 5 was staring at them from afar. Compared to the area around them, these groups of people looked fine. They were glaring at each other, but they were keeping their distance, both sides retreating. "I propose a ceasefire. I think no one here wants to engage in an all-out war." The man speaking was Elder Wan, the strongest cultivator from the group that was previously chasing after Zhang Dong. After he attacked the border wall that belonged to the demon-subduing sect, a fight broke out. The members from the Dark Palm sect weren't here to fight their long-standing rival though, but after the misunderstanding, they had to stay to explain themselves before this got out of hand. "You want us to believe that someone disguised themselves as Wu Ming to sow discord between our sects? Aren't you just afraid to attack?" An elder man that was at a similar level as Elder Wan shouted out. He was holding onto a large saber and his face was full of scars. The demon-subduing sect was a virtuous one and had a bad opinion of the Dark Palm faction. There were a lot of rumors that they were a demonic sect, but there wasn't any substantial proof. The two factions clashed here and there, but none were confident enough to go into all-out war. "Don't try my patience, Fan Ping, we from the Dark Palm sect never turn our tails and run," but this was clearly a misunderstanding. The man named Wan shouted back at the other 5 people, his eyes going bloodshot after the others accused them of being scared. "Please calm down, we will retreat to our side, there is no reason for this fight." The old woman cultivator from the Dark Palm side floated between the two shouting leaders. She gave Fan Ping a small bow and whispered some words into Elder Wan's ears. "We can't fight the demon-subduing sect while that cultivator is on the loose. He was strong enough to defeat Wu Ming, we must retreat. We must alert the sect leader and the council." Elder Wan listened, his sect member was saying the truth. They couldn't let an unknown rogue cultivator run amok in their lands, he was the priority. They needed to go to their top bras and also examine the places that the enemy was seen before. "My junior sister speaks the truth, we will reimburse you for the damages to your broken formation and wall." Fan Ping stroked his beard while looking at the opposing faction. He knew that if they continued this fight, deaths would be unavoidable. Taking some spirit stones for the destroyed walls and formation was a win in his mind. There was no reason for the two forces to clash here, everything did seem kind of fishy. They are probably telling the truth, but who was that man that caused this? We need more information. His eyes gleamed in a cold light while he looked down. This might have been something trivial, but there was also a chance that it could lead to something. "Fine, pay up and let's be done with this." The other side threw spatial pouch with spirit stones inside, there was enough to cover the costs. The two sides turned around and flew away, still they left more than one nascent soul elder on each side, just in case. The man named Fan Ping took out his communication jade afterward. He had to make some calls. Back in the dimensional regalia, Huo Jiang had his mouth wide open, drool running down his chin, his hands trembling as he was staring at the red manual in his hands. Feng Lina was right next to him, her eyes were sparkling and she had a similar dumbfounded expression as her fellow cultivation brother next to her. The thing that snapped them back to reality was the cough from the white-haired man opposite them. I think you stared at them long enough, we should get on with it, time is of the essence. The two cultivators looked between their colorful manuals and then back to Zhang Dong. Their hands began shaking, the aura that was coming off these two booklets was unfathomable. Senior B brother, are you sure we are allowed to read this? Why yes, this is just too much. Matt chuckled a bit, the two cultivators were acting like little kids. Their eyes were sparkling like a child that had received a toy for Christmas that they were waiting for long time. It's fine, you must cultivate this and quickly reach the nascent soul level, we don't have time. He moved over to Huo Jiang, his finger outstretched. For this reason, I will have to hasten the process. First, let me impart you the knowledge. He had the impartation of knowledge skill, he had leveled it up to the pinnacle so he could force 100% of the technique's information into a given target. Though that what it was, information everyone was different and it would depend on them on how fast they could digest it. He placed his index finger on Huo Jiang's forehead and activated the skill. The red-haired man twitched as his mind was filled with the plasma ifrit of the perfect Yang path knowledge. Matt also included knowledge about some of the Taos that could be useful. What? The man backed away and grasped his aching forehead, the pain subsided fast. He could then feel that somehow he knew the cultivation method now. Senior brother, this. Yes, I can directly transfer the information of the techniques, it would take too long if you study it yourself. Keep the manual, for now, sometimes it helps to reread it yourself. Huo Jiang quickly opened the booklet, he started reading and it was just as Zhang Dong said. He already knew everything that was written down here, but there still were some pictures that could come in handy if he got stuck. Jiang looked between the cultivation manual and Zhang Dong, his eyes going bloodshot. Hey! Before Matt could react he found himself in a bear hug. The man that was hugging him was larger and more muscular than him, plus he had a thing for not wearing much to cover his chest. He was now getting bear hugged by a buff dude that was wearing a tiny vest that was exposing his hairy chest. Hey, calm down, let me down. You are my sworn brother for life, you. The man roared out while Matt pushed up against his face and slowly forced him away. God damn, use some deodorant dude. He pushed him back and due to him being in the nascent soul level, Huo Jiang was flung into the distance and tumbled a couple of times before coming to a stop. He was still laughing out loud while clutching the red cultivation manual like a starving man clutching some bread. Senior Dong. Matt looked back, a Feng Lina with sparkles in her eyes was standing there. She fidgeted like a small child while hugging the manual against her large chest. Can I also receive your finger technique? My finger technique. Matt looked down at his finger then back to the busta lady. She had closed her eyes and stuck her forehead out while looking up to him. He sweated slightly after misunderstanding what she meant and then placed his finger on her forehead. He imparted her knowledge for the Storm Phoenix cultivation technique. She gave out quite the cute low-pitched sound during the process, then squatted down on the ground while holding on to her head. Was it that bad? He was someone who got used to the headaches thanks to his system. He wasn't affected by it anymore, but it seemed that other people like Lena weren't that resistant. He took the time that Lena was organizing her thoughts to peek at her status. Name, Feng Lina. Age, 42. Faction, United Sect of Elemental Dao. Cultivation, Core Formation Great Circle 3%. Potential, B+. Trust, 78%. Similar potential to my disciples, at only 3% progression. This will cost a lot. He could see that she was under his new faction, the process could move forward now. He brought up his faction window, he had an option to search for people that were in it. He typed up her name and could see a similar status screen like the one he used for analyzing people. He selected her cultivation and was given the option for increasing her progress, but this wasn't all. This member has a high trust rating, it's possible to remove impurities in their cultivation, do you wish to start the process? Yes/no. Just like everyone else who used weak cultivation methods, people built up impurities in their bodies. For instance, Zhang Jin that used a really low-graded one had his progress halted at the early stage of core formation. It took a lot of resources to push him into the middle stage along with remaking his original cultivation manual. Nice, didn't know this option existed. Matt knew that the two were studying lower-graded techniques, so even when they reached the next realm some of the impurities would remain. This would lower their power level in some way. Senior Dong. Feng Lina was already off the ground and had realized that she already knew what was written in the manual she was holding. She wanted to thank Zhang Dong that made it possible but found the man staring intensively in her direction while poking at the air. Ah, hey! Matt snapped out of it. The system window appeared directly in the line of sight of Feng Lina and made it look like he was staring at her with passion in his eyes. Ah, sorry. And no, it's fine. The awkwardness didn't last for long as Huojiang appeared from the side, his loud voice alerting the two to his presence. Ha, this cultivation technique is great. An Ifrit soul beast, everyone will bow before my might, long live United Elements sect. Let us cultivate now, I can't wait. Jiang was ready to drop down into a lotus position and get to it. Before he could go through with it, Zhang Dong spoke out. We need to do something before that. If we do it normally this is going to take far too long, please take this first. Zhang Dong took out a round object, it looked like a marble that fit nicely into Feng Lina's hand. The woman looked at the item that was handed to her. It looked quite ordinary, a normal orb made from glass without any major features. Could you hold on to that and head behind that building? The woman looked at him for a moment but nodded. She believed that this item probably did something great and decided to follow the instructions. Though, why she was to go behind the building was a mystery. Are you in a safe spot, Sister Lina? Yes, Brother Dong. Okay, this might feel strange so please bear with it. Lina wanted to scratch her head, what was she supposed to bear with? Was this glass orb that she received some dangerous spiritual treasure? Something strange-y. She screamed out, she started feeling pain all over her body. She could feel that something was happening, her whole body spasmed as she dropped down to her knees. Please bear with it, it should be over soon. She heard Zhang Dong's voice from the distance and followed the instructions. She clenched her teeth while the strange feeling took over her body. Besides the pain, she started feeling nauseous as if she was coming down with stomach flu. She couldn't hold it in as vomit shoot out of her mouth covering the ground with black like ooze. The whole process took about 5 minutes and left a large puddle of black goop behind. Lina felt really weak but refreshed at the same time. The black stuff that came out of her body had a foul odor and she instantly knew what this was. Impurities. All of this. She felt stronger, her body was cleansed, her cultivation path reinforced by the strange glass bead that had shattered into pieces while she was going through the process. While she was trying to get a grip on the situation she heard Zhang Dong shout out. If you head back there is a hot spring you can use, you probably need a change of clothes after that. She realized now why he told her to go behind the building. She had a foul odor to her and looked like a mess, she needed a change of clothes. She smiled a bit and then moved towards the area where the springs were. During this time Huojiang received the same treatment, his loud shouts could be heard all around the floating island in the pocket dimension. Huojiang was on the ground in a pile of black goop, breathing hard. His muscular body twitched after the transformation and he was already feeling a lot stronger. Surprisingly his trust in me is even higher than Lina's. Jiang was but a simple cultivator, you gave him some treasures and cultivation manuals as gifts and he would treat you well. This wasn't over though, this was only the cleansing of impurities process, he still needed to increase their cultivation level. He took out one more of those glass beads which were just regular glass. He was using them to hide how this process was working, hoping that the two would attribute their change to the balls of glass instead of his system. Oh! Senior brother, this is... While Matt was looking at the status window and thinking about dumping spirit points into Jiang's cultivation, the man in question started charging at him. He opened up his arms wide and his face was all smiles, he was clearly going for another hug. Problem being, that he was covered in black sludge that stunk like dung. Hey, get back, you stink! Huojiang came to an abrupt stop as he hit something akin to an invisible wall. His nose was squished and his hands spread almost in a T-pose. Brother, let me give you a hug, you have gifted me so much and I can't ever hope you ever repay you. He started squirming and pushing against the spiritual wall that Matt had formed with his chi. He was so frantic that he even started biting it but wasn't able to make it budge even an inch. Calm down, the process isn't even over yet, let us just get on with it. He didn't think that he could reason with this man, his eyes were bloodshot and he was looking at him like he was a juicy piece of meat. He promptly clicked Jiang's cultivation option and started dumping points into his cultivation. What is happening? The man covered in black sludge backed away while looking at his own hands. He could feel his power rising, his muscles twitched and his core spun around as it exuded more and more power. Even when a cultivator entered the great circle of a realm, it wasn't the end. There was still space to improve, both of them could still boost their cultivation to the maximum, and at 100% of it, they would reach a tipping point referred to as the half-step point. This was a moment at which the cultivator had the highest probability of reaching the nascent soul level. Most people couldn't push all the way through to that point though. If they tried to push onward they would mostly not be able to reach the higher realm, and the only thing waiting for them was a backlash and cultivation regression. Huo Jiang felt power rushing into his meridians. The qi that was going into his body was incredibly pure and it caused him to tremble in excitement. The flame core that he was using spun around and started expanding, it burned at an incredible rate, even making the man's body exude steam. He looked like a ripe tomato, which caused Matt to hesitate momentarily. Well, that looks peculiar, good that I tested it with him first, guess when I go over to Lena I'll insert the points slower. At the end of the procedure, Huo Jiang collapsed to his knees, his body was bulging and radiating strength. With time this subsided and the irritated muscles went back to their normal shape. This power! Huo Jiang roared out and bolted forward. He had his core formation cultivation pushed into 100% and had all of his impurities removed. He felt fantastic and he wanted to test out his newfound strength. This of course meant that he needed a target, which was Zhang Dong. The same transparent shield appeared between the two, the red-haired man waiting for this moment. He gathered all of his fire qi into his right fist that shone in a crimson light. Take this, Flame Emperor's Pure Yang Destruction Fist. The attack flew forward and there was a massive explosion that rattled the whole floating island. Feng Lina was washing up at the moment, the water in the spring splashed in her face and made her hair wet. What is happening, are they fighting? Why is Jiang this strong? Matt raised his eyebrow as he saw a bright red fist coming for him. He placed the same transparent qi shield that had about the same defensive power as a regular nascent soul cultivator in the early stage. He watched as the fist continued to push against this barrier. The man that the fist belonged to shouted like a madman while inserting all of the qi he could muster into the attack. Crack! HOH! Matt raised his eyebrow as he felt the shield cracking slightly, but before it could give out Huo Jiang finally run out of steam. He suffered a small backlash from using too much qi and his fist fractured in a couple of spots. Geez, why did he need to go that far? He fell back onto his back, his fist shattered but his spirit not broken. He looked up into the air, the hand that was fractured held up high into the air. He looked at the blood that was flowing, a grin plastered all over his face. Ha ha ha! I heard it, it cracked. My attack reached you. Matt moved over to the laughing muscle head. He was apparently satisfied that he managed to cause a slight crack to the shield that was at a nascent soul level. You sure are an idiot, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Zhang Dong moved out his hand towards Huo Jiang, who in response leaned forward and grabbed it. He helped his red-haired friend up to his feet and used this chance to insert his holy qi into the fractured fist. You should really wash up, you smell like a sludge beast's asshole. At that remark, Jiang moved up one of his armpits and gave it a whiff. He then looked back at Zhang Dong and gave him a shrug, not really seeing a problem there. This is the smell of a warrior senior brother, nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah sure, could you and your warrior smell go wash up and then cultivate, we really don't know when the Dark Palm sect will be here. At about this time Feng Lina appeared again. She was wearing a different robe and her hair was flowing behind her back while being slightly wet. Brother Dong, what was all this racket? She looked at Huo Jiang that was standing next to Zhang Dong. The foul odor that was coming of the buff cultivator could be smelled from even here. She came to a stop and realized that Huo Jiang had gone through the same process as she did, but he was also much stronger than before. She thought that Zhang Dong had to have done something to him besides the cleansing process, as she had gone through with it like him, but her power level didn't go up this much. Ah, we were just finishing up here, I will help you advance your cultivation now as well. Matt turned around to Feng Lina that was looking quite lovely with those loose hanging wet locks. His eyes wandered all over her body, which probably didn't go unnoticed. Ha, you see this, Lina? I could take you out with a pinky now. Jiang laughed while walking forward and towards the springs to wash up as well. The woman cultivator glared the man with no tact and just turned her head to the side while snorting. Matt just rubbed his head wondering why these two never got along with each other. You two, you will be the next grand elders of our section. Jiang still laughed and Lena still snorted back, the two were clearly at bad terms which would be hard to fix. He felt like he would have to mediate things between these two in the future. Hope they don't start fighting at critical points. Well then, let us get on with it, Sister Lena. Feng Lena stood tight next to Zhang Dong, they were an arm's length away from each other. The foul odor was gone, replaced by a perfume that smelled like cherries. I am ready, senior brother. She looked resolute, she closed her small fist and jumped slightly forward. The problem was that when she did that, it caused her voluptuous mountain peaks to bounce. This delivered a critical hit to Matt's psyche as he suffered a massive mental attack. Tranquil mind, don't fail me now. He gulped and then coughed into his hand. He had a pair of sparkling blue eyes in front of him that belonged to quite the tanned beauty. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder as if he was going to insert the chi by hand. He was totally not taking advantage of the situation, he was far too much of a gentleman for such things. He only wanted to mask the fact that he was doing it with the faction option of his system. Okay, I will begin the process now, this might feel strange. He started inserting spirit points into Feng Lena's cultivation. The percentages rose slowly as he didn't want the woman to suffer through the whole process just as Huojiang did. Her reaction was different, that was for sure, as instead of screams she started giving off some sensual moans. Oh, senior brother Dong, this feels strange. Matt raised his brow and started sweating slightly. He looked down at the fidgeting woman that started panting. Her face was all red and she was giving out various lewd-sounding sounds. He even wanted to pull his hand back for her to take a rest, but before he could do that she grasped his forearm while leaning forward. So much spiritual energy, She held his forearm with both her hands to support herself. Her legs were shaky and she felt like she would fall down if she didn't do this. This caused Matt's mind skill to go into overdrive, as due to this lean, she could see quite a bit of tanned cleavage. Why do they wear those robes with so much space cut out? He gulped, even more, his heart racing as he tried to calm his little brother down. He was still a man, and even though he had gone past his virgin phase, his dating experience was almost zero. The fling with the merchant daughter happened way too fast, which resulted in him not gaining much from the ordeal. I am but a rock in an empty field, nothing can faze me. I am one with the world. He chanted while closing his eyes, but he still needed to open up to click the blasted system window. Yes, everything is one, everything is, boobs, yes, massive and bouncy, wait no. The moment his eyelid rose he got a glimpse of more bountiful cleavage. His eyes opening wide while the woman leaned forward even further, so close that he could even smell her shampoo. No. I will get through this. I must, don't you get exited down there. He really didn't need excitement now, this would cause quite the loss to face, he would be able to face this woman down the road if she saw him pitching a tent. He decided to insert the rest of the points in one go even though they were only a bit over 50% done, this caused a drastic change to Lena's disposition. She screamed out loud and just fell face first into Zhang Dong's chest. She panted, even more, her hands and cheek resting on his broad chest, and those squishy lumps pressing into him as well. No. Not like this. In the end, Matt couldn't deny his carnal desires and something bloomed down low. His little brother expanded forward like a mighty sword that stood resolute, demanding a worthy battle. The only thing he could hope for is that the woman wouldn't notice it while being in that strange state of chi absorption. My brother, why did you fail me in this time of need? He stood there, motionless, his eyes shut and his fist clenched. He had a woman leaning up against his chest, her heart rate erratic, her pants echoing throughout the closed-off space. I push away all negative distractions, allowing me to find clarity in my actions. To find peace of mind in this time of need. He chanted a mantra to calm himself down, but to no avail, his lower half had decided to stand up like a pillar pointing towards heaven. He couldn't just push Feng Lena away, so he waited like a gentleman would, with his rear end pushed back in an awkward way. Oh, this feeling. Senior brother, this is wonderful. She finally recovered and looked up, the coast looked to be clear as she didn't notice the trouble brewing down low. Ah yes, Sister Lena, this increase in cultivation should help you reach the nascent soul level in no time. I think you should find yourself a peaceful spot here and cultivate, no one will bother you. Feng Lena finally noticed that she had gotten really close to Zhang Dong. Her body was pressing against his, which made her blush slightly, but then she noticed that something was off. Something was poking her, her thighs in particular. She moved her gaze down, wanting to see what the large thing that was poking her was. Zhang Dong sprung to action, a glint in his eye. He could see her moving her gaze down for a peek. He quickly placed his hands on both her shoulders. This made Lena change the trajectory of her gaze and look up to meet Zhang Dong's eyes. By grasping her shoulders he picked her up from the ground, then she was spun around and placed down in one quick move. I think you should really start cultivating. I set the dimensional regalia to let you both out whenever you wish, so I'll be seeing you two later. He moved back and before Lena could turn around he was gone. She blinked a couple of times before heading out to find a spot where she could digest the new cultivation method. Matt appeared outside, the treasure item next to him and the coast clear. Think she didn't notice anything. He glanced down, his little brother looked quite angry and ready for some action. For some reason, he wasn't calming down even though he was activating his tranquil mind technique. Did I overuse that technique or something? Why won't it go down? He leaned down as standing up straight was becoming a bother. Luckily after some time passed he started calming down. He almost thought that he would have to give himself a punch as the last result. Maybe his little brother noticed his intentions and decided to give up this time around. Whew, okay, enough of this, I need to cultivate my physique and reinforce the formation. There was barely enough space for Chiang and Lena in the dimensional regalia, so he decided to progress his body in his crafting abode which could block out his aura as well. He slipped inside and was greeted by a familiar sight of scattered ingots and smelters. I should clean this place up once in a while. He had obtained some weapons from the nascent soul elders that he fought, so he didn't need to fashion his own this time around. He decided to keep Wu Ming's sword as his own had broken down during that fight. The other weapon that he had procured from that battle could be used though. He took it out, it was a large black glaive. It was nice and long and had some strange patterns of the bent bladed part at the end. Matt spun it around above his head a little bit while having some fun. Maybe I should have gotten some glaive-related techniques, this one looks nice. He chuckled and places the weapon down while he himself sat in a lotus position. He had absorbed a vast amount of weaponry by this point, but after the Sacred Ground event, he was rusty. The strange cube pushed his bodily cultivation to the apex of core formation at that time. It should be fine, let me get this over with. He placed his hand on the large sharp-bladed part of the glaive and activated the technique. His chi resonated with the metals that the weapons was made of, this making it glow with a reddish light. He could feel the particles and the dao of what this item was made of slowly moving towards his digits. The sensation went further in, going through his arm and then to his chest. The feeling was slightly similar to goosebump. This is going to take a while. He had to spend an hour or two when he was absorbing core formation items, but this one was at the nascent soul level. He could feel the dao getting absorbed by his physique, but this was a whole new metamorphosis. He couldn't rush it. Getting a cultivation backlash or regressing was not something that he could afford. While Matt and the others were preparing for their next battle, the news of what happened in Jade Grass City was spreading throughout the Dark Palm sect area. The main sect area wasn't located in a city, in particular. It was a removed area that was surrounded by 10 large peaks. These were named the Harmonious Peaks and each one of them was owned by a grand elder of the sect. The death of one of these elders caused a big scandal. This elder was Wu Ming. Wu Ming wasn't the only elder that got hit though. Elder Zhu that was crippled also suffered, bringing the number of peak masters down to 8. There were 10 grand elders and 10 harmonious peaks, but now 2 of them were gone, which brought the all-around battle prowess of this sect down a peg. 4 from the group of people that were chasing Zhang Dong had returned back to their own peaks by this point and awaited further instructions from the sect leader. This man was living in a huge building in the central part of the sect. The harmonious mountain peaks stood all around this place, acting as barriers. Lord Guan Yu, this all information we have on the matter. The Grand Elders have returned after failing to apprehend the mastermind. A core formation master was reading something down from a large scroll while looking at another man that was sitting on a large throne-like chair. The man's name was Yang Guanyu and he was the Dark Palm sect's leader. Just as his son Yang Kai, he had a gem embedded in his forehead. It was even larger than the one his son had, it was pulsating with a deep purple light. Call those idiots over. The man grumbled while leaning back. He was quite lanky, his whole face covered with wrinkles. He had a top knot of white hair coming out from behind his head, the front part shiny and bald. His hands were large, the digits long with sharp fingernails that looked like they could rip someone's throat clean off. Even though he looked like a skinny old man, the aura he was giving gave everyone the chills. So my stupid son is dead, his killer still alive. The man that was in the room was gone. Guan Yu looked in a certain direction of this meeting room, his eyebrows furrowing. Tell the council members that I will handle this myself, there is no need for them to act. The shadowy figure that was sticking close to the walls didn't reply, vanishing the moment the sect leader spoke out. Those old bastards, only whining when they feel threatened. He leaned on his chair and supported his chin with his hand as he sighed. He was the sect leader, but there were other people close to his level in this sect. This was mostly called a sect reserve, a hidden group of old monsters that had been long forgotten by the world. This was something that every sect did. When an old sect master or grand elder retired, they would go into hiding. They would spend most of their life cultivating and trying to prolong their life, waiting for a time when they would be needed by the sect. They were old monsters all at the nascent soul level, but they were all running low on life energy. People like this would never leave the main sect area of their given sects. They would be there acting as the last defense if any other powers decided to attack. This was also a big reason why fights between other powerful sects didn't lead to anything. It was hard to tell if those hidden elders were still alive, which prevented takeovers from happening. Yang Guanyu couldn't deny these elders, he had to resolve this situation before the body count increased. In the past years they have been suffering setbacks. First, the secret ground fiasco where they lost one of their grand elders. Now another one was dead, the second one crippled and useless. Even worse than the dead elder was someone that was at the middle stage of the nascent soul, which was hard to reach. We greet the sect leader. The grand elders started arriving one by one, soon 4 of them were here as one of them remained back at the border region to keep watch. In total there were 8 active grand elders, 3 of them were placed at strategic locations at the borders with 3 other powerful sects. Everyone listen, you all got the reports, the relation between this Zhang clan and this mysterious cultivator is very probable. That clan's sin is high and it must be eradicated along with all of its allies. It is unlikely that the hidden master will come to aid this clan, but a small chance exists. The other large sects are watching our movements, so we must be swift. As we speak, a new teleportation formation is being created at Jade Grass City. It will take a week before it is finished. Select 2 grand elders to bring that clan to justice. The sect leader started talking, the grand elders just kept listening, not seeing many holes in the plan. Thanks to the teleportation gate they would be able to return to the main sect if something happened while they were away. Sect leader. One of the elders raised his hand as he asked for a question, only continuing after Yang Guanyu gave him a nod. What if that master appears at that Zhang clan location? He defeated Wu Ming on his own, 2 grand elders might not be enough to contend with him. Guanyu just nodded and snorted. The other elders will wait by the teleportation gate. If that cultivator appears, you will wait for me to arrive, I will take care of him personally. The man squinted with his eyes and looked at the 4 people that trembled slightly. They knew how powerful their master was. If he made a move, then there was no reason to fear the enemy. The council will guard the main sect and activate the defensive array if something happens. It is highly unlikely that the other sects will react. But, keep an eye out for the demonic subduing sect, their movements have been strange, this is all. The grand elders nodded at their leader and moved out. They would make preparations of their own in the wake of this battle. They knew that this Zhang clan and its allies were good as dead and that strange master would probably not appear. It was something that needed to be done though. Rumors were already spreading as the citizens of the city and even their sect members were left alive to tell the tale. The most likely answer for Guanyu was that this nascent soul cultivator was long gone. Apparently he reacted only when his so-called disciple was being attacked. The following destruction was probably something he did in a fit of rage. He even tried to push the demon-subduing sect into a fight with them. Probably to gain some time and cover his tracks, which worked out for him in the end. The sect couldn't find him anywhere and had to be wary of the other powers. After we finish eradicating those bugs, we will find that man and show him why the Dark Palm sect shouldn't be trifled with. A white-haired man was sitting down. He was surrounded by various blades and weapons from all sides. His chest was exposed and it was glistering with sweat. His body was glowing in a golden hue, radiating more and more power. This bright golden light soon filled the entire room, everything became bathed in its radiance. Ugh! His muscular frame expanded slightly and you could hear cracking sounds. The top layer of his skin was cracking and peeling away, what was underneath wanted to see the light of day. With a resounding explosion, all the items around him that weren't secured flew to the sides. The room was filled with even deeper golden light, his body crackling with awesome power. True golden body, nascent soul, early stage. True golden body, hey? Thought I'd move into platinum, or maybe diamond. Matt slowly stood up. The whole place was ruined and he would need to spend some time on rearranging everything. After almost 2 days of absorbing, he had finally pushed his body refining technique over the limit. He was now a true nascent soul body refiner. Together with his chi cultivation he was truly one of the best masters in the land. Wonder if I can tank early stage hits now. He took out the other heaven-grade weapon that he had earned from the sacking. This one belonged to the elder named Zhu. This was a green Dao saber. He moved it over to his forearm and applied some pressure. The moment he did he could feel the sharp edge scraping against his skin. His skin was quite hard yet elastic at the same time. It was really good at resisting this heaven-graded weapon. If he didn't add much of his cultivation, it didn't even leave a scratch behind, but he felt that if he tried whacking himself really good he would draw some blood. I should be able to resist some attacks, but I probably shouldn't get too cocky. He felt like he could brush off early nascent soul practitioners with this. But if they had some better weapons then it got tricky. He should be fine if they didn't get any good hits in. Done with this, on to the next one. He remained in his crafting abode and headed into the place where he kept the manuals he copied over. He had received some formation manuals from the secret ground. The grand defensive formation that was running through the city was also heaven graded. He would use that one as a base and level it up. The problem is the power source. Luckily there were some treasures in those spatial rings. I think I should be able to make something akin to a chi battery. He focused on the grand defensive formation. He needed more time before his allies increased their power and had no idea when the Dark Palm sect would arrive. The process was similar to the previous one, though this time around the compatibility of his cultivation technique with the grand defensive formation was quite low. Figures, one is a formation manual, the other is a cultivation manual for people. The only thing he could do was to put some other heaven grade formation manuals and spend some points to achieve a formation at the high heaven grade. This will have to do. The more important thing is the power source. It requires many tower-like nodes to be spread throughout the city and they all need to be powered. He rubbed his chin. He could place the cultivators that weren't fighting as batteries around these spots. As long as the formation held up they wouldn't need to fight. He could then battle the enemies outside the barrier if it came to it. Luckily the chi gathering formations are spread through the city, but they can be improved upon. He had all of the formations in the city mapped out. They were all placed during the 2 years of peace and were of high quality all things considered. He didn't think they would stack up against the nascent soul monsters all too well though. Damn, if we have enough time to prepare. I could have made this into a giant fortress. He gave out a sigh and continued spending points while improving the formations with the help of his system. The millions of points were steadily decreasing. I need to get all the resources available in the clan, not sure I can make it cover the whole city. He left his crafting abode and raided the main Zhang clan vault. The people guarding it after peeking inside couldn't find a single spirit stone or beast core left to be found. Zhang Dong also gave an order for his people to gather all of the spirit stones, spirit cores, and spirit herbs that were good at storing chi. What followed was a slight backlash from the order. No one wanted to give up their riches. They relented soon though, some due to fear of their patriarch, some realizing that riches like these meant nothing if they were all dead, others just loyal and not caring about the monetary gains. While the people were gathering the items, Matt was busy. He returned to his crafting abode and decided to start crafting. There was one thing in particular that he could make. It was a spirit cube. It was strangely similar to the one that he saw back at the secret ground. He remembered that it had given him a major injection of spirit points and he had a crafting method for it. This might be the crafting method that the cube was based on, not sure if it's the same. This one is mostly used for storing spiritual energy and information. I wonder if you could record movies on this. He recalled that that cube was made from some sturdy metal as at that time he couldn't leave a dent on it. He began the smelting process almost immediately. He chose the best spirit metal that he could use and even began melting down the weapons that were made from it. This cube had to be tempered multiple times. Each time he hammered a part into place some of the impurities would be dispersed into the surroundings. It took him half a day to make a simple cube that was 10 centimeters in diameter. It was glowing with a bright blue light as he had infused it with spiritual energy from part of his leftover spirit stone stash. He had to melt them down into spirit essence and then direct it into the cube. Spirit repository cube low heaven grade fully charged. He had spent hammering and working on this thing for close to 12 hours. He was slightly proud as this was the first heaven grade item that he had produced. Even though it was just a plain cube, it was still a monument to his progress. Now to make 5 more. The defensive formation was in the shape of a hexagram. He needed to place these cubes at those locations to support his cultivators. These cubes had a function of absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings and from people. They would be placed in 6 locations along with people that would supply them with more chi to run on. I gave Kuo the plans for the improved formation arrays, hope they can make the changes in time. This formation has a size limit, placing it around the whole city would require multiple hexagram formations. I hope we have enough time to cover everything. Luckily he had all those books from the sacred ground. For the past 2 years, he had shared them with his whole clan. In those books were secrets of formation arrays, and he had some of the able people learn the production process. He couldn't take care of everything himself. If he had the time he would come check up on them, but for now, he needed to make even more of these. Time is of the essence. Maybe I can reforge this black sword into something better if I have the time. Now time to make more squares. He hammered away in his crafting abode while his clan members were running outside and frantically getting the defenses up in place. Most of the citizens that wanted to leave were already going through the long maze under the city. The path ahead of them was long, but they would come to emerge at a safer location in a faraway forest. This forest had many places to hide, animals to feed on, and water to drink. They would be safe for months. They also had some food spatial pouches that they borrowed from the Zhang clan. This was also the time where other Zhang clan members were arriving. Some more honorable ones had decided to lend their family a hand, while others took a more wait-and-see approach. They weren't the only reinforcements that were arriving though. The Feng clan was a close second. Their matriarch was all in on this battle, so they brought over all of their forces. Besides Feng Nuana and Feng Meiling, there were various other core formation ladies. They were mostly in the early or middle stages but would come in handy in powering the new defensive formation that was being reinforced. As always they were a head-turner. Their quirky hairstyles and the overuse of bright cosmetics was something that these old-fashioned cultivators weren't used to. Feng Meiling gave everyone the orders. They were to support the Zhang and Huo clans. The women gave out a battle shout after hearing that they were preparing for a defensive war and that their matriarch might be reaching a new level of power soon. The last clan to arrive was the Huo clan. This clan also had the biggest force from the Triforce Alliance. The Zhang clan was only in a higher position thanks to their patriarch. The Huo clan's Fire Lord had come as well. They all had to flee from their domain after hearing what was going on. The only hope was this Zhang Dong that was supposed to be a nascent soul master now. The Zhang clan greets the Huo clan's patriarch. A large man with a full beard and white hair walked down from one of the docked battleships. He was wearing a tight sleeveless red robe. This allowed everyone to see his thick tree trunk-like arms. His skin was quite dark, making him look like he was a part of the Giru clan. "You're not Zhang Dong, I demand to see your patriarch." This Huo gang wants an explanation. Behind the Huo patriarch stood a group of 10 core formation elders. The one receiving them here was Zhang Ye, one of Zhang Dong's retainers. The lady just smiled while keeping a poker face. She knew that their leader moved to places that they could find him, so she had no idea how to arrange a meeting. Zhang Dong at the time was busy hammering away on the battery cubes that were paramount to their survival. "Let me guide you to the inner sanctum, your clan members like Elder Qiao are there." She tried moving the conversation in a different direction. Maybe she could shove the responsibility on the elder from the Huo clan instead. "Qiao? What is that idiot advising my son? How did this all come to be?" Huo gang exploded in fury. His beard turned red and it looked like it was flaming. Zhang Ye had to back away. She was still someone only in the Foundation establishment realm. "Please my lord, calm down, we are all allies." She moved her head down, not knowing what to do. Infighting was something that she and the newly created sect wanted to avoid. Now, please calm down, we are all in this together now." Zhang Ye was finally able to relax as a strong counterforce pushed Huo gang's killing intent away. Who appeared was another white-haired elder, his name Zhang Jin. He was all smiles and was wearing a more robust-looking battle robe. He did a complimentary fist bow at the large angry-looking man and then started talking. "I'm sure we can talk everything through like civilized cultivators, isn't that right, Lord Gang?" Zhang Jin smiled, but he was panicking inside. He knew that the man in front of his was more powerful than he could hope for. He also didn't have his black armor anymore as it was turned to scrap metal by Wu Ming. The two remained in place just staring at each other, no one saying a word. Zhang Jin moved in front of the woman and shielded her from the angry-looking Huo gang. The two exchanged glances for some time. Jin was smiling while Gang was frowning. The thing that broke the stare down was the appearance of Huo Jiao. "Patriarch, you have arrived." The man with the mutton chop beard moved forward and placed himself between the two elders. He was afraid that his leader might do something drastic. He was a loyal follower, but he was more scared of Zhang Dong than Huo gang at the moment. The white-haired cultivator could flatten their entire clan if he wished for. "Qiao, where is that stupid son of mine? Bring him out, we are leaving." Huo Jiao started sweating bullets, not sure what to say to his boss. The young master was brought away by the order of the Zhang Patriarch and was in some secluded location. He was apparently training to reach the nascent soul level, but Jiao was still skeptical about the whole thing. The only thing keeping him here was the knowledge that the Zhang clan possessed an immortal level cultivation technique. What are you waiting for? Where is he? We need to flee. We will head towards the west and seek shelter outside the Dark Palm sect territory. Your son is busy cultivating now, Senior Gang. If you come with me I'll explain everything. Zhang Jin moved in, trying to defuse the situation. Cultivating? Why would he be cultivating at a time like this? Are you people sane? The man started furrowing his eyebrows and clenching his fist. His core formation aura at the Great Circle filled up the docking area where they were holding this conversation. The core formation masters behind him started moving forward while pulling out weapons. Huo Jiao was taken aback, his clan was turning hostile against a nascent soul cultivators sect. Please Patriarch, calm down, we can't offend the Zhan, no, the United Elements sect. The dark-skinned man stopped for a bit, not sure what his clan member was talking about. What nonsense is this, a sect? Have you gone mad? If you don't tell me where Chiang is, I will consider this treason. Not a second later after finishing that sentence Huo Gang felt himself getting pushed into the ground. Some kind of pattern appeared at the spot he was standing on and it was sapping most of the energies from them. From the side, Zhang Kuo appeared, in his kind some kind of pilot-looking treasure. You leave us no choice, the United Elements sect will not negotiate with people like you. This was a defensive array and the item Kuo was holding was a remote control of sorts. This was a large defensive array that affected all the core formation experts that were hostile. It siphoned the chi out of their body rendering them defenseless but keeping enough for them not to die. You. Do you think something like this can hold me? The man's face went red and you could see the veins on his neck bulging all over. He started gathering all of the chi that he could muster, his body covered with a red glow. But the moment he felt the pressure breaking, Zhang Kuo turned the dial on the remote which made Huo Gang get pressed into the ground like a pancake. You won't get away with this. Are you working together with the Dark Palm sect? What did you do to my son? Did you brainwash him like Xiao too? The man started thrashing on the ground while bringing out some false accusations. He had quite the bright imagination as he tried pinning any type of scheme on the Zhang clan members. The array was keeping him in place. Xiao on the side wanted to go after Zhang Kuo that was controlling the whole thing. He stopped himself from doing that as he knew that this was a misunderstanding. Patriarch, you are mistaken, young master is training to reach the nascent soul realm with the Zhang Patriarch that is already at that realm. Huo Gang quieted down the moment he heard the nascent soul get mentioned. He heard about someone rescuing his son from Jade Grass City, but this information was hard to swallow. Why would a master of that level oppose the Dark Palm sect and be from the Zhang clan that has no power? Huo Jiao knew that this old man was quite stubborn and would probably not believe any outlandish claims without enough evidence. The only thing they had to go off was from the call he had with his son. Huo Jiang, after making a half-assed report, decided to ignore all of his father's communication attempts. It came to Jiao to try calming him down, but even when he described everything with detail. From the beginning till the end of the Dao festival, his patriarch was skeptical. The only part he was convinced about was that they had offended the main sect in the area and now had to flee. While most of the Huo clan elders were squirming on the ground, Zhang Jin stepped forward. Senior Gang, we really mean you no harm, your son is alive and well, if he was in danger your life indicating treasures would tell you this. Please appease your anger and we can talk this out like fellow Daoists. The Fire Clan leader looked up and was feeling humiliated. He realized that he wasn't the one with the upper hand here, the defensive measures this clan had in place were above the ones back home. He didn't like this, but for now, it looked like he had to abide by the other party's rules. After a few moments, the large man nodded. In response, Zhang Jin gave Kuo the signal to lower the output on the defensive array. This was one of the measures put in place thanks to the secret ground rewards. This new suppressing formation worked similarly to how cultivators suppressed weaker opponents. It outputted enough spiritual pressure to incapacitate anyone below the nascent soul level. Its only downside was that it was only applicable to people in the main Zhang clan compound. I hope we can start off again, Senior Gang. Zhang Jin smiled while everyone from the Fire Clan breathed a sigh of relief. They all looked at Zhang Kuo that was holding the remote control to the defensive array. He just needed to use the dial while thinking about who to suppress and it would work. The Fire Clan relented and didn't try anything funny. Most of their cultivators stayed in their ships while a small elite unit was escorted into the main sanctum. In there they were greeted by the Fire Clan juniors that were rescued from the Dao festival. Huokong was one of them. He instantly spotted his grumpy-looking grandpa in the distance and greeted him. Grandson greets his grandfather. He bowed respectfully, Huogang almost smiling as he saw that his grandson was fine. Little Kong, where is your father? Is what Jiao speaking the truth? Huokong nodded and recounted what had happened from his perspective. Most of it was the same, but the youth's eyes began shining whenever he started talking about Zhang Dong's fight and appearance. And then Lord Dong took off with that dark palm elder called Ming. He returned not long ago. I've even seen him wandering these halls. He truly reached the nascent soul level. The grandson was set on convincing his grumpy grandpa on trusting this clan for one reason or another. His blossoming fondness towards Zhang Shui might have played a slight role in his decision-making process. Is that so? Gang was willing to believe his grandson, but there was also a probability of brainwashing. He still wanted to grab his family members and just bolt it for the hills. He still needed to find his strongest son. He was the future of the clan and already almost as strong as he himself. Then suddenly people heard the sound of thunder. Out of nowhere a cultivator in a pure white robe appeared. The man looked to be in a hurry as he ran up to the man that was holding on the defensive array remote control. Huogang was watching this happen. He noticed that the Zhang members were instantly bowing at the man that just came in. He handed what looked to be a cube to the man along with a large scroll of paper. He wasn't hiding anything, as even he could see that that scroll had some sort of array formation on it. He focused his ears to listen to the conversation, quite interested in what this Zhang patriarch was all about. Yes Kuo, here is the improved array formation and here you have the first battery cube. You see these parts, you need to place them all there. The man took out more large paper scrolls. There were various things drawn onto them showing some strange pointy tower-like structures. Here, give this to the formation masters, have them work on it. He also handed the man a spatial ring, telling him that he would find most of the building materials in there. Supply the masters with more building materials if there happens to be something missing. Now go, we don't have any time to waste. I still need to make 5 more of those. Zhang Dong had taken a small break. He needed to give the plans to his workers while he was crafting the items required to power the new array formation. When he was about to head back to his crafting abode, a large burly man in a red robe stood in front of him. He looked like he wanted to say something. Grandfather T, this is the Zhang patriarch. Huokong was to the side, bowing his head down and looked slightly scared. His grandfather wasn't showing enough face to someone that was at the nascent soul level, as he didn't even bow. Zhang Dong looked to the red-haired youth and then to the muscular grandpa. The sight of those massive tree trunk-like arms was awe-inspiring. Ah, you must be from the Huo clan. I'm glad that you have arrived to aid us in these troubled times. We will take all the help we can get. Before Gang could even say anything, he felt the white-haired man's palm be placed on his shoulder. I welcome you to the United Sect of Elemental Dao. I don't have the time to take your oath right now, but after the preparations are done I'll be sure to arrange a pledge ceremony for everyone. Really glad to have you here. Huogang listened to the man talking and grasped Zhang Dong's hand by the wrist. He tried pulling it off his shoulder, but it felt like he was trying to move a mountain. It just wouldn't budge. The man just continued talking like there was nothing wrong. His muscles bulged and he even pushed his chi into it, but still, not even a millimeter of that hand moved. Ah, I see that you have brought many ships with you, that's great. If you have any spirit stones and beast cores with you, it would be great if you handed them over. We can use them to power the new improved grand formation. Huogang just sweated. His attempt at resisting wasn't being taken seriously at all. The man just walked away after a moment after monologuing for a while. The large old man knew just from that short encounter that this Zhang patriarch was a true monster and he wasn't taking him, the Huo clan leader, seriously at all. Ha! Grandfather, are you okay? I'm fine, Konger. The man had his fighting spirit sapped. First, there was this formation that could force them down to their knees, and then there was this monster of a Zhang patriarch running around. They had no way of forcing the Zhang clan to do anything. The only thing they could do now is either stay or leave without Huojiang. Sometime later at Jade Grass City. This city had gone through a lot lately. The streets were mostly deserted. The people with enough money to move out were long gone. The regular commoners on the other hand were waiting in their houses. The tensions were high and they knew that someone earned the wrath of the Overlord sect. The people were just bunkering up. If the overbearing sect cultivators didn't see them, they might be left alone, was their thought process. The old sect base was in shambles, but people were working. There were a bunch of cultivators wearing the dark palm sect robes gathered around a large portal gate. It looked similar to the one the junior cultivators used during the Deo festival final test, but it was much larger. It was at least the size of a football field in diameter. There was a large ramp going up to it and some symbols on the sides were already glowing. The gate is stable, primary tests are all positive, we are ready to activate it. A man shouted out from the side while standing next to some other cultivators. The people around the large teleportation gate nodded and started infusing the large contraption with their chi. The large ring part of the gate started spinning while water-like spirit energy appeared from the side and started flowing out into the center. The portal gate soon formed, the spiritual energy stabilized but was still bubbling slightly. That's enough spiritual energy, secure the gate, activate the balance locks. The ring that was spinning came to a halt, the rune-like symbols flickered around and shone brightly. Not long after that, you could see a person's foot coming through the water like the surface of the teleportation gate. The foot was followed by another one from the side as multiple cultivators emerged from the inside. Greetings elders and grand elders, everything has been prepared for the invasion, we await your orders. The ones that were stepping through this gate was Elder Wan and Elder Guo. These two were previously chasing Zhongdong all the way up to the border, this time around they would be part of the scouting force. Elder Wan nodded at the fellow sect member before moving his head forward and speaking out. We will proceed with the plan, the strike force will head towards the Zhong clan. Everyone cupped their fists and was ready for some action. In the distance the people in the city heard some rumbling, some of them peeked through the cracks of their windows as the sound was coming from above. Their eyes bulged as they saw at least 10 large flying ships going past them. The vibrations that were coming of those huge vessels were causing the windows and glass to shake, the loud sound was hurting the people's ears. They knew that this was the sect making a move, their destination unknown, but everyone knew that they would only leave death and destruction in their wake. The two nascent soul grand elders took to the sky and flew by themselves. The ships were carrying a large force of the sect disciples, the people taking part in this organized raid were in the Foundation establishment realm at the minimum. They were here to do the cleanup duty, the grand elders were far too high up the ladder. You couldn't expect them to do all the work, they were only there to clear out the nascent soul cultivator. If they were done with their assignment they would just remain there to keep watch, only taking part if something out of the ordinary occurred. This attack wouldn't get unnoticed by the other large sects, but it was up to debate if they would do anything. While everyone was going toward Spirit Spring City, Elder Wan and Guo started talking. You think that person will appear, Senior Wan? Don't think so, would you? Elder Wan replied while rubbing his chin, the answer seeming obvious to this man. I wouldn't, I would flee to a secluded location if I didn't have any backers. Yes, that is if he doesn't have anyone backing him, this could be some kind of elaborate scheme to split the clan up, so be vigilant, junior brother. Elder Guo nodded, the two knew that they had to watch out. They had brought treasures to aid their escape, they were worried that they could be going into a trap. They got the short end of the stick, being ordered by their sect leader to act as scouts. Can't these ships move any faster? It will take us half a day like this. The large scouting troop flew, hours passed as they were steadily moving towards their destination. While the Dark Palm sect was making its move, word of it arrived at the Zhong clan. They had planted various detection devices around their land that would alert them to such movement. A large fleet of ships is moving towards our location, Elder, 10 of them plus, this reading, there are 2 large energy signatures in that group. They are. The person that was looking at a sonar-like device started sweating. What is it? The commanding elder asked. We lost the signal, the large energy signatures were probably nascent soul cultivators, sir. Inform the others, we are going into Code Orange, everyone remember your training, for the Zhong clan. The elder man shouted the orders as the scouting party got discovered, their tracing apparatus was found out, but that wasn't important anymore. It did what it was supposed to do and now they could prepare for the assault. Sirens sounded out in the vicinity of Spirit Spring City. The streets were empty and all of the common people had left. Anyone that remained was either from the 3 clans, or someone patriotic enough to lend a hand. This was it, the battle would be beginning soon and everyone knew that. Spirit Spring City was surrounded from all sides by a sturdy wall, upon this large wall there were many guard towers, spaced out about 200 meters from each other. The guard towers looked like your regular circular-shaped castle towers, but on top of them was something uncommon. Each tower was equipped with a large cannon. These cannons looked more similar to anti-aircraft weapons that you saw in the modern era. A single cultivator sat on a seat to the side, the length of the cannons was close to 10 meters. These cannons didn't fire any projectiles, no, they fired of condensed spiritual bullets and were powered by the city itself. Out in the distance, the dark palm ships were flying forward. Spirit Spring City was still too far away for their own cannons to reach. The two nascent soul elders were a bit to the side. They were there mostly here to watch over the junior members and to defend against a nascent soul threat if it arrived. One of the elders was examining a strange metallic contraption that he found buried deep underground while they were flying here. This is a strange treasure, I'm sure it was giving off some kind of spiritual signal. Why would someone bury something like this in the middle of nowhere? The nascent soul elder had found the miliary device that alerted the Zhang clan of their arrival. They weren't sure what it was used for but reacted to the strange signals the treasure was giving out. They had spotted it with the help of their enhanced spiritual sense. Elder Guo, put it away, we will be reaching our destination soon, we must stay vigilant. What are you worried about, Elder Wan? Not like that person will risk being here to defend them. Even if he does, we just need to alert the sect leader and he and the other grand elders will arrive within the hour. The man nodded but still wanted to be careful. You never knew what would happen and he didn't get to this level by not being careful. Wait, something is coming. While they were talking they felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy around them. The two put up a large shield blocking the spirit rounds that were flying towards them from the distance. The whole sky lit up in a blue color as the bombardment started, the people at the guard towers continuously firing their cannons. The two elders spread out their energies to encompass the ships, the cannon fire getting suppressed by the powerful masters. HOH, those are some nice cannons they have there, they put ours to shame, they are at the earth grade level. Yes, surprising that a lower clan could build something like this and they have many, where were they hiding those? The two elders were surprised, core formation level power was paramount for these lower clans. These people at Spirit Spring City had many of those cannons, which meant that no one from the other clans would be able to attack their main base. We should get the plans for those, maybe we can improve the design and place it in our section. The two grand elders chatted while the cannon fire continued, their ships remained untouched while the two swept the sky from the spirit bullets that couldn't puncture the barriers that they set up in place. Still, we will have to take care of those cannons before the ships can move forward. No need, we'll just squash them while slowly approaching. Replied Elder Guo, not really wanting to retreat with the ships while the two of them could protect them while moving forward. Ha, you sure don't like wasting any time, Guo, fine, let us just be done with, what? Elder Wan felt something, he was stronger than Elder Guo that wasn't paying attention and moved away to the side. He saw two golden beams of concentrated energy shooting out from the ground. One went for him while the other towards his ally. He was barely able to evade it while shielding himself with all his might and suffered minor chi burns. His ally wasn't as lucky. How could this be? Elder Guo. The man watched on with shock, his ally was pierced by the finger-wide beam, struck directly in the chest. He looked below, to the source of this attack and saw him. There was someone there and he was already flying forward. He didn't know who this man was, he was wearing a white robe and his hair was pure as snow. He had retreated to the side but Guo had suffered a direct hit, so he was a sitting duck for this cultivator that was certainly also at the nascent soul level. It must be him, quickly alert the sect leader, we need reinforcements. Zhang Dong didn't let this chance be wasted. The moment he got the report that several flying ships were going their way he decided to ambush the nascent soul elders leading them. He used the underground tunnels and some digging to place himself somewhere between himself and the city, waiting and biding his time. He had improved some of his own techniques with the remaining spirit points, being able to hide his aura from even these two grand elders. While they were busy shielding their flying ships he took his chance and fired off two beams of concentrated energy from his fingers. He was quite far away from the two flying enemies, still, he managed to evade the notice of one of them, and now he was charging to finish the job. Elder Guo vomited blood and activated various life-saving treasures. A barrier formed around him while he healed himself and started to flee. He was already injured, his speed dropping severely. Zhang Dong wouldn't let this opportunity slide. He pulled out a sword, it was black and belonged to Wu Ming, he didn't have enough time to reforge it within this short span of time. You're not getting away. Sever the heavens, nascent soul version. Before he knew it radiant sword energy was moving towards him. He could only turn around and muster up all his power to attempt to block it. His defensive treasures trembled and split in half along with the man named Elder Guo. The sword strike travelled far and wide and slashed one of the galleon-sized flying vessels in two. The ground trembled, the sky split apart as the cleanly cut body of the nascent soul cultivator exploded and signaled the beginning of the battle. Screams and shouts were heard everywhere, the flying ships were getting bombarded by the long-range anti-aircraft cannons of the Zhang clan. Without the nascent soul elders protecting them, they were like sitting ducks. Before they could get into range to return fire, they would be annihilated. Their defensive arrays were ineffective against the cannon barrage. Their protective shields weren't strong enough to last. The leaders did the correct thing and signaled for a retreat. One of their ships was going up in flames while falling. Before it could crash, it was bisected by an enemy cultivator. This was Zhang Dong, and he was just delivering the ending blow to the Dark Palm Elder. His nascent divinity was badly injured and the chase wasn't long. He was first Grand Elder causality. That other guy sure ran away fast. He didn't even bother to help his own comrade. Elder Wan looked like a grain of rice in the distance. Even with Zhang Dong's enhanced vision, he was hard to spot. He looked to the sides and saw the retreating ships and some Dark Palm cultivators fleeing the scene. Even while escaping, they were getting bombarded by chi bullets. The scene was quite gruesome to watch. So this is war. This is long past the point of no return. Matt frowned while clenching his fist. His hand started glowing as golden lightning crackled. He remembered the time he mercilessly finished a band of bandits 2 years ago. This would be something similar, just on a larger scale. He threw the improved lightning spear into the air and watched it whiz past the clouds. A loud boom of thunder resounded throughout the area and a shower of golden lightning bolts rained down on everyone in the vicinity. The Dark Palm sect cultivators found themselves getting attacked from the back as they tried to flee and from the sky. Matt looked at the gruesome scene of people getting blown up and exploding while screaming for mercy. Deep inside, he knew that these people came to his city to do the exact thing that he was doing to them. Still, it didn't sit well with him. At least I'll give you a quick death. He wasn't in the mood to chase any straggler. All of the ships were going down after his lightning barrage. He propelled himself backward and headed back into the city. He expected more of those Dark Palm members to arrive, as he didn't think that killing one Grand Elder would be enough. It would be nice if this was the end, but knowing these murder hobos, they won't take something like this lying down. While Zhang Dong was returning back to Spirit Spring City, Elder Wan was pushing his spiritual energy to the max just to get away from there. He was sweating bullets and using his spiritual sense to feel if he was being chased. He was vigilant as he barely noticed his opponent being there. Only when the attack was fired off did he manage to react and dodge. Alert the sect leader, the enemy nascent soul master is in the city. Send the remaining Grand Elders to help. He shouted into his communication jade while flying without looking back. He thought that the man would give chase, but Matt was worried that he would be lured into a trap, or that they might attack the city while he was busy fighting the Grand Elders. Back in the Dark Palm sect main base, Yang Guanya was getting his report. What? That fool Guo is already dead, just like that. He was sitting together with the rest of the Grand Elders that were waiting for further orders. After pulling back the Grand Elder that remained at the border, they were down to 4 active ones and their sect leader. All of them would have to head out. They needed to protect the honor of their sect, but they had already lost far too much in this battle. Am I surrounded by fools? Can't you kill one whelp? The man's dastardly aura filled the whole room. The 3 Grand Elders that were with him went down to their knees under the pressure. Please, Grand Elder, appease your anger. The woman cultivator called out while Yang Guanya was having a fit of rage. The old man looked at his sect elders and finally stood up from his throne-like chair. He placed his long hands behind his back and floated forward. I'll take care of him. You fools follow me. I will not stand for this. This problem has to be kept a secret. The other sects cannot find out about this. We might suffer further losses to our lands. The group of elders floated towards one of the harmonious mountain peaks. This peak in particular was responsible for the teleportation arrays and gates that went through the whole Dark Palm territory. The personnel was already waiting for them and the gate was activated. Mobilize the main troops. While I and the Grand Elders are taking care of the nascent soul threat, they will eradicate their crummy city. We will take no prisoners. No one will survive. He proclaimed in a calm voice. Even though he wasn't shouting, everyone at the sect could clearly hear this order. The proud sect members raised their weapons into the air and cheered out. With their sect leader leading them, they had nothing more to fear. Everyone vanished through the large gate. Even their large ships were able to fit through this thing that quite the wide diameter. On the other side, they were greeted by part of the force that remained in the city. Everyone had their head lowered, not daring to look at their sect leader. They knew that he had a no-nonsense policy and would strike them down in a heartbeat if they showed him any amount of disrespect. Where is Elder Wan? The sect leader asked while the rest of the army was going through the teleportation portal. Elder Wan has retreated. He is flying towards the city. One of the people reported while not looking up, far too scared to meet the sect leader's eyes. So he left his men? The sect elder just nodded, thinking to himself that it was probably the right thing to do when fighting an unknown enemy at their territory. We will depart and meet Elder Wan halfway. All the grand elders come with me, the rest of the sect will fly in the front. The sect leader didn't put his trust into his sect warriors all too much, but he still could use them as meat shields or a distraction. If the flying ships gathered around, they could match the firepower of a nascent soul master. The only downside was that they were slow and their defenses were lacking. In a true battle, they would lose out but could act as a decoy or provide supportive fire from the back. Finally, everyone moved and the citizens of Jade Grass City trembled once more. This time around the armada was much larger, the ships blocked out the sky as their shadows were cast on the ground below. There was at least 100 of those ships coming in, the teleportation formation was working overtime. We must hurry and get done with this today, before the other sects find out. In Yang Guanyu's mind, there was a low chance of the other sects getting here. Even they in their own territory needed a whole week to get their teleportation array going. Their opposition would need to do the same while being unnoticed by their Dark Palm sect faction. There was no movement at the borders and their nascent soul masters weren't reporting anything out of place either. I greet the sect leader. Elder Wan bowed while floating in the air. He had a solemn expression and was slightly sweating while looking at the thin man floating in front of him. So, Guo is dead. Yes, sect leader, the enemy cultivator had hidden his presence and managed to land a surprise attack. Elder Wan did a quick recap of the situation. He was the only person that returned alive from that encounter. He was young and with white hair. Elder Wan nodded, the enemy was known for changing his appearance. Yes, but I didn't feel that disguising technique on this man, it might have been his real appearance. From the way he looked, our intelligence faction has determined him to be someone named Zhang Dong. The sect had their own intelligence gathering force and procuring information about the clan heads was an easy thing to do. Going in deeper would require more time though. Do we have any information on this Zhang Dong you speak of? The sect leader and the grand elders were mid-flight while talking. None of them made any inquiries into the lives of the people from the Zhang clan. They weren't treated as more than bugs in their eyes, there was no reason to do a thorough investigation. We don't know much, Patriarch, no one expected a small force like that to be protected by a strong cultivator like that. The rest of the elders tried contacting their own retainers, but it would take time for any useful information to get back to them. It matters not, the only important thing now is that he and his clan gets eradicated. We must bring these people to justice for offending us. Everyone agreed with the sect leader as they finally arrived close to the spot that Elder Guo was slain. Parts of the Dark Palm sect's ships were scattered throughout the area. There were multiple craters and holes, the nascent soul elders felt the place out, worrying that there could be another ambush. Everyone is dead, I don't sense any survivors. The sect leader focused as well. His weaker sect elders weren't able to see through the enemy's hiding technique. He was the sect leader though, its most powerful official member. His spiritual sense reached far and wide, his eyes looking around as he searched for the enemy. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he pointed a finger at a certain location. The gem on his forehead started glowing with a purple light. The energy traveled from this gem into his hand and collected in front of that digit in a matter of seconds. Do you think you can hide from this Yang Guanyu? Die. A massive surge of qi flowed out from that finger. It looked like a purple mass of energy with wailing souls trapped inside, the scratches were horrifying and even the grand elders started backing off. The attack landed at a certain location among the ship debris, a giant explosion echoing soon after. The people from the Dark Palm sect looked to that location, they felt proud at their sect leader who was able to sniff out the enemy master with just a glance. They started at that spot with eyebrows furrowed and their weapons drawn, not sure if this was enough to slay this foe that had caused them so much trouble. After the dust had settled, they saw someone emerge from the ground. Didn't think the same tactic would work again, but I just had to try. It was a cultivator in white robe-like armor. This robe seemed to be reinforced mostly by having pauldrons and arm guards out of some kind of metal. The man that emerged was holding one of his hands, it was trembling and his palm was giving out smoke. That hurt, slightly. So, you are the one that is going against my Dark Palm sect, is this some kind of rouse from the other sects? Guanyu moved forward while looking down at the young man, his beady eyes scanning him over with his spiritual sense. Yeah, just lured you here so that the other sects can attack your base. The man said while smirking. You must be joking. Even if they did that, it would at least take them a month to get past our defensive formation. You think such a blatant lie would work here? The man floated slightly backward while shrugging. Not really, but it was worth a try. You cultivation nuts like to overthinking simple things, so it wasn't that far-fetched. Yang Guanyu frowned at his opponent. The man was only in the early stage of the nascent soul. How was he able to slay so many of his men? Enough of this, you are clearly desperate to defend that little city behind you, there must be a reason for it. Hear my orders, surround the city along with the Grand Elders while I take care of this whelp. Dark Palm Sect, attack. A week had passed and the enemy army had finally arrived. The defenses were patched up into place, but the new formation array was only able to cover the Zhang clan compound and not the whole city. The first encounter with the Dark Palm Sect was victorious and one of the nascent soul enemies was defeated. This boosted everyone's morale, making them think that they could win this. The exact same strategy was attempted a second time even due to the complaints of the other cultivators, and just as expected it had failed. At this exact time, Matt was looking at his hand. It was trembling after he had defended himself against the strange ghastly attack of this new opponent. This guy might be tricky. He clenched his fist while looking up at the enemies before him. He thought that his improved disguising technique would let him take out one more Grand Elder before the big battle. He underestimated their leader's detection skills. He was now looking at the man while frowning. Yang Guanyu Nascent Soul Late Stage. 1 in the late stage, 1 at the middle stage and 3 at the early stage. Handling the 4 of the people that chased him down previously was hard enough. Now he had to go against this slender man looking old fart, which lowered his chances of victory even more. Those 2 haven't come out of their seclusion and I have no idea how close they are. The dimensional regalia masked any inside auras so he wouldn't know if they were breaking through even if it was happening right now. You want to go to the city while I'm here? Do you think you can handle me alone? Are you sure about that? Matt clenched his fists and flew up into the air. He could see that army of over 100 flying ships heading towards Spirit Spring City. Even without the protection of their nascent soul elders, it would be hard to shoot down all of these flying vessels. Yang Guanyu snorted while moving his palm forward in a grasping motion. From his perspective, this man was only in the early stage of the nascent soul, there wouldn't be a problem in just snuffing him out. Arrogant whelp, die. A large purple hand of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere. It was massive in size, each finger the size of a massive tree. The hand moved forward in a grasping motion as Guanyu attempted to crush his opponent with pure spiritual energy. "Two can play this game, you anorexic Palpatine-looking bastard." Zhang Dong mirrored the motion of the Dark Palm Sect leader. He created his own massive hand that went against the purple one. It was crackling with lightning energies and was radiating golden-colored energy. The 2 huge energy hands of the 2 masters collided, which caused even the Grand Elders in the area to stop in their tracks. What is this? He can match the leader's strength. Nonsense, the sect leader is a late-stage Grand Master. The 2 hands struggled against each other. Yang Guanyu raised an eyebrow and pushed more qi into that hand, which made it expand in size. The purple hand started whining out momentarily before the golden one expanded to match the other. After some back and forth, both of the hands exploded into fine energy particles, the explosion causing hurricane-like winds that pushed some of the flying ships to the side. Zhang Dong flew back, his opponent did the same while the explosion pushed everything away. Guanyu narrowed his eyes, this wasn't what he was expecting. His level of strength was enough to safeguard a large sect, there really weren't that many people above him at this level. Who are you? It's impossible that someone like you has remained hidden. Zhang Dong just looked up and moved his hands over his chest. He struck a valiant pose before shouting out. You got me. In reality, I am the son of the Azure Emperor. If you harm me, you'll all get eradicated. The Grand Elders stopped and gasped. Could this be true? If this youth was the actual son of the Empire's ruler, they would be all dead. Stop spewing nonsense, that is an obvious lie. Zhang Dong coughed into his hand while shifting his eyes to the side. You dare call the son of the Azure Emperor a liar? Hey, is that the Azure Emperor behind you? You could see a giant vein on the old Dark Palm Sect leader's forehead expanding. His pale face started getting red as he gritted his teeth. Kill them all. With this, the army of ships started to advance and it soon started getting bombarded by the city defense force that was set up on the walls. The 4 Grand Elders ignored the cultivator in white, leaving him to their sect leader. The man was confident and they wouldn't argue with him. Plus there had to be a reason that this man was trying to defend that structure, it would probably be best to find out why. Shit! Zhang Dong started glowing with a golden light that filled out the sky with a glaring glow. The light expanded to the sides, thunderous sounds echoed through the area. It looked like a miniature sun made from golden electricity and light was formed. It didn't take long for this effect to subside and be replaced by a large golden dragon that roared out into the sky. The dragon burst upwards and towards one of the Grand Elders that were approaching Spirit Spring City. Matt's plan was to buy as much time as he could before his allies made some progress. The dragon would help with protecting the city while he himself faced their strongest cultivator. Yang Guanyu didn't just stand and look at Zhang Dong without doing anything. He unleashed his dastardly aura into the surroundings. Wails of spirits were heard and purple fog escaped from the gem stuck to the man's forehead. The mist expanded and expanded into the sky before forming into a shape. The first thing Matt noticed about the mist was that it was taking a humanoid shape. The face looked like a skeleton. This skeleton was hovering in the sky while holding a large scythe. This was Yang Guanyu's soul beast. There were humanoid ones. This one looked like the Grim Reaper. It was dressed in a shadowy black robe and glowing purple energy was coming out of that hollowed skull. Compared to the golden dragon, the Grim Reaper-looking soul beast was a lot smaller, maybe just twice the size of its user. It just hovered behind the Dark Palm Sect Elder, its eye sockets burning with a spooky green glow. Yang Guanyu stood motionless in the air with his digits resting against each other in a triangle shape. The skeletal figure behind him gazed at the man in the white robe. It rose its bony finger out while pointing at him. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Matt felt that something was off the moment that man uttered those words. He raised his golden lightning barrier instantly before some strange dastardly fog surrounded him. It came out of nowhere and was highly corrosive. He could see it trying to eat away at his force field by the holy energies that were imbued into his defenses kept the demonic energy at bay. You, what is that awful Dao of the living? The man's beady eyes stared at Zhang Dong while he managed to protect himself from the strange energies. The Grim Reaper behind the man was still pointing out with his finger and probably resupplying this strange fog with more energy. Weak to the holy element. Zhang Dong smirked slightly and propelled himself forward while still keeping his shield up. He headed on a collision course with the Dark Palm leader and his soul beast. The man in the late stage of the nascent soul level didn't move a muscle. He kept his long thin digits together while just staring. The Grim Reaper behind him grew in size, its scythe moving out as it swung it against the incoming cultivator. The two energies collided with each other. The wails of many souls were heard as the Reaper beast delivered a strong blow on the man surrounded by the circular barrier. The two energies fought with each other for a few moments before cancelling each other out. Zhang Dong retreated a couple of steps and Yang Guanyu did the same, the man's complexion getting even paler after this exchange. Impossible. He was able to resist the Elder's soul beast and secret arts. The Grand Elders were slightly busy with the golden dragon that appeared out of nowhere, but they were able to see how their sect leader was faring. None of them would be able to survive one of Guanyu's demonic attacks. They knew that he was a demonic cultivator. No one cared about this fact, as what mattered was the power and prestige that he brought to the sect. He was mighty and not many could stand up to him due to the corrosive and poisonous nature of his attacks. He could even suck your soul from your body, leaving you nothing more than a skeleton. Somehow this man with white hair could protect himself from those attacks. They could feel that golden energy counteracting the venom that Yang Guanyu was producing. One of the Grand Elders bit his lower lip and wanted to fly over to aid their leader. The golden dragon beast had other plans. It roared out while producing storm-filled clouds. The area began getting bombarded with golden lightning bolts that set any flying ship in the nearby area up in flames. The whole place was a battlefield. The giant armada from the Dark Palm sect continued on while getting barraged by the Zhang clan defenses. Every able body was on those city walls, inserting all of their chi into the long-range cannons. This was the only thing they could do to aid their leader in this battle, so they gave their all, and some people were already passing out due to chi deprivation. Everyone saw the moment the Patriarch's golden dragon appeared. This was overshadowed by the skeletal soul beast of the Dark Palm sect leader. The strange aura from the creature was giving everyone the shivers. It was as if it was sucking their chi and life force away, but just being there. Things were different now. The clan might have had the upper hand against the small group of ships the first time around. They could submerge them in the cannon fire. They also had their patriarch helping them. Now, on the other hand, they were against 100-ship-strong armada. Even with the golden dragon keeping the other nascent soul elders somewhat busy, the enemies were advancing forward. Reporting, sir, the patriarch has engaged in combat. He is facing off against what we presume to be the Dark Palm sect leader. He matches the descriptions. The man getting the report was Zhang Jin. He was sitting in a room with some screens and looking at them. This place was the command center for the city defenses, and the clan had managed to somehow copy it from the secret ground. This was far worse than the hologram console and looked more like a game of Sink the Battleship. The enemies were indicated as red dots, while the allies by green dots. Is there any word of the Feng matriarch or the young Huo clan lord? Zhang Jin asked. No sir, the secret treasure is inaccessible to us so we have no information. Zhang Jin slammed his fist on the table and looked outside. He wanted to just fly out there on his sword and aid his grandson. He knew that it wouldn't change a thing and only might cause Zhang Dong's morale to plummet as he wouldn't last a second against any of those grand elders. He looked at the large gold dot that represented Zhang Dong and could only pray for a miracle to happen. Zhang Dong and the Dark Palm sect leader clashed a couple of times. A golden fist collided with the tip of a scythe that was being held up by a giant skeletal spectre in a black robe. Each time the two masters connected with their blows, a shockwave of mixed chi energies were sent out into the surroundings. It was a peculiar sight to behold. The energies that the younger cultivator was exuding energized the soil and made the grass and plants grow. On the other hand, the energy that the old man was giving out caused everything in the vicinity to die and rot away. Somewhat further away there was another large battle taking place. There were 4 beasts attacking a larger one. The bigger one was a golden dragon that was shooting out lightning bolts from its maw. The 4 soul beasts belonged to the 4 grand elders while the golden dragon was the one Zhang Dong was controlling. The dragon beast was somehow holding its ground, but it was mostly on the defensive. The other beasts didn't give it much of an opportunity to counterattack. The opponents varied by size and stature. One looked like a giant crane with a crimson-red beak. Another one that was the closest to the golden dragon's size looked like a snapping turtle with an outer shell coated with huge green spikes. The third one was a giant cobra that spit copious amounts of venom. The last one was a giant ox with a fiery mane. All of those colorful creatures were charging at Zhang Dong's soul beast. The dragon repelled the ox with its tail only to be attacked by the giant spikes of the turtle that fired them off. One of the spikes connected with the beast's scaly hide and shattered into many tiny pieces, unable to pierce it. Before the dragon could counterattack with its long-range breathing attacks, the cobra spit venom and the crane kicked up blade-like whines. The golden beast could do nothing more than protect itself by curling up with its wings together and focusing its chi on a protective barrier that deflected the attacks. That soul beast is strong, how can it contend with the 4 of ours? Elder Wan shouted out while the other 3 elders tried pushing the golden monster back. In response, it roared and produced a storm cloud that started shooting out lightning bolts indiscriminately. The surrounding area was filled by golden thunderbolts that gave Zhang Dong's soul beast some space but didn't deliver that much damage to its enemies that quickly retreated. My dragon is having problems. I need to beat Skeletor here and go help him out. Matt thought while continuing his battle with Yang Guanyu. This old man looked like a walking corpse but was quite strong. He couldn't just blitz him like the other elders with his superior speed and power. He threw a punch forward, it generated a surge of golden lightning energy that flew at his opponent. The Reaper Soul Beast didn't move from behind the old man and just preformed a half-circle motion with the tip of its scythe. This motion produced some kind of illusion of a red moon that looked like it was soaked in blood. The moment the energy fist connected with the bloody moon, the moon rippled as if it was made from water. It was as if he hit a reflection of a moon from a pond. This ripple motion subsided after a moment as if it was never there in the first place. You have a lot of gall to try and fight me without your soul beast. The old man showed an eerie smirk. He pointed out forward with his thin index finger. The reaper behind him swung forward and his scythe looked like it cut open the sky itself. Matt felt a shiver run down his spine the moment he saw that attack. He immediately propelled himself downward. The moment he performed his evasive maneuver, a large scythe appeared behind him aiming for his neck. He was quick enough to evade it but he lost an inch of his hair while at it. This guy is strong. Matt gulped, sweat running down his forehead as he almost got decapitated. He needed to step it up a notch if he was going to land a decisive blow but he was hesitating to go all out. One reason being the other 4 cultivators fighting his dragon. If he went all there was a big chance that he would lose against the Elder Quartet due to the draining nature of his techniques. Should I go for it, or should I buy more time for the others? He focused his spiritual sense behind him. The large armada of ships was heading for his city and the cannons weren't as effective as before. The flying ships had some sort of protective formation. The barrage of chi bullets couldn't penetrate it effectively enough and they were advancing further and further. If this continued they would get into range and start returning fire. Before he could make a decision he felt another of those dimensional scythe attacks coming his way. It wasn't one though as the Grim Reaper-looking soul beast started swinging his scythe around at all sorts of angles. Matt finds himself dodging pointy black ghost blades left and right, his armor and clothes even ripping in various spots as he backed away. Getting distracted? You really have a death wish? Yang Guanyu shouted out while he started waving both of his hands around. The soul beast behind him increased in size slightly while the attacks continued, more ferocious and deadly than before. Don't get too cocky, you old fart. Zhang Dong's body started exuding a massive amount of qi, he gave out a loud shout before charging forward. While flying forward he was continuously evading those dimensional blades. His body started transforming, golden lightning wrapped around his whole form and his muscles bulged out. The scythe blades came from all directions, tiny rifts appeared around Zhang Dong's location. They shot out, going towards his body as they tried to impale him from multiple directions. The only thing they hit was his afterimage that exploded into thousands of tiny electrical sparks that caused some damage to the Reaper Soul Beast. Zhang Dong appeared right next to Guanyu while in his improved embodiment of the Thunder God form. He was holding his right hand back and then threw it forward in a palm strike. Everything happened in a fraction of a second. The Dark Palm leader mustered up all of his power to block this attack. An illusory figure appeared behind Zhang Dong as he was throwing his palm forward. It looked like a giant golden statue, similar to a Buddha in appearance. This statue was sitting down in a lotus position and had multiple sets of arms. One of these arms was mirroring the attacking pattern of the Zhang Patriarch as he was pushing his palm forward. Matt was lacking high-level techniques after ranking up into the nascent soul level. Luck was on his side though, he was able to get a nascent soul technique when he leveled up his body, refining into the true golden body. This was an attacking technique that summoned a giant golden statue behind him. This statue looked like a cross between an Ashura and a Buddhist monk. The shining palm went forward, crashing into the defenses of the Dark Palm leader. The man formed a shadowy barrier in front of him. The Reaper Soul Beast also used its scythe to defend against this attack. Guanyu found himself getting pushed back, slight cracking noises echoing as the attack connected fiercely. The enemy cultivator flew backward and crashed into the ground. The golden statue faded away into nothingness after the attack finished. Zhang Dong remained floating in the air while panting slightly. Damn, this body refining attack uses up a lot of my stamina instead of qi, can't use it that often. The Dark Palm cultivators on the side reacted in shock, their eyes going wide after witnessing the giant explosion that almost made their ears explode. The four Grand Elders even stopped attacking the golden dragon that was even getting injured by them at this point. The sect leader got pushed back. Is he able to fight? The four of them looked at the man hovering in the air. He was exuding massive amounts of radiant qi. He was giving off an aura of someone that they shouldn't be messing with. They then turned to the spot that their leader was smacked away towards, hoping to see him uninjured. Matt on the other hand was already pointing out with his finger, aiming at a spot behind all the smoke and dirt. You think I'll let you recover? A beam of light shot out of Zhang Dong's index finger. It impacted into the ground and caused another explosion to occur. Even though he wasn't able to see his enemy with his eyes, he had other senses that allowed him to see through the smoke screen. He could clearly tell where the man was standing and didn't want to let him recover. I have to strike the iron while it is hot. He took off going for his target, that was the tall and lanky Dark Palm sect patriarch. The man had suffered a setback after receiving these two strikes and was retreating. He burst out of the ground while frowning, some blood coming out of his mouth. Before he could shout out some curses at his opponent, he saw a fist coming his way. The only thing he could do was to turtle up and set up a ghastly barrier made from purple soul energy. Lightning-fast attacks rained down on Yang Guanyu, who couldn't get a hit in between the barrage. He found himself on the defensive while the opponent that was clad in a mantle of golden lightning continued to attack. Soon his barrier burst like a soap bubble and the familiar golden palm speed for his face once more. The palm descended once again with even more power behind it. I won't let you. Before the strike could be delivered, Zhang Dong had to move his forearm upwards to cover his face. He felt a massive blow that caused his bones to strain and his muscles to twitch. He was sent flying to the side before his golden palm attack could land decisively on Yang Guanyu's face. He looked to the person that interrupted his assault and discovered that it was one of the Grand Elders. He was a slightly larger man with a large two-handed battle hammer. It was a miracle that he didn't have a broken bone. Damn, my whole forearm is numb. He glared at the Dark Palm Grand Elder that came to the rescue of their leader. Before he could say anything, he had to propel himself backward as another chi attack was thrown his way, this time by the old lady cultivator that was also a nascent soul Grand Elder. Sect leader, let us help you take out this man, he is far too dangerous. Zhang Dong panted. He had used quite a bit of his spiritual energy to rush this old slender man-looking elder. He hoped to end the battle fast, or at least injure him before the other elders came to help him. His strategy had failed. He could see Guanyu rising up and his wounds healing rapidly as he circulated that demonic energy around him. The plants around the area started withering and anyone below the nascent soul level would also be sucked dry as this demonic cultivator healed himself. Yes, he needs to die. The old man replied in a strange voice. His body had gotten paler and even lost some mass after this exchange. He had finally realized that this man he was facing was far more dangerous than expected. Hear my order, all Grand Elders are to focus on this enemy cultivator, the rest of the sect will attack the city on their own. Guanyu was positive that he wouldn't beat Zhang Dong on his own. He was far too powerful to be left alive and was also someone that used the holy Dao that demonic cultivators like him were weak against. The city in the back had no value, this man had to go down and he needed to die fast before they continued. Matt looked at his new opponents, he had to back away while the enemies recovered. The 4 other elders were now hovering around their sect leader that was right in the middle. The soul beasts were recalled by the 4 grand elders that stood against him, his own golden dragon also retreated and was roaring at the enemies. Outnumbered 5-1. This reminded him about the time when he protected his clan from the initial invasion of some other clans. He was also outnumbered at that time, but there were differences. For one, these people were all the top brass and from one sect while the old enemies that he faced were far lower on the totem pole and their teamwork wasn't that great. I see that the noble Dark Palm sect knows how to gang up on people, very honorable of you. Zhang Dong chuckled while rubbing his forearm that was still a bit jittery. The 5 cultivators stared daggers at him as they knew that he was making fun of them. Being noble has no worth in battle, the victorious ones are always just. Yang Guanyu replied while moving forward. The 5 nascent soul elders moved in some kind of square formation with their leader in the middle. Their spiritual power had a serious spike in energy as they advanced. Zhang Dong moved his hand forward as he signaled his dragon to attack. The beast released a massive blast of golden energy from its maw at the approaching cultivators. Sparks flew as the massive beam of golden plasma hit some kind of barrier that it couldn't get through. The 4 soul beasts charged forward and Zhang Dong's dragon charged in to intercept as they returned to their own battle. This left Zhang Dong against the 4 grand elders and their sect leader with his reaper-like beast in the back. More explosions resounded throughout the Zhang clan region, the large galleon ships flew through the air while suffering some casualties. They finally managed to get into range and returned fire at those anti-aircraft weapons in the city. The cannon fire was exchanged and the protective formation that was keeping the walls in place crackled and was close to shattering. The people that were on the city walls knew that the outer protective formation wouldn't hold out for long. They continued to stay and return fire though, none of them was willing to give the enemy even an inch. Keep firing, don't let them get near the city. The Patriarch is holding the sect masters at bay, we must aid him. We need more spiritual energy. Various battle shouts filled the area but they were quickly drowned out by multiple cannon fire coming from both sides. From the 100 ships, about 80 remained and they were continuously falling from the sky while slowly approaching. The enemy's barriers were slowly giving out but they were right at Spirit Spring City's doorstep. The outer barrier finally fell and the anti-flying ship weaponry started receiving damage. Various explosions filled the city walls and towers as the advancing armada pushed further in. It is time, brothers, let us destroy this clan, we had suffered enough loss to our face. A Dark Palm sect elder in the core formation realm charged out while shouting. His bravado didn't last for long as he received a stray hit from a chi blast from one of the intact Zhang clan cannons. He was the first of the core formation warriors to die, he wasn't the last one charging forward though. The city defense force found themselves getting pushed back. Soon enough the enemy cultivators reached the walls and started destroying the weaponry. Shouts and cries of the defenders were quickly drowned out as the Dark Palm sect's blades fell onto their necks and turned everything crimson. The enemy cultivators charged into the city premise only to find the place abandoned. All of the city population was evacuated and there was not a soul to be found here. Some of the defenders from the walls had escaped before the sect warriors could get to them. The pursuit continued as the sect cultivators wanted vengeance for their members that died under the cannon fire. Senior brother, we found some of the enemy cultivators in that building. One of the sect members shouted out while a group of others charged at the spot he was pointing at. They kicked down the door to discover 2 people inside. The person was an old man that was wearing a blue robe, one that showed that he was a regular member of the Zhang clan. The other one was an older lady with a more brownish tint to her skin and wearing a Feng clan robe. The 2 were huddled together and the old man was holding something in his hand. "Ha, what do we have here? 2 old lovebirds." The Dark Palm cultivators walked forward while brandishing large sabers that were already red from blood. Before they could deliver a deceive blow, the 2 cultivators from Spirit Spring City nodded to each other and shouted out. "For the Alliance, for the new sect." May it live long and prosper. A clicking sound was heard afterward, followed by a bright light that came from the ground. Before the dark palm cultivators could react, the whole place exploded. The city defenders had placed massive amounts of explosives in attacking formations around the premises. With the people that lived here gone, there would be no civilian casualties. The shouts and cries of the invading forces were drowned out by the booming sounds of detonation. The ones that were on the ground looking for survivors suffered a quick death. Some of the people that were hovering in the air and close to the blast radius suffered crippling injuries. Get back into the sky, those bastards are blowing up the city with themselves in it. The invading forces fled back into their ships or onto their flying swords. The less powerful ones suffered from the various traps that were placed around the city. This was long from over though, as there was still a large force hovering in the air going towards the main Zhang compound where most of the city cultivators were in. The city is on fire. The people inside looked in shock at the happenings outside. The city that housed millions of people was getting destroyed, the springs of water were erupting from all the heat and the buildings were crumbling the further the enemy army went in. The only thing keeping them out now was the new grand defensive formation. Everyone stay inside, the new grand defensive formation can defend against nascent soul threats. We will be safe inside. Zhang Lu shouted out while trying to calm some people down. He and his sisters were helping out the soldiers that managed to return from the defensive walls. The two were also performing their duties but were forced by their elders to retreat faster than the other United Elements sect members. Zhang Shui was quite adept at the Water Dao recovery arts. These were boosted by their patriarch to a new level and could even regenerate severed limbs. The process was quite slow though and required an ample amount of spiritual energy. She wasn't the only one helping out though, her friends from the once established 9th platoon were all here with her. Her senior sister Zhang Ai that got relocated to Moonlight City with her snake-faced senior brother were both here. She was actually tending to his wounds. He was badly injured from one of the explosions that occurred, his fingers were blown off and she was frantically trying to help him regenerate. Zhang Bao and Zhang Peng that looked even more muscular than 2 years ago were helping carry the injured people in. Both of them were in the midst of the evacuation and also helped during the bombardment. The only reason they were alive now was that the older members from the Triforce Alliance decided to stay behind while the youngsters could evacuate. They were carrying them over to the twins Zhang Yu and Mi for healing as the two were quite adept at it. Zhang Tai was also there. He had Zhang Hong's large arm around his neck as this large junior brother had suffered the most. His body was riddled with holes and scratches as he had used his larger body as a shield to protect some of the junior members during the retreat. The war was now upon them and there were casualties on both sides. The attackers were now slowly encircling their main base while bombarding it with various attacks. The barrier rippled and shone in bright light as it managed to repel all of the attacks. After the smoke cleared, the Dark Palm sect cultivators were surprised that the barrier didn't suffer any damage. Everyone inside gave out a sigh of relief. The enemies couldn't get to them but they were still trapped here and could only wait for the battle outside to go their way. The enemy sect didn't just wait there while twiddling their thumbs. The flying ships that survived the offensive encircled the Zhang clan compound. Their cannons were continuously blasting at the defensive formation as they tried testing its defensive features. Even a powerful barrier like this would run out of spiritual energy eventually. The formation is holding out, someone give me a report. Back at the command base, the Zhang Jin shouted, a cultivator with a mustache that was sitting to the side quickly replied. The Patriarch has engaged the enemy nascent soul cultivators in battle. An hour has passed since then and there is no clear winner yet. The man gave a recount of the situation, mostly mentioning that even after an hour Zhang Dong wasn't able to deliver a killing blow to any of the 5 enemy nascent soul cultivators. That Yang Guanyu is really powerful and also looks to be a demonic cultivator, how can the other sects allow him to roam free? Zhang Ji asked while looking at the little dots on the screen. The large golden one was bouncing about on it, it indicated Zhang Dong. 5 other red dots were circling around it. This indicated the battle that was taking place between their patriarch and the Dark Palm sect masters. Alas, no one will make a move on someone of that caliber. They are afraid of the repercussions. They can't risk losing valuable masters in a drawn-out fight. They might be able to bring the demonic cultivator to justice but then they will find themselves at the mercy of the other big sections. Zhang Ji sat down after Zhang Jin did the explanation. He more or less knew why this was happening but it was a hard pill to swallow. There was no trust between the large factions and they cannibalized themselves constantly. Battles for resources and terrain occurred and if one side showed any sign of weakness they would get probed and then attacked. This was the type of world they were living in. If there was uncertainty the other large factions wouldn't act. The people glued their eyes to the screen. The large golden dot was slowly decreasing in size. Each time the smaller red ones moved closer to it, it would slightly waver. Can the patriarch win alone? Are we supposed to wait here for our deaths after he draws his last breath? The others in the room deliberated. Zhang Dong had ordered them to stay behind the fortified barrier and just wait for the battle to be over. This didn't sit well with the warriors here. They would rather fight to their deaths than just wait for their demise. Still, they knew that they wouldn't be much of help against that many core formation and nascent soul cultivators. They knew that they could at most be meat shields for their leader. While they were contemplating, a loud sound could be heard outside. The large defensive formation churned with power and shone brightly. The trapped people looked with astonishment as they saw all the large ships in formation around an even larger one. This larger one had a massive cannon at the bow. This cannon was blasting a condensed stream of spiritual chi at the force field, slowly eating away at its defenses. Would the formation hold up, or would the beam of chi cut through in time? No one knew. The people inside were aghast as they could only watch as the barrier was slowly thinning. Ah, fuck! Zhang Dong thrust his sword forward. Following his motion, some golden energy shot forward. The sword energy collided with a purple beam of light and the two forces cancelled each other out. He then propelled himself backward with haste as another attack came for his head. A few strands of his hair got severed as he propelled himself to safety. At least that was what he thought. The moment he reached his destination, another enemy cultivator was waiting for him. This time around he wasn't lucky enough to just dodge it. He felt something hitting his side, his mouth opened up wide and some blood escaped as he groaned. He held his midsection for a moment before looking at the person that hit him. The man was the same one that had previously struck him with that large sledgehammer. 5-on-1. I can't land a decisive hit on any of them. He felt like a ball getting kicked around by some rowdy kids. His enemies continuously attacked him from all sides. He wasn't able to evade everything and found himself getting hit constantly. He was worried about the thin elder in the late stage the most, so he was making sure to keep watch over him. Though due to this he was getting pummeled by his four cronies whenever he dodged his attacks. His white robe was ripped up and some of the armor parts were also falling off. This robe wasn't made to resist nascent soul attacks. The only reason that he wasn't dead yet, was thanks to his body refining technique. It proved to be essential in protecting him from the strikes, but it also had a limit and he was slowly getting riddled with injuries. His soul beast wasn't doing much better as it was also battling against the odds. "Ha, is that all you've got? I can keep this up for months." He spat some blood to the side and wiped his mouth. His opponents glared at Zhang Dong. He was proving to be a tough opponent even for them. Yang Guanyu flew forward and pointed at Zhang Dong with his bony finger. The other four elders shifted their positions to move around him. "Don't listen to him, he is bluffing." The other four nodded at each other while getting into a battle formation. Guanyu gave some kind of signal with his eyes while flying back. His hands started moving as he formed some strange symbols with them. The other four didn't wait for their leader and continued with their attacks. The Dark Palm sect leader smirked to himself while looking at his sect members battling the white-haired cultivator. He started murmuring something under his breath and continued making some strange hand seals. "Hee, just you wait." His eyes glowed as he saw the enemy cultivator glowing brightly and dispersing some attacks while dodging. "Don't think that you are the only crafty person around, you just activated my trap formation." The man grinned while pushing both of his hands forward the moment he saw Zhang Dong move to a certain location. A greenish glow shot up from the ground and surrounded the white-haired cultivator. He was busy blocking two attacks and wasn't expecting a trap, even less on his home turf. "Arg, what is this?" A thick green pillar of light shot up from the ground and went straight to the heavens. Matt was right in the middle and felt like vomiting. This beam of light appeared out of nowhere and it was draining him of his chi. He tried pushing his cultivation to the maximum in an attempt to get out, but before he could, the four nascent soul cultivators reacted. They placed themselves around the green pillar of light with their hands stretched out. The moment this happened, the light flashed brighter and Matt felt his cultivation getting drained. He found himself unable to move from the spot. He could barely move his hands and legs as he inched forward sluggishly. Truly monstrous, even when faced with the devouring soul formation he is still able to stay conscious, said the only female grand elder from the bunch. She was pushing all of her remaining chi into this trap that they had set up. While Zhang Dong was getting distracted by the group of nascent soul cultivators, they were placing special array forming treasures. They had hidden them away during the scuffle and then successfully lured the young cultivator into their trap. "He is resisting, we can't hold him for long," sect leader proclaimed the third nascent soul elder that was in the early stage. The man was quite lanky and his eyes were really small. No need to worry, I only need a second to eradicate him. Matt didn't like the sound of that, not for one bit. He pushed his cultivation to the apex, his eyes started glowing and he could feel power returning to his limbs as he flew forward. Ugh! The 4 people that were keeping him in place gritted their teeth and activated various spiritual treasures. They felt a new burst of power entering their bodies and the trapping formation burst with even more power. The green energy pillar expanded in thickness and it looked like Jiangdong was getting swallowed up by a swamp. His advance stopped and he found himself getting bombarded by excruciating pain. It was as if a million tiny hooks were getting pressed into his body and then pulled on his skin and flesh from all sides. He could barely hold on thanks to his pure holy energies that were surrounding his body, but even he couldn't go against 4 nascent soul masters working together while getting backed by various high-quality heaven treasures. The golden dragon in the back couldn't come to his aid either. The moment he got his by this strange trap formation he felt his connection to his soul beast getting muddled. The beast's power dropped and it was now getting pummeled by the 4 enemy soul beasts, unable to aid its master. This is the end, you will die for offending my sect, your city, and everyone in it will fall next. Yang Wanyu had taken out a weapon of his own. It was, of course, a large war scythe, its blade crimson, and laid out with strange black runes. A war scythe was different from a regular scythe that was associated with the Grim Reaper. It was similar to a spear with a curving single-edged blade with the cutting edge on the concave side of the blade. The blade released a strange black fog that covered the crimson edge that shone bright red. The power coming of this high-grade heaven weapon was astronomical and would surely deliver a massive blow to Jiangdong if he didn't manage to dodge it. His whole body trembled as he tried to move. The 4 elders around the pillar pushed even more chi into the formation to keep him at bay. Shit! I can't move. He couldn't budge a muscle. He could feel that the enemy cultivators wouldn't be able to hold this soul-devouring formation up for long. They didn't have to though, their sect leader was already close to being done with charging up his attack. Matt tried activating his system window, his only hope was reaching the disciple window and teleporting away from here. Damn move! There was a problem though. He needed to manually move his finger over to the system window and perform a couple of clicks. He wasn't able to even move his fingers, even less his whole arm to go through all the pop-up windows. God damn it, who designed this shitty system this way? Yang Wanyu raised the war scythe up into the air while looking in the direction of Jiangdong. The whole blade was giving off a sinister aura and it seemed that he was ready to deliver the finishing blow. You have caused enough trouble you whelp, now die and become nourishment for my cultivation. The old man brought down the blade of his weapon downwards in a swipe. The moment the war scythe blade descended it produced a surge of dastardly weapon energy that looked like black blood. It descended on Jiangdong that was trying to escape. He pushed himself to the brink, his whole body expanded and his muscles bulged. He tried activating both his bodily cultivation along with his nascent soul that was kicked into overdrive. The 4 enemy cultivators that were holding him in place started bleeding from their noses as they did the same, not willing to let this enemy go. Can I take this hit? Will I die? Can the others flee in time? A myriad of thoughts filled his mind while he thrashed about, unwilling to die at this moment as many lived depended on him. Still, he was only one nascent soul cultivator going against many. He was still an inexperienced fighter that had entered this trap without knowing any better. The bloody scythe energy descended and was about to deliver a massive blow to the Zhang clan patriarch, but then something strange occurred. One of the grand elders vomited copious amounts of blood. It was the one with the lanky one with the small eyes. The trap array wavered and Jiangdong managed to release more of his aura. The killing move from Yang Wanyu finally hit the spot that Jiangdong was in, but due to one of the elders faltering he was able to push himself to the side. Everything exploded and the other 3 grand elders defended themselves while moving back. What? Who dares? After the smoke had cleared they spotted the cultivator in white 100 meters away from them. He was still alive and kicking, he wasn't uninjured, his left thigh was bleeding profusely as his leg was almost severed from that attack. The attack went right through his metal-like muscle and almost went through his thigh bone, he was lucky enough for it being such a hard bone to cut through. If the attack went for the neck as his enemy intended, he would have been dead. The other 3 grand elders and their sect leader glared at the man that had wavered and allowed the trap formation to break. He was holding his mouth and still vomiting. The others only noticed now why he was doing that. They turned around and saw a large red soul beast choking out the large cobra soul beast with its hands. The red monster beast looked like a devil. The upper part was humanoid and the beast had large black horns, its hair was on fire as well as the rest of its body that radiated red plasma energy. The legs of this creature looked to be goat-like, it had coal-black hooves that connected to muscular bright red legs. The soul beast that this creature was mangling belonged to the Grand Elder that was suffering a backlash and explained how this happened. This wasn't the only problem. The old woman Grand Elder started feeling quite weak as well as her own soul beast was suffering a life-threatening attack of its own. It was getting attacked by a bird soul beast. This beast looked similar to a legendary phoenix, but instead of having fiery red feathers it had green ones. It was spitting out wind chi out of its beak together with lightning bolts that were causing her crane soul beast to loudly wail from the pain. Who dares attack the Dark Palm sect? Yang Guanyu shouted while turning around. He wasn't expecting this young nascent soul master to get any backup. From the way he operated it made it look like he didn't have any type of backing. He could see two figures approaching. They were coming from the city. One looked to be a large muscular man, his hair and fists were on fire, his body was radiating dense fire energy. To his side was a woman, she was surrounded by green energy and her eyes were glowing with the same color. Whenever the woman flew, storm clouds gathered and produced lightning strikes that devastated the area. Why wouldn't we dare to protect our sect leader? Proclaimed Fang Lina as she flew forward. That's right. You think we from the United Element sect are easy to bully? The 5 Dark Palm elders looked at each other with question marks above their heads. They had no idea what this sect that they were speaking of was, but apparently, they were the enemy as they came to help the man that they were attacking. Zhang Dong gritted his teeth while looking at his injured leg. His body refining technique was primed towards defense more than regeneration, so it wasn't healing that fast. He was lucky enough in the sense that this attack didn't go through fully and he managed to keep it. Damn, those demonic energies are eating away at my leg. He could feel and see some black chi entering his body. Thankfully his spiritual energy that had a second holy attribute was managing to fight against this invading force. The combination of powerful defense and healing capabilities from his upgraded cultivation method was proving to have been the right choice. He used the time gained from the confusion to push his holy chi into this thigh to stop the bleeding. He worked fast while activating his spatial ring. A transparent thread flew out and quickly pierced the flesh of his thigh muscle that got severed. He used this suture that was made from special spider silk to sew up his wound. The cut was quite deep and the demonic energies made it hard for him to just heal up without any help from external items. Blasted, he is recovering, don't let him. Yang Guanyu shouted while pointing his thin finger at Zhang Dong's direction, but before he could fire off his demonic spell he felt a large amount of spiritual energy coming his way. He protected himself with a similar Bloody Moon defensive spell against the beam of golden light. This beam was the breath attack of Zhang Dong's soul beast that was now able to aid its master. The other soul beasts were now clashing with the two belonging to Feng Lina and Huojiang. The dragon roared while placing itself between Zhang Dong and Yang Guanyu. It looked banged up, one of its eyes was missing. Its webbed wings were pierced in a couple of places and one of the horns was broken. It had done its best and lasted to this point, but it was also quite tired. Zhang Dong wasn't faring much better as he had burned through a lot of chi while he was trying to free himself. He also had already taken a lot of hits. You think this changes anything, Grand Elder's attack? The Dark Palm sect leader proclaimed while shouting out. The problem here was that 2 of his elders were suffering backlashes from their soul beasts getting mangled up by the other 2 that appeared. He forgot that they have been tangling with this white-haired cultivator for so long and were tired from holding him in place with the trap formation. For some reason the enemy was still standing. Normal cultivators would have run out of chi by this point. This was all thanks to the great his cultivation method was, thanks to which he had multiple times more juice to run on than other people did. The Plasma Ifrit and Ascended Storm Phoenix were proving to be more than a match for the Dark Palm sect Grand Elders. 2 of them were vomiting copious amounts of blood while their respective beasts were getting mauled. The ones remaining were the large spiky turtle that belonged to the strongest Grand Elder present, Grand Elder Wan. The other was the ox with the fiery mane that was used by the cultivator that was using the large hammer. I'll leave those 4 to you, keep them occupied while I take care of this bastard over there. Zhang Dong called out to Feng Lina and Huojiang that already in speaking distance. The 2 had managed to push into the nascent soul level not too long ago but needed some time to get used to it. The 2 did it at almost the same time and rushed out of the medallion treasure just in time to destroy a large armada of ships that were trying to cut a hole into the large protective formation of the newly created sect. Yes, senior brother, leave these old farts to me, I was itching to test out my new abilities. Huojiang was glowing red and his already muscular body looked as if it reached a new high. He charged forward the closest opponent that in this situation was Elder Wan throwing a fist forward. His opponent felt a massive spike of energy in the surrounding area along with scorching heat that almost caused his beard to catch on fire. After finishing up with the crane-looking soul beast, Fanglina appeared next to Zhang Dong while causing a massive cyclone to appear around them. The battlefield got even more hectic with the appearance of these two young nascent soul masters. They were still green behind the ears, but thanks to their cultivation manuals being at the immortal grade, they were a notch above these four old farts. Let me aid you, senior brother Dong, here, use this to recover some strength. Fanglina threw over some recovery pills that Zhang Dong chomped on. The pills were meant for core formation cultivators, but Matt was happy for the gesture. He nodded at the beauty that looked even more enchanting now than before and then charged at his enemy. His cut leg was still hurting after the quick patch job, but it would have to do, the enemies wouldn't let him recover any more than this. Fanglina nodded while looking at Zhang Dong. He looked beat up, his pure white robe was soaked in blood, his hair was messed up and he looked a lot paler than usual. She pressed her lips together tightly and then turned around. She looked at two of the Grand Elders. One was the female cultivator while the other one was the larger elder with the great hammer. She showed the two an icy stare, the two battle fans that were gifted to her by Zhang Dong already clenched tightly. She moved one forward while producing a mini cyclone that flew forward at the old lady. She then moved her other fan that produced a similar cyclone that attacked the larger man. The two wind twisters charged forward, expanding in size. Besides sharp blades of wind, you could spot small lightning bolts inside of them. You dare harm my senior brother? This offense must be paid in blood. She strode forward, her soul beast was already fighting its own battle in the back. The two Grand Elders got swept away by the powerful winds, unable to evade them. Is this all you got? Our Dark Palm Grand Elders this weak? Elder Wan retreated. He looked down at his palm that was sizzling and smoking after he received the attack of this red-haired cultivator. The man was old and had lived through many battles but had never faced anyone with such pure fire energies. This was true, as this wasn't any simple fire chi that Huoqiang was using, he was using plasma that could burn hot as a star. Elder Wan wasn't alone, the fourth Grand Elder that suffered a backlash a moment ago was aiding him in battle. The two were somehow able to contend with the burning cultivator as he seemed inexperienced. This was the only reason that they were alive, as he outperformed them in any other aspect, be it speed or power of his attacks. You had your fun fighting 5 against 1, I hope you can at least give me somewhat of a challenge. I'd like to test these new techniques of mine. Huoqiang laughed while charging forward. His eyes were glowing red and his breath was pushing out condensed fire chi that scorched anything that got in its path. The tables were slowly turning. With the added help of his two friends, Matt was now able to face their leader on his own, and he wouldn't let this chance be squandered. Zhang Dong gritted his teeth while slamming back into Yang Guanyu to engage him into a close-range battle. The man looked paler than before. The previous attack had drained him of some spiritual energy, but he was still able to defend himself. Matt was the one that was looking far worse now. Each time the two clashed, he could feel his leg throbbing. The quick suture patchwork that he had performed was somehow holding, but due to the clashing energies, his leg wasn't healing fast enough. Even though he was in pain, he didn't shy away from using that injured leg. Far too many people had already died in this battle and he was frantic to end it as fast as possible. The exchange was similar to the previous one. The two clashed, but this time around Zhang Dong had his golden dragon to back him up. Yang Guanyu found himself on the defensive. His own soul beast was still behind his back, just blocking the combined attacks of the Zhang Patriarch and his large dragon beast. In the distance among the destroyed city, the other cultivators looked on. The Dark Palm sect members that were in the remaining flying ships were now in disarray. No one could have predicted this outcome. They were already fighting against this puny clan and its weak allies for hours, and their elders weren't able to even kill off anyone. Even worse, two other powerful cultivators that were able to contend with their Grand Elders appeared. The whole situation looked grim. Commander, what should we do? Should we aid the elders and retreat for now? One of the core formation cultivators from the Dark Palm sect asked. The man he was talking to was the impromptu leader after the general died. The general was in the largest flagship that was now a pile of debris on the ground after those two nascent soul monsters appeared. We need to alert the Council of the Ancestors. This is a dire situation. If this continues, all of the Grand Elders might die today. The person that was asking the commander about the next line of action nodded. He directed the orders to the communication expert that started calling for help from the main sect. They wanted to ask for help from the old monsters that were living under the main sect. If all of them acted, these three young nascent soul cultivators wouldn't stand a chance. Some of the ancestor elders are on the same level as the sect leader. If they act, our victory is assured. Everyone nodded and awaited a positive reply from the sect. The stakes were just too high. The communications officer looked at the communication device with a solemn expression though, something was off. What's wrong? Report. See Commander. I can't reach the main section. Something must have gone wrong, no one is responding. What? Impossible. We must reach the main sect, the communication devices are probably damaged or these blasted Zhang bastards are doing something. Quickly examine it and get rid of the problem. The man shouted with large veins popping up on his forehead and his eyes bulging. The Dark Palm communications officer nodded and quickly got to work. He needed to get to the bottom of this, otherwise, he could kiss his life goodbye. While the battle was raging, in the distance a couple of robed figures were standing. They nodded at each other while concealing their presence. They were clearly looking at the battle that was taking place in the distance while waiting for something. After a couple of moments, one of the cultivators approached the person that was standing in the front along with some others. The person was handed a communication jade and started going through the report that was handed down. The person nodded and handed the communication device back to the person that gave it to him. He slipped his hood down while revealing his face. This face was full of scars. Fan Ping, how is it? You don't need to worry, senior brother, everything is going according to plan. I propose we wait some more, maybe that man can take out Yang Wanya for us. Yes, I agree. The people nodded at each other while slowly getting ready. Everyone here knew that this battle was slowly approaching its apex and that they would be reaping the rewards in the end. Unbeknownst to what was happening in the background, the battle continued. This time it was in the favor of the Triforce Alliance and the newly established United Elements sect. There was even the first casualty from the nascent soul monsters. The man that had lost his snake-like beast was looking down at his chest, or to be exactly what was left off it. The hole exposed the leftover from his lungs and part of his heart. Even though this wound was massive, it wasn't bleeding all that much as the flesh around it had melted. This was due to the attack that caused this having quite a high temperature. The Dark Palm Elder could feel his vision getting hazy. The last thing he was seeing was a large muscular man with red hair smirking at him. Ha, was that all? Huo Jiang laughed while cracking the bones on his fist that went through his opponent's chest. The other Grand Elder that he was fighting with was somewhat to the side and looking distraught. His eyes were bulging and his forehead was sweating due to the sight he was seeing. I'm impossible. The man with the massive wound in his body started spasming and twitching. Huo Jiang quickly injected his plasma chi into his opponent's body and was now ready to see the fireworks. Haha, explode. Almost on cue, the man's body gave out one last quiver and exploded into many smaller chunks. His nascent divinity was already damaged due to his soul beast early departure. The cultivators watched as it crumbled soon afterward and evaporated into tiny soul molecules. The man was dead and now it was 4 against 3. Nothing is impossible for this Lord Jiang. Now it's your turn. Jiang shouted out. He was aching for a good fight and now after having slain the injured opponent he could finally let loose in a proper one-on-one. His Ifrit roared out along with its master and started forcing his opponent back, which was a spiky snapping turtle. The fire beast's claws dug into the hard shell and started to slowly melt the hard exterior thanks to the massive heat. A bit away from this battle there were 2 other nascent soul cultivators. They were back to back and they were holding their hands in a strange fashion while glowing. They were inside the eye of a tornado. Every second or so a green lightning bolt would randomly shoot out from within the thick vines. The 2 would frantically protect themselves from both sides, never knowing where the next attack would come from. Who is this? I've never heard about anyone being able to produce such a lightning storm, and what is that soul beast? The female Grand Elder shouted out while protecting herself from a stray lightning strike that went for her head. The more they stayed inside the eye of the storm the more lightning strikes came. I don't know, junior sister, but we must escape from here, this is a death trap. The other person was the man that had bothered Zhang Dong with the large hammer. He was now performing some hand seals along with his sect sister as they combined their strength to defend against this onslaught. You wish to leave? There is no escape. The moment the 2 tried to move the thickness of the vines increased. The sharp green wind blades were keeping them from diving into the twister and the lightning bolts were slowly whittling away their defenses. Feng Lina was hovering above in the clouds in a lotus position. Tiny wind spirits were dancing around her as she was concentrating. The wind cyclone was slowly closing itself around the people trapped inside. The longer she kept them inside the easier it would be to finish them off with her final attack. Though in reality, she was prolonging the whole situation, quite mad at the opposing cultivators that brought death and destruction here. Though she was mostly angry at the fact that they dared to attack her senior brother. You think you can have an easy death? Think again. She narrowed her eyes and pushed more of her chi into her attack. She was intending to shred the two opposing cultivators with her blender-like attack. She was still best at ranged attacks, and with her increased cultivation things like this weren't a problem now. Yang Guanyu wasn't looking all that well either. Since the battle started, a couple of hours had already passed. He was burning through his reserves and there were no fresh bodies to absorb his dastardly chi from. He was getting continuously pushed back by this bright glowing opponent that even managed to somehow heal and recover from one of his strongest attacking techniques. He was slowly realizing that this might not have been the brightest plan. The skinny man looked to the sides as he tried to look to his sect members for aid. When he turned, he noticed that one of them was already dead and the other was getting pummeled by one of the new arrivals. He could sense the remaining pair trapped in some kind green chi cyclone and unable to escape. He was truly alone and would have to get himself out of this situation by himself. Damn useless cretins! This battle is lost, I must flee, the Council of Ancestors will protect me. His eyes started moving left and right as he looked for a way to escape. He still didn't use his trump card, unwilling to put himself in danger after the backlash. He was more or less certain that his remaining sect members wouldn't last for long, so he needed to act fast. Don't think that this is over. Guanyu ripped out one of his pinkies and threw it at Zhang Dong. He in response encased himself in a golden barrier while realizing what kind of attack was coming his way. The small digit exploded into a strange cloud of dark green corrosive gas that encased Zhang Dong's body that was now protected by his barrier bubble. The Dark Palm sect leader then flew back while taking out a talisman from his spatial ring. He quickly threw it forward and activated it. The talisman glowed in a blue light and transformed into a small teleportation portal that was big enough for one person to pass through. The next time we meet, I will crush you and everyone that you know. Remember this, you whelp. Yang Guanyu snorted and dived towards the opened portal, escape the only thing on his mind. God damn, is he going to just run like that? Matt was surprised by the sudden turn of events. His opponent just turned around and started escaping. He thought that he would remain here till one of them was dead, but the old fart had other plans apparently. He was an old monster that knew when to give up. He was just that type of person, and this was what kept him alive for this long. Matt looked on while grimacing. He was covered by the corrosive fog and couldn't fire off an attack against his opponent without dropping the barrier. It looked like the old cultivator would escape. The Dark Palm Grand Elders realized that their leader was abandoning them, but they couldn't follow suit as they were being held back by the two nascent soul cultivators. Yang Guanyu was moments away from escaping. His hand was already close to touching the portal. Before he could pass through though, a flash of energy blocked his way. The old man pulled his hand that was ready to access the portal back, but not before his fingertips got incinerated by the invading energy. The reddish bolts of chi were aiming at the portal, and the moment they connected with it, the portal sizzled out of existence. Who dares? Guanyu backed away with fear. He could already tell that the attack didn't come from any of the three cultivators that his group was fighting against. No, the attack came from much further away, and the people that were responsible were already rushing over here. Why shouldn't we dare? A group of people appeared out of nowhere. Some of them were hiding high up in the sky, some were hidden behind the trees or rocks in the distance. More and more of those cultivators started flying over, and they were all at the nascent soul realm. Matt managed to get out of the poisonous fog and looked around. He had also noticed the sudden arrival of the new cultivators. Their allegiance was something that he was worried about. They were just popping out of everywhere and slowly surrounding the area that he and the Dark Palm sect elders were fighting. Chiang, Lina. Zhang Dong called out while retreating towards his allies. Those two had also noticed that there were unwanted nascent soul cultivators coming towards them from all directions. Let us retreat towards the city. He called out while the two nodded. Their fights were interrupted. Elder Wan had a bloodied nose and a burned palm print on his back. His other two allies that were previously fighting finally managed to get out of the lightning twister after Feng Lina retreated with their two sect brothers. The two enemy parties didn't get far as before they could regroup they heard a booming voice and at least 20 nascent soul cultivators surrounded them. Their energies encompassed the area and made it difficult for the already tired and injured fighters to escape. Halt, you shan't go any further. One of the people called out while flying forward. He was wearing a golden robe with a gate pattern that showed it opening. Two serpentine dragons were above the gate. After this man appeared, another joined him. This one was wearing a different kind of robe that was red and had various flower patterns sewn into it. Finally, a third man appeared that was holding onto an exquisite-looking sword. His robe was pure white and reminiscent of what Zhang Dong liked to wear. On the back it had two Chinese symbols for limitless and sword put in. Dragon Gate Sect. The Demon Subduing Sect? And the Limitless Sword Society. Yang Guanyu shouted out distraught, his eyes going red and his whole body shaking while his allies slowly moved over to his side. Even though this sect leader had abandoned them just a moment ago, the other elders knew that they stood a better chance if they fought with him. Yes, you have seen better days. Dark Palm Sect Patriarch. One of the men called out, it was the man in the golden robe. He was a handsome-looking older gentleman with a sharp gaze and quite the chiseled chin. Why have you come here, Su Qing, and you brought those two over? Matt and the others were floating closer to Spirit Spring City now, but they couldn't go any further as the 20 so nascent soul cultivators had surrounded them from all sides and they were looking at 5 of them now. Yes, you do remember Brother Cheng Yang from the esteemed demon subduing sect, and let us not forget about Lord Zhangji from the Limitless Sword Society. The 2 men just nodded while staring at the beaten-up Dark Palm sect leader. The 3 people that had moved forward were all in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, equal in power to him. How is this possible? You never crossed the border. How did you get here so fast? Yang Guanyu shouted while spitting out, both his arms closed into a fist and the one without the finger was bleeding black blood profusely. The 3 sect elders looked at each other and smirked, one of them motioned with his chin to the side to one of the people there. This person flew forward and when he was seen by the Dark Palm members they clearly recognized him. We had a bit of help from one of your elders, you didn't think that you are the only ones with spies. Zhang Dong and his allies looked at the happenings from the side. Apparently one of the border guards from the Dark Palm sect had changed sides and this was how they managed to slip in unnoticed. This doesn't look good. I'm not sure if those guys will let us be after they clear up those 4. Matt gulped while moving his spiritual sense into his spatial ring. He had prepared one last surprise, his last-ditch effort. He would probably need to use it soon as he didn't think that these cultivators would just let 3 new nascent soul elders just establish a new sect without a fight. Damn, traitor! As long as the Ancestral Council exists, the foundation of the sect remains. Even if you kill me, this doesn't change anything. Yang Guanyu shouted at the man that appeared to be the traitor from his sect. Zhang Dong and his allies were to the side, they were being watched by the nascent soul realm cultivators from 3 various sects. While this was happening, Matt was concentrating most of his attention on healing his leg. The wound was still hurting like crazy, but the holy energies were slowly removing the demonic qi while healing. The Ancestral Council? Hehe, you should probably worry more about yourself. The man in the golden robe replied while smirking. Yang Guanyu furrowed his brows. What do you mean? What did you do? Do you think that you are the only sect with hidden senior elders? Use your head, why do you think that we are all here? The conversation in the distance continued while Zhang Dong and his comrades waited in the back. What do you think their intentions are, senior brother Dong? Feng Lina asked while glancing at some of the old men and women floating around. We can be certain that they are here to get rid of the Dark Palm section. This group of cultivators must have been waiting for them for a while. They only reacted when Yang Guanyu was making a run for it. From Matt's point of view, they were probably waiting for both parties to weaken or kill themselves before pouncing on the survivor. The sudden escape attempt of the Dark Palm sect leader made them do it prematurely as only one person had died. Yes, they were waiting for us to tire. Feng Lina agreed. Hey, stop prattling. One of the nascent soul cultivators shouted at the trio. He was wearing a similar robe to the first person that spoke out with the dragon gate on it. Or what? Huo Jiang answered and pushed his killing intent along with this nascent soul aura in the direction of the person. The man backed off after feeling the large man's superior aura, but soon his friends moved in to back him up. What do you think you are doing? The group of 5 had increased to 6 and they started glaring at Zhang Dong and his allies. They weren't attacking just yet though. They had seen the fight from start to finish and were wary of the man that was able to contend with Yang Guanyu. Most of the nascent realm cultivators here were in the early stage and the 3 main ones that were now holding a conversion with the Dark Palm sect members were all in the late stage. That's enough, Jiang. Zhang Dong stepped in as he placed himself between his group and the new arrivals. Everything depends on you, what are your intentions here? If you are after the Dark Palm sect then we won't stop you, but we would like to know your intentions towards us. Zhang Dong asked while trying to get some more information, would these guys turn hostile the moment they took care of those weakened Dark Palm members? He had already burned through most of his chi reserves, he was holding out for the last blow against Yang Guanyu but he was unable to finish the job. You don't need to know, the 3 seniors will decide, just stay still and wait. Another man from that group spoke out, he was wearing one of the whiter robes and belonged to the sword sect. Matt frowned as these people weren't willing to give them answers. Should we wait or make a run for it? Will those people let us go just like that? There were a couple of ways that things could go here. In most of them, his side wouldn't be getting out unscathed. From his point of view, the powerful group of cultivators would either try to dispose of them or demand some payment. He didn't think that they would just let 3 powerful nascent soul realm cultivators just roam the land under their noses. They might even try to force some of those soul contracts on us. He glanced back into his storage ring and then to Spirit Spring City. The Zhang clan headquarters were still standing and the large defensive formation was working fine. Think I'll have to use that to get out of here, but first I want to see what they will do to that skinny old fart. Zhang Dong had to place his hand on Huo Jiang's shoulder to pull him back. His red-haired friend just wanted to charge forward, but he knew that fighting this sect alliance here and now wouldn't be the smartest thing to do. Sister Lena, Brother Chiang, let us wait for now, we should see how it all plays out first. The 2 others looked at him and nodded. The group of cultivators that were around them backed away slightly, but they were still glaring at them while on their guard. It wouldn't take long for the matter to be resolved, as everyone felt a rise in demonic energy followed by shouting. You think you can just kill me? Apparently the talks have broken down and they were ready to fight. The Dark Palm sect elders found out that while they were talking, their base was getting assaulted by similar ancestral elders from the present 3 sects. They were all dead set on destroying this demonic sect and taking their riches for themselves. This was all thanks to Zhang Dong that managed to divert their attention to himself. While the Dark Palm sect was distracted, the 3 other sects slowly moved their masters through the borders unnoticed and waited for the battle to start. They didn't believe that Zhang Dong's side would be actually able to last for so long, but they were happily surprised and could now come in and just take the rewards for themselves. Yang Wanyu wouldn't just sit back and let himself be killed though. The old man started glowing purple. The glow was mostly concentrated on the gem in his forehead that was spitting out more and more ghastly apparitions. This changes nothing, you will all die here. His body started changing, it expanded in size and became immaterial. The change was similar to how his disciple transformed during the Dao festival. His monstrous appearance was much bigger and the dastardly chi radiating off him was far grander though. Ha, do you think that we didn't come prepared, you fool? The 3 commanding cultivators gathered together and surrounded the demonic cultivator. One of them took out a necklace that was made out of white beads. He threw it directly at the monster of a man. The moment the beads collided with the blackish-purple energies, they started absorbing them. What? Are those devil sealing beads? Where did you get those? The bead necklace broke apart after it absorbed more and more of that demonic chi. The round orbs that were pure white started to dim and take up a dark purplish color the more of Yang Wanyu's energy they absorbed. The man that looked more like a lanky monster with blades for fingers started shrinking back as quite a chunk of his energy got absorbed by the items. The 3 leaders that were up against this demonic cultivator used this chance to attack. Each one quickly performed one of their strongest attacks. Cheng Yang performed a lengthy chant before pushing his palm forward. A large golden hand appeared that descended on his enemy. Su Qing roared out and punched out. A large illusionary gate appeared behind him. It opened up and you could hear a dragon's shout escaping from it, followed by a surge of flames that flew at the Dark Palm sect leader. Zhang Ji brandished his blade and with one swift move cut forward. His sword energies carrying his Dao were at a collision course with his opponent. The attacks came from 3 sides and they had killing intent behind them. In his weakened state and after his trump card had failed, Yang Wanyu looked around not sure what to do. His eyes moved separately from each other as he searched for a way out. The 3 nascent soul elders' attacks finally collided with each other, exploding and causing everything in the area to shake. It looked like a nuclear explosion took place as a giant mushroom cloud expanded to the sides, bringing around dust and destruction. Is he dead? The other members of this ambush party kept the explosion contained in the area with their spiritual energy. They looked with attentiveness at the spot that the techniques collided with themselves, hoping to see a dead Dark Palm sect leader. What they saw though, was a slightly different scenario. The monster of a man looked hurt, but he wasn't dead. He was holding 3 bodies pierced by his claw-like fingers. Even now they could see those bodies squirming and getting drained from their vital energies. These were the 3 remaining Grand Elders from the Dark Palm sect. Their glorious sect leader had used the confusion to pierce them in the backs in hopes of absorbing their energies to recover, and it had apparently worked. You can't kill me. The ambush party didn't have enough time to react as the man bolted forward in one direction. He was going for some cultivators and trying to absorb them as well. The boost in energy was apparent as his strength had apparently recovered. Zhang Dong and his allies were to the side watching. He in particular squinted with his eyes as the lanky monster was heading their way. It looks like he had recovered, but his body is deteriorating. That technique is probably incomplete, or he absorbed energies past his limit. he probably won't last for long. The group of nascent soul elders from the other sects started backing away at the sight of the monster coming their way. Huojiang, Fanglina, and Zhangdong, on the other hand, looked at each other. The three just nodded at each other and started concentrating, their soul beasts appearing behind them while roaring. It's all your fault, di-di-di-di. Yang Guanyu sounded more like a crazed person now, his eyes had gone fully black and he was drooling from his mouth. He focused on Zhangdong that holding two fingers out towards his incoming enemy, the tips were already glowing with golden light while arcs of electricity crackled to the sides. In a similar fashion as the three nascent soul elders before, Jiang, Lina, and Dong fired of their respective techniques. The three energies, red, green, and gold intertwined with each other to form an even larger attack. The giant torrent of spiritual energies looked like a massive pillar. The elemental energies collided with the incoming monster and bathed it in spiritual chi of the three nascent soul masters. The screams of Yang Guanyu that had transformed into a beast were heard by the 20 nascent soul cultivators in the area. They looked with astonishment at the giant torrent of energy that washed the demonic cultivator away. He dissolved into particles and not even his nascent divinity was able to survive after this massive attack. The large column of flew upwards and into the sky, it parted the clouds and escaped into the atmosphere exploding in the distance. The Dark Palm sect leader was no more, his grand elders slain by his own hand. There was a moment of silence, the remaining people that were in the area looked up into the sky. The energies that had detonated in the sky looked like a blooming flower which then shattered into many tiny wisps of light that scattered. The battle was finally over, the people in the Zhang headquarters wanted to cheer for the victory but instead, their faces were solemn. This fight had ended but another one looked to be upon them. Their three new sect elders were now hovering above the mostly destroyed city, 20 or so nascent soul masters looking at them with various expressions. This doesn't look good. I used up a lot of spiritual energy in that last attack, I don't think I can fight those three late-stage cultivators even with the help of Lina and Chiang. Matt looked at his surroundings. He was hovering close to the Zhang clan headquarters, underneath him was a desolate wrecked city that used to house 10 million people in it. It was now deserted and most buildings were destroyed during the assault by the Dark Palm sect. I guess I should try talking with them first, maybe not everyone is so unreasonable like those Dark Palm guys. Zhang Dong straightened out and placed his hands behind his back. He hovered forward while Fang Lina and Huojiang supported him from the back while flying half a step behind him. Greetings honorable deists, we are thankful that you have aided us in this time of need. He bowed slightly in a show of respect while the 20 nascent realm cultivators approached. The previous group of 6 flew to the back after they saw what these 3 young cultivators were capable of, they were now on their guard. Zhang Dong continued talking as the group wasn't answering him quite yet. As you can see we are a new sect, I'm sure we can work something out. Matt was even willing to pay tribute to the 3 sects if that got them out of this situation. Finally, the 3 main elders showed a reaction as they gathered in front. Work something out? You have a strange way of speaking, friend. Su Qing from the Dragon Gate sect spoke out first as before while glancing at the 3 people before him. They all felt that he was scanning them with this spiritual sense and they were quick to block him out. This also let the man know that these people were close to his strength. Cheng Yang and Zhang Ji were also feeling them out. It looked like they would attack them if they showed weakness and backed off. The atmosphere got stuffy and the other cultivators waited for the decision of their leaders. This is quite the conundrum, my fellow deists, these circumstances are unique. Cheng Yang said while placing his hands behind his back in a similar fashion as Zhang Dong. Zhang Ji didn't reply but he had his hand close to his sword, his intention was obvious to everyone gathered there. Matt gave out a sigh and then asked. Right, what are your terms? Su Qing smiled at the question as it looked like the situation could be resolved without bloodshed. I'm sure my friends from the Demon Subduing Sect and Limitless Sword Society will agree on the usual. You will sign a soul-binding contract with our sects. You can keep most of your belongings besides anything at the heaven grade that will be shared among the sects. Who goes to which sect will be discussed later. Figures, they won't let an upstart sect be created. They want to absorb us into their sect and take everything for themselves. If they see that we have immortal grade techniques there could be a problem. Matt didn't know how these people would react if he tossed out one of his immortal grade cultivation manuals. Would they start infighting, or would they torture him to get his secrets? Sign my life over to them or go with plan B instead. He looked to Feng Lina and Huojiang. The red-haired man was clenching his fist tightly. Matt didn't need much intelligence to figure out that the man was holding himself back from attacking the cultivators in front. Feng Lina just held one of her fans in front of her face before giving Zhang Dong a small nod. Both of them were willing to go at it with this group of old farts if he decided on it. They trust me too much on making the right decision. He wanted to give the two a hug for trusting in him so much, but also wanted to ask where that unshaken confidence towards him was coming from. He straightened out, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Qing from the Dragon Gate sect. His eyes started glowing and some lightning escaped from them for more of a dramatic effect. The older gentleman flinched and backed away at the display of power as he noticed that this white-haired cultivator was reacting in an unfathomable way. Sign a soul-binding contract? I don't think we will be doing that. We can offer you some spirit stones and secret techniques, but that's as far as we are willing to go. He replied, his voice getting deeper and deeper the longer he talked as it got backed by his cultivation. While talking he made sure to grip a certain item in his hand. He had taken out this device that he had created in preparation for something like this. It was finally time to unleash its power and bullshit his way through this dire situation. You dare go against the three great sects? One of the nascent realm elders in the back shouted out, clearly surprised by the outburst from this white-haired man. Su Qing moved his hand up so that the man behind him would quiet down before asking. My friend, do you think you can go against our sects? We are giving you a lot of face already, don't be unreasonable. The Dragon Gate sect leader didn't think that Zhang Dong would be able to come out on top. He saw him fight Yang Guanyu and thought that the man was at his strength level. That was at the beginning of the battle though. He was sure that at this point he or the other sect leaders wouldn't have a problem in winning in a one-on-one battle. The only way that those three could come out on top, would be if they were hiding something. It didn't seem like they had any trump cards anymore though, from his perspective they would have used them by now as Zhang Dong had almost died during that trap formation. The two allies that came to aid him should have been the ace in the hole. Su Qing, if they want to lose their life it's their decision. Zhang Ji from the Limitless Sword Society proclaimed while moving his hand to his sword to unsheath it. He wasn't a man that liked to debate for long, he liked to have his sword do the talking. Cheng Yang gave out a sigh, but he also prepared to do battle. He floated next to Zhang Ji and was also ready. If more blood needs to be shed, then so be it. You think this will be easy? Huo Jiang snorted while unleashing the full extent of his cultivation. His whole body began burning up and he looked like a person made from pure fire. Feng Lina wasn't far behind as she also started releasing copious amounts of her spiritual qi into the surroundings. The nascent soul elders that were at the early stage gulped hard. They could tell that this man and woman were also quite strong, at least in the middle stage, maybe even on the cusp of the late stage. The three sect leaders jumped back, the air around the area got filled with copious amounts of qi and even the defensive formation in the background churned to block it from entering the Zhang headquarters. See, can the seniors win? There are so many nascent soul realm cultivators there. The people that were hiding behind the barrier focused on their allies. This looked to be the final challenge between doom and survival. Before the battle could start though, something peculiar started happening. Zhang Dong's whole body started glowing. It wasn't the golden glow, as usual, it was more of a colorless glow. His body slumped forward as if he was a puppet with strings getting cut. His hands and legs dangled about while he flew upwards. The cultivators from the other sects looked on with quite the interest at what was happening. What is he doing? That qi, it's massive, it's that the Great Circle? How is that possible? He shouldn't have any qi left. The other nascent soul seniors took up defensive stances, everyone was ready to defend against anything that this unknown cultivator was going to throw at them. His power kept rising, everyone's eyes started going wide as Zhang Dong was reaching the apex of what a nascent soul realm cultivator could be. Was he hiding his strength? No. What is that? Cheng Yang pointed up into the sky. Behind the shining Zhang Dong there was someone, and it was he that was radiating this power. The man looked like a ghost. He was semi-transparent and looked quite familiar to some of the people gathered there. Mostly to the ones from the Zhang clan police unit that had visited Moonlight City before. Wait, isn't that mysterious senior? Yes, what is he doing here? Could he be here for? The glaring glow of the light started subsiding. What was left was a floating Zhang Dong with his head down low and with his body unmoving. He was radiating light and behind him stood a phantom of another person. This person looked like an old man, his beard white and lengthy. He was wearing an exquisite robe with many dragons sewed into it, his body looked in shape and he was smiling down while looking at the people below. Greetings young ones, I'm afraid I can't just let you continue with this. My disciple's life is at stake, why won't you give this old man some face and just forget about this? The three sect leaders backed off, they could feel that this ghost or illusion of the man wasn't anything simple. In their eyes, this must have been some kind of safeguarding function. This wasn't anything new, as strong masters usually gave their core disciples ways of defending themselves while they were away. Honorable Senior is. Su Qing cupped his fists as he re-evaluated the whole situation. It was one thing to battle against someone with no backing and another if they had a strong force behind them. Oh me? It doesn't really matter, but if you must you can call me, Wei Hung. The man smiled cheerfully while replying to the question. The others took their time to rack their brains. From what they knew, there was no one by the name Wei Hung that was known in the empire and that was this strong. Before they could ask any more questions, they felt a massive surge in spiritual energy getting exuded from that transparent figure. I won't take up much of your time, young ones. As you can see, I'm not really here. This is only a sliver of my true spirit that I have left with my disciple. I hope you will let my silly disciple be. If he wishes to establish a sect on his own, so be it. You can have what is left of that demonic sect. I just wish for my disciple and his companions to be safe. If for some reason, you cannot go along with this old man's wishes. The old man paused and narrowed his eyes at the group of cultivators. Everyone shrunk down after they felt his overbearing power wash all over them. They all felt like small mice getting looked at by a ferocious lion. They were unable to utter a word or move, just shocked by the display of his might. If you don't, well, let us just say that the number of sects will decrease by 3 in this empire, understood? The 3 sect leaders turned to each other and then back to the man that was talking to them. They just nodded out of sheer fright, knowing well that there was no one close to this man's strength even back at their headquarters. Then it's settled. I hope we can meet under better circumstances next time. The man's illusionary figure started flickering out and it soon exploded into many tiny particles of light. He wasn't there for more than a few minutes, but he had left an impression that wouldn't be forgotten. After leaving, Zhang Dong's eyes stopped glowing and he managed to awaken from his trance. His face showed confusion as he started looking around. The enemy cultivators were now slowly backing away, unsure of what to do. People were standing with their mouths opened wide after the illusory figure of the man disappeared. His massive spiritual pressure was still on their minds. The nascent soul cultivators here were all on top of the food chain, so they knew that the senior that had just appeared wasn't anyone simple. The gears in their heads started spinning around, trying to figure out this Wei Hung's true identity. There weren't many masters on the continent that were at the great circle of the nascent soul. Just as with core formation, there was a difference with someone at the beginning stages of it and at the end stages when they reached close to 100%. This man had clearly shown power going beyond the beginning stages, which caused these cultivators that were at most at the late stage to be concerned. While they were thinking, that senior's disciple was floating down, his expression showing confusion. Wait, did my master take over my body? What did he say? He looked around between the cultivators there, but wherever he looked the people from the other sects would evade his gaze, too scared to offend someone with that amount of backing. Senior brother, I didn't know you had such a powerful master, now it all makes sense. Feng Lina moved closer, her big eyes were sparkling with admiration while looking up to her sect brother. Huo Jiang wasn't far behind as he also nodded with agreement. Such power! Such presence! Now that was a true master. Zhang Dong glanced at his 2 friends, his mouth twitched slightly. He knew well that the master that showed up was something he came up as a defensive measure and he wasn't a real person. How he managed to do it is thanks to the holographic technology he came up with that was slowly spreading through the city along with the cubes that stored spiritual energy. This was also why he had moved closer to the city where the holographic projector that he previously prepared was. He purposely made his body glow in a blinding light to get everyone's attention. He then activated the device that had a model of his Wei Hung persona inscribed into it. He could control what he was saying remotely and he used the cubes that stored large amounts of spiritual energy to create the illusion of the man behind him being really strong. From the look on the 3 main elders' faces, it seemed to have worked. Well, yes, that's my master for you. No one can go against him if he makes up his mind. Zhang Dong laughed awkwardly while trying to hold a poker face. This little stunt had cost him most of his chi reserves as he needed to add some juice to make it look realistic. The cultivators from the 3 large sects looked at each other with worry. The leaders had to make a decision: would they risk offending some unknown entity to eradicate this upstart sect? Would the risk outweigh the gains? They only faced 3 enemies and this would probably be the best moment to strike, but the unknown backer was making these 3 leaders nervous. Brother Yang, Brother Ji. I think this requires more time to discuss, why don't we consult with the other elders in our sections? Su Qing was the first one to speak out, he was unwilling to risk his and his sect's life. Even if the risk was small, they could also gain new allies with these people if they showed mercy. Yes, that might be the wise path to take. Cheng Yang nodded as he replied. Humph. Zhang Ji was the only one that looked maddened by the decision, but if the others weren't willing to risk it, he wouldn't either. Zhang Dong was your name, right, fellow deist? After everything was decided, Su Qing looked to Matt, that was clearly the leader from this new sect. I hope there won't be any bad blood between our sects. We will allow you to reside here, but we will be taking the resources from that demonic sect. Don't think you will have anything against that. Zhang Dong nodded. He didn't really care about the cultivation resources of that sect. He had the cultivation manuals from the secret ground, which were far superior to anything these sects could offer. It was enough for them to be able to survive. With time they would rise above the others. That is fine, we don't care about those demonic techniques or their resources. We just wish to establish our sect in peace. I'm sure we can decide on the land distribution at a later date. Matt moved his hands behind his back as always. His body was slowly reaching its limit as he was feeling tired. He wanted to end this and end it fast. He could think about everything else after he had rested. I see that Deist Dong is a wise man. Yes, let us decide on that later. The three sect leaders nodded at each other. The siege of the main Dark Palm sect was still ongoing. There were also many large cities spread through this vast land that would be taken over. The help of these nascent soul masters would hasten everything and would lower the death count on their side. They had already spent some time here, so they wanted to resolve everything with haste. Yes, let us aid our brothers and sisters with taking down that demonic sect first. We will discuss everything later. Everyone nodded and they bade Zhang Dong, Feng Lina and Huo Jiang farewell. The two kept staring daggers at the invading cultivators all till they were little dots on the horizon. Sigh. We should go back. Let's keep the grand formation working, for now. We don't know if they will have a change of heart after they discuss everything with those so-called ancestral elders of theirs. Matt said while gently floating down towards the remaining large structure. The two brand new sect elders agreed and continued after him. Somehow everything got resolved with less bloodshed than anticipated. In their hearts, they knew that this wasn't over though. The three sects would probably keep testing them until they saw a chink in their armor. They needed to get stronger and they needed to do it fast. With a wave of his finger, Zhang Dong created a little opening in the barrier and gently floated into the defensive formation. His two allies went in right behind him and closed it right after. This formation was intricate enough for it to record the energy signatures of some cultivators. Thanks to that, it could be opened and closed without having to fully deactivate it. The three were greeted with sounds of cheers. Everyone was shouting the names of the new sect. The three elders' names were also called out. Zhang Dong's was of course the most prominent one. All three of them descended down to the ground. As they did, the crowd finally managed to calm down. Everyone looked to their new leader, the man that made it happen. This, of course, caused Matt to sweat bullets internally. He had to yet again act his role and straighten out. Hands behind his back and his posture straight as a sword, unnoticed to most though his hands were trembling slightly. Not because he was nervous but because he had used up almost all of his spiritual energy and was now having a hard time keeping himself on his feet. I can't show them weakness. He wanted to laugh at himself. Here he was a big sect leader now, looking out for his face as he was unwilling to show a flaw in front of this crowd of people. His motive was a bit more honorable than this, as he wanted to present himself as a powerful leader that doesn't falter. If his people saw him stumble or throw up, they would probably see him in a worse light, which would affect the morale. I can do this, just nod a bit and get this over with. He steeled his resolve. A few more minutes should be fine. My sect members, this battle is over, but we still must remain vigilant. The other sects will probably take some time with what remains of the Dark Palm section. We require more information. We must gather up our forces and bolster our defenses. The grand formation will protect us for now, but it's not the answer to our problem. He continued talking rapidly while everyone was listening. His eyebrows quivered as he was close to falling asleep. My master had bought us some time, but we don't know for how long the other sects will remain neutral. They might test us in the future, so I expect you to not cause trouble for your sect, but remember to not show weakness. We will hold a meeting with all the senior members. We will discuss everything then. Zhang Dong nodded after his quick speech. Talking it over more throughout later would be the best option for now. The others nodded without saying anything. How could they interrupt or ask questions when a senior elder like him was talking? There is still much work to be done. We will not be holding any banquets or victory events. It is still too soon for such things. Now go. There is still much to be done. I must retreat to my chambers to prepare. Yes, Patriarch. Yes, Sect Leader. Yes, Senior. People bowed while giving him variously honorable titles. People like Zhang Jin and his 2 disciples were also there. Right in the front, their eyes were sparkling with so much admiration that he could probably light a football field with it if he could harness that power. Master! Dong. Matt took a step forward while almost falling over. He had to stop himself as the people closest to him walked forward. They started praising him and he even received a firm smack to his back from his grandpa, which almost made him face plant onto the cold hard floor. Don't you donger me, you old fart, you want me to die. He wanted to shake his family member off and his disciples, but they surrounded him from all sides. There they were, his 2 pupils with their mother, then there was Gramps that even brought over his 2 wives. There were some other family members that he wasn't sure about. By this point he had no idea how many relatives he had. He would even believe if they told him that he was somehow related to Yang Guanyu that they just killed. Ah yes, dear grandfather and my 2 disciples, I bet you worked hard, but your master has too. Before he could get himself out of it, they all moved in closer and started barraging him with praises and questions. They all wanted to congratulate the man that made it all happen while also asking about this elusive Wei Hung that was pulling strings in the background. Before they could continue though, someone interrupted them. It was Feng Lina that stood right in front of the crowd that backed off after seeing the second nascent realm master of the sect. Senior Dong is a busy man, we still have preparations to make. She covered part of her face with a fan while speaking. The people that were in a circle around Zhang Dong moved apart a bit, scared of this new senior elder. They were familiar with their patriarch, but this woman was still unfamiliar to the people close to him. Zhang Dong nodded at Feng Lina. Ah yes, I must take care of a few things that can't wait. Junior sister is right. He was finally able to leave. The people didn't dare to stop him after Feng Lina got involved, as it seemed that he had some important things to tend to. He quickly walked towards his bed chambers. The corridor towards it was now empty as every able-bodied person was working. Just before he could open the door, he felt a bout of drowsiness washing over him. His vision got blurry and he felt like he was going to pass out. He buckled under his own weight and had to keep himself on his feet by placing one of his hands on the corridor wall. He slowly inched towards the door. He couldn't pass out in front of his room, he at least had to make it inside where no one could see him. He tried hard, yet he would not succeed. The battle was over and the tension was gone. His body started giving out as there was no reason to stay conscious. So he fell forward, but he didn't land face down on something hard. Instead, he felt like something soft had damped his descent. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he smelled a familiar scent of cherries. Soon everything faded and he passed out, unable to hear the voice of the person that had caught him. It's okay, senior brother, you can rest now. Matt opened his eyes and looked around. He was sitting on a small island in the middle of nowhere. The sun was up and it was warm. He looked to the side. Crystal clear water was surrounding him from all sides and he could hear the relaxing sound of the sea. He was wearing a pair of blue swim trunks and was relaxing on a lawn chair, in his hand a tall drink with a straw. He didn't say anything and just looked up into the sky, fuzzy white and like cotton. The clouds were dancing. This seemed a bit out of place, but he couldn't remember why, so he just took a sip from his drink and leaned back in his chair, not a care in the world. Ah, this is the life, but I think I'm forgetting something. It's probably nothing. He closed his eyes and started listening to the calming sounds. The wind was slowly pushing the leaves of the coconut tree by which he was sitting and some birds were squawking in the distance. The calm day was suddenly interrupted though, by the same coconut tree that he was sitting under. A pair of coconuts fell down, hitting him on the head one after another and landing in his lap. The funny thing about those coconuts was, that they weren't hard at all. The hit to the head didn't hurt at all as the 2 round objects bounced onto his legs. He grasped one of those cocoa fruits that weren't actually nuts. He gave the left one a grasp and could feel it squishing uncharacteristically. You'd expect one of these to be hard as a brick, but no, both of these coconuts were soft to the touch. Something isn't right here, I should investigate. He grabbed both of the nuts and brought them over closer, one of his eyes opening further than the other as he stared. He moved his hand closer and gave it a flick with his finger. The coconut wobbled in an odd fashion. The moment the flick occurred, he heard some kind of womanly voice that was strangely familiar. Ah, and new. He backed off for a moment, astonished by strange voice after the finger flick. The feeling he got was quite pleasant. He even reached out to grasp the large cocoa fruits with both hands. After a moment of feeling them out, he got the strange urge to bring them closer to his own face, and so he did. What are these made of? Marshmallows. What are you doing? The familiar voice was heard once more, this time it felt even closer than before. He wasn't sure why the coconuts were talking, but they sure felt soft against his manly face. He leaned back with the two round objects against his face and hugged them tightly, a silly smile on his face. Senior, you mustn't, what if someone walks in? He stopped for a moment. Why were the large squishy coconuts calling him a senior? He wasn't even that old. Also, why did these two smell really familiar? The more he hugged, the more he remembered, the more he remembered, the more the beach he was in shook and distorted. Then he finally remembered. He recalled the battle with the nascent soul elders from the Dark Palm sect and then about the other group that came to clean up afterward. The world around him turned dark and he opened up his eyes. The beach he was in was just a dream he was having. The moment his eyes opened he saw blackness, but he wasn't blind, no, he just had his whole face pressed into something. This something was immensely soft and squishy, blocking his view from all sides. Hey! He was finally awake. His hands were holding onto someone and this someone was on top of him. He could smell a characteristic perfume that one person that he knew liked to use it. He started sweating as he finally realized his transgression. Senior brother. He slowly pulled his face back and looked up. He could see the blushing face of Fanglina and her large blue eyes. Finally, the truth had been revealed. It was only a dream and the squishy coconuts belonged to his junior sister Fanglina. He was in his bed with his hands around the woman, hugging her tightly. His whole face was pressed into her large bosom that was bulging out due to the fact that he was pressing into her hard. This is... The moment Matt wanted to explain himself, he heard a creaking sound. The sound was his bedroom door opening. He instinctively moved his face to the side to look at who had entered. Due to this sudden movement of his face, Lena gave out a cutesy high-pitched sound that echoed through the entire room. Senior brother, my father wishes to speak with you. It was Huojiang walking through. His father had begged him for an audience and so he was here. He wasn't alone. Zhang Jin and his two grandkids Zhang Lu and Shui used this chance to peek in as well. What they were greeted with was a half-naked Zhang Dong, that for some reason had his robe down. He was hugging a blushing Fanglina and looking at them with his face between her globes. The two quickly separated, but what had been seen couldn't be easily forgotten. The group of four had different reactions. Zhang Jin just nodded with approval. Huojiang rubbed his chin but then just gave the senior brother a thumbs up. The two youths were a bit more bashful. Lu moved his head down while blushing and used his sleeve to cover his sister's face so that she wouldn't look at their master doing naughty things. Take all the time you need. Zhang Jin was quick to react. He pulled his two grandkids away with haste and also whispered something into Huojiang's ear that made him grin and retreat as well. The others had left and Zhang Dong and Fanglina were back to being all alone with each other. The girl was facing away from him with her face covered by her hands, blushing and not sure what to do. Matt needed some time to process what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was trying to walk to his bed chambers so that he could pass out without alerting anyone from his sect members to his moment of weakness. He didn't make it in time, but he recalled feeling someone's presence there before he fully lost his consciousness. He put two and two together to get his answer. It must have been Fanglina that was there. She probably brought me to my room. But why am I almost naked in my boxer briefs? Yes, Zhang Dong was wearing undies made by himself as he couldn't get used to what the people in this world used instead. They had various ways of covering their nether regions. Some even only wrapped some cloth or used some baggy underpants. Now he was all down to his undies and in bed. Was Fanglina always this bold? Why, you were sweating a lot, so I've tried changing your clothes, senior brother. The woman noticed Zhang Dong looking at his robeless form with confusion on his face, so she gave him a quick answer. He rubbed his head slightly while quickly going through the room. He saw his robe to the side. There was a bowl with some spirit water there and a damp cloth was right next to him. It probably fell down from his forehead the moment he stuck his face between his sect sister's bosom. I think I have to apologize, and also, thank you. The woman clearly just tried to help him out. He probably had a fever from spiritual energy deprivation after the big battle. He still felt weak, but he was slowly recovering. The thing that he did was probably seen as something shameful in this society, but his junior sister that was actually older than him didn't seem to mind. She finally turned around. Her hands covering her eyes parted away to reveal her large blue eyes, her face slightly pinker than usual. You shouldn't get up, senior brother, you are still suffering from chi deprivation, you need to rest. Matt looked at Lena that had recovered her composure. He did feel slightly weakened, but it wasn't anything that he couldn't walk out at this point. No need. I think I'm all right now, thank you for. Before he could finish his sentence the woman moved forward, her head shaking in disapproval. No. You must rest. He got surprised as she raised her voice by a note and more or less ordered him to rest. He wasn't really in the mood to argue with anyone and the danger was gone, so he just nodded. All right. I'll rest. He nodded and wanted to pull the bedsheets over himself, but then Lena moved closer while holding a damp cloth. Senior brother, before that. I think you need to get cleaned. I couldn't finish before we got interrupted. Interrupted? Oh. He recalled sticking his face into a large valley and just coughed into his hand. Finish what? He asked while looking to the woman. She in response took out a white cloth that was already moist from some of that spirit water. She held it up while looking at him, their eyes meeting. See, could you turn around, I'll clean your back. My back. He looked down to himself, he was indeed sweaty. Luckily he didn't exude any kind of bad odor. He looked to the damp cloth and then to himself, knowing what the woman intended to do. I could just wash up in the springs, there is one right there. He looked to his private springs where he even used to cultivate. It wasn't far from here, so he could just soak in it if he required to. No. You shouldn't be walking and straining yourself, what if something happens just like before? Matt blinked a couple of times before nodding. Lena was uncharacteristically persistent this time around. She stared at him intensely as if she would tackle him down if he dared to stand up and go to the spring to soak in. He finally relented and nodded. She moved closer and placed the damp cloth against his wide back and started cleaning it up from the sweat. He felt a bit strange with someone washing his back. He couldn't remember anyone doing such things besides his own mother, and that was in his early childhood. He followed the instructions, moving his hands up so she could take care of all the crevices. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Lena was seriously blushing all the way up to her ears while performing this task. Even though she was older than him, she had zero experience with men. Though as time passed she started getting more comfortable with the task. Junior sister. There was a moment of silence between the two. He noticed that she was done with the task, but for some reason, she chose to stop while placing her hand on his shoulder from the back. Senior brother, thank you, for everything, for trusting in me. If it wasn't for you. She suddenly started thanking him out of the blue. He felt a bit uncomfortable and not sure how to react. You don't need to thank me, you also helped a lot. If it wasn't for you I would probably not be here either. He tried deflecting the praise as he wasn't good at receiving compliments. Fang Lena smiled and moved her free hand to give the man a gentle tap on the shoulder, which of course took him by surprise. Senior brother, you should learn to accept other people's gratitude, even more, if it's coming from a beautiful maiden. Sorry. If you're apologetic then prove it, senior brother. How would I prove that? He heard a giggle from the back and then felt the wet cloth moving away from his back. Fang Lena moved to the front, a smile on her face. How about inviting this beautiful junior sister to some tea next time? She asked while slightly fidgeting, but the red on her ears didn't go unnoticed. Tea? He would be quite dense if he didn't realize where this was going. He thought for a moment before nodding and looking straight into the beautiful woman's eyes. It would be a pleasure. The two looked at each other while smiling. In the background there stood a small group of people. They were all pushing against the large door with their ears. This was, of course, his two disciples Zhang Jin and Huojiang eavesdropping. If Zhang Dong and Fang Lena weren't so focused on each other they would probably feel them being there, but they were blissfully unaware. Zhang Dong took a sip of some green tea while still being in bed. He was looking to the side through the windows at the destroyed scenery. The whole city was trashed and only a small circular spot where the grand defensive formation was placed remained. There was much work to be done and his face was solemn. It cleared up instantly though after he looked at the teacup in his hand. Tea hui. This was left by his junior sister Fang Lena. She was now part of the sect he was running and also part of the big three along with him and Huojiang. He thought to what transpired a few moments ago, which put a dumb smile on his face. Well. I guess she is interested in me. He thought back to the interaction that they just had, but most of his thoughts were pulled to the moment that he hugged her while sleeping. That soft sensation against his face was hard to forget, along with that nice smell that she had. Does this mean that I have a girlfriend now? What do you do with girlfriends? Wait, she only asked me out for tea, am I getting ahead of myself? He moved his head up and stared at the ceiling. He had agreed to go get some tea with Fang Lena later. This was akin to going on a date in this world and showing interest in a person of the opposite sex. He was someone with zero dating experience, not in his previous life or this. He had that small encounter with the merchant lady 2 years ago, but that couldn't be considered as dating but more of a one-night stand. What do people do for fun here? He had no idea how relationships worked in this world, he only knew his grandfather and Huoqiang that had many wives. They would probably not be the right people to ask about help unless he wanted to build a harem. He wasn't really the type of person to go for such things, and having multiple wives felt like the road to disaster. I'm probably worrying too much about it. I should get dressed, there are many things to be done. His date would have to wait, the sect problems came first. There were also millions of people waiting in the woods, probably hoping of returning to their homes. He needed to figure out if he wanted to still stay in this location or to move to a different area to establish a proper sect. This city was already destroyed and they had to rebuild it, but the spiritual energy concentration here wasn't really adequate for a large sect. I promised them a meeting, it's already the next day. He had been forced to sleep it off by Feng Lina, the woman was apparently more strong-willed than he anticipated. He didn't want to argue too much, so he decided to take the day off and just sleep it off. After a good night's rest, he was feeling much better. His spiritual energy wasn't fully recovered, but it was enough to move around without needing others to look out for him. He chuckled while thinking back, Lina had remained in this room and had scared other people from going in. She finally left in the morning after keeping watch, making sure that no one disturbed his rest. Wonder if she will be so overprotective if she has any kids. Why am I thinking about kids? He shook his head while standing up. He used his spatial ring to remove a fitting white robe for himself. He would need to design some uniform sect robes for the future. Should I make them have different colors depending on the element a practitioner is adept at? He had the system with him, finding out what a person was talented at wasn't a problem. Still, no one was really locked to an elemental proficiency, as even his disciples could train up in his lightning Dao. But it was still faster to progress in something you were naturally gifted. He called over Zhang Kuo and Zhang Ye. He had to clear up some things with his two main retainers. The two looked a bit concerned and had their heads dropped. They both knew that the time came for their punishment. The main crisis is over, but there is still much work to be done. You two. He looked at them with a stern expression. The two withheld valuable information from him. They didn't inform him about the city his clan members were going to and that it was ruled by the Dark Palm sect. Still, no one knew that they would meet some kind of crazy young master there that would then lead into a full-blown war. Could the clash have been avoided if he knew? He felt that even if he knew, his grandfather would probably have convinced him into allowing his clan's juniors to participate. He might have even put off his ascension into the nascent soul if he knew, which would spell instant disaster. He wouldn't have been able to go against Wu Ming or any of the other nascent soul masters. Running would have been the only option then. You held back information from your patriarch. Do you have anything to say in your own defense? The two dropped down to their hands and knees. We are sorry, patriarch, no sect leader, we deserve death. The two nodded. Matt raised his brow at the instant death sentence that the two gave themselves. In their eyes, they caused a massive disservice to the whole clan that almost caused their downfall. Matt on the other hand didn't really blame them, they were only following orders that Zhang Jin gave. Those orders weren't actually wrong, as he might have caused a bigger scene if he ever went together with their small expedition. Death? Do you really think that I want to see more people die? He was slightly ticked off by their response. Why were these people always so quick to go to their demise for things like making their superiors look bad? Sect leader. There have been enough deaths already. You two, I want you to work hard, harder than you ever worked before. After the sect is well established and doesn't need you, you have the permission to die, if you so wish. These two were talented managers, they had already lost people to this useless war. There was no reason for two loyal people like this to be sent to their deaths over a small mistake. Do you think you can do that? The sect needs you. Yes, sect leader. The two started smashing their heads into the hard floor tiles. That's enough, go and call over all the elders for a meeting, we must discuss our next move, stop hitting the floor with your heads, it's going to leave a crack. He was more concerned about the holes in his floor than about the damage these two would suffer from hitting it. They were both close to reaching the end stages of foundation establishment, so they were really resistant, the floor wasn't. After some more apologizing and bowing, he managed to get rid of his two unruly retainers. He fixed his clothes one last time and went on with the day. He moved to the large auditorium-looking room where they had their meetings. His people worked hard, as even before he got there almost everyone was there and waiting. We greet the sect leader. Welcome, Patriarch. He got the usual greeting from his Zhang family members. The Feng clan women were quite enthusiastic as well, though the people from the Huo clan looked a bit reserved from how they handled themselves. He could see Huo Jiang waving at him. Next to him was an old man that he saw before. He was even more muscular than his red-haired sect brother and the two looked alike. Before he could start the meeting, the two moved over and he got a nice smack to his shoulder from his little bro. Thanks to having his body refining upgraded, he didn't feel the hit all that much. Haha, hard as fine spirit metal, you see that, father? That's what a real man should be like. Matt looked at Jiang and then to his so-called father. The man was big, but due to his musculature, he was even more imposing. He didn't look pleased, he didn't even bow his head at Zhang Dong, which bothered most of the people from the Zhang faction. Oh, he looks mad. Well, we did pull them into a war with the sect and it's still unclear if we will be left alone. From Huo Gang's perspective, his son was at the same level of power as this man now. He was the father of a nascent soul senior, so he saw himself above the others by association. His son was right next to him, so he felt reassured while talking to Zhang Dong. Zhang clan patriarch, what are you planning? My Huo clan never agreed to any of this. My son isn't the clan leader, I am. Hey, you old fart, what are you talking about? Huo Jiang looked at his father with a frown on his face. Quiet, I am still your father. The man shouted out loud. He was obviously mad for the way this all played out. From his point of view, this was all too risky. There weren't enough nascent soul elders and he didn't trust Zhang Dong at all. He hadn't seen the immortal grade techniques either, so he had no idea why his son and so many others were following this white-haired man. If I explain everything, this guy will probably see reason, but... He did a quick scan of the room. Every person from the senior generation was here, they were all leaders and future elders of the sect. Some of them could probably reach the nascent soul level if they got the correct techniques and more time. His authority was getting questioned by this man. If he pulled back, he would probably look weak in front of these old-fashioned cultivator types. I bet he is banking on me respecting Jiang's authority and not going overboard. To Matt, it looked as if this man was doing some kind of strange power move. He probably wanted to show that he was the father of one of the core sect elders and that he wasn't afraid of the sect leader. Maybe he was even convinced that Huo Jiang would jump into his defense if Zhang Dong went on the offensive. Maybe he thinks that I wouldn't dare to offend the father of an important ally as Huo Jiang. I guess I need to make a show of force, this is the way these old farts operate. He also noticed Feng Lina fuming in the back, her eyes were staring daggers into the man's back and she was ready to pounce. How dare you! She shouted out, but Zhang Dong moved his hand up while looking at her with a gentle smile. He then looked to the man while still having the same smile. Huo Gang then felt a rise in spiritual energy in the area and it was focusing on the place he was standing in. Zhang Dong's eyes glowed with golden light and small lightning bolts started getting expelled from his eye sockets. The man felt a massive amount of weight getting put on his shoulders. He was unable to resist as he collapsed to his knees, sweating under Zhang Dong's aura. Huo Jiang was surprised by his senior brother's fast reaction and by reflex tried reaching out to help his own father. He felt a jolt to his hand the moment he leaned in, the suppressive aura was even strong enough to push him back, who was a nascent soul cultivator. Your son agreed, that was enough at that time. I will not keep your clan here. If you wish you may leave. Though, I'm not sure the other sects would allow you to do this after your association to the United Element sect is known. The Zhang clan, Feng clan, and the Huo clan, those names won't matter much in the future. We are a sect now and as a sect I expect everyone to work together. I might be the sect master but I will still consult the senior members on important matters. I do not wish for this sect to eat itself from the inside as the Dark Palm sect did. He released the pressure, allowing Jiang's father to stand up. He patted him on the shoulder while continuing to speak. Your son is like a brother to me, I do not wish to see you using him to further yourself. I know that you are afraid about your position and your clans in this sect. I assure you that I will not treat your family with scorn. Everyone's place will depend on their individual achievements and nothing more. He finished his speech and moved over to the spot of honor at the helm. Well then, let us start this meeting. Any questions? Everyone looked a bit bewildered by Zhang Dong's outburst and most of them were now afraid to bring up any personal matters. The meeting finally started after the small dramatic exchange between the new sect leader and Huo Jiang's father. He was pacified now and in the corner with a stern expression on his face. From Zhang Dong's perspective, he looked to be sulking but he didn't really want to argue with the old man anymore. Give me a full report on the situation. I can feel that we are being watched. Matt could sense that there were some nascent soul elders far away but still close enough for him to sense some of their spiritual essence. They were probably keeping watch on the small locked-off area, ordered by their elders. Zhang Kuo stepped forward, everyone in the room looked to him as he was going to give the report. As the sect leader says, we have cited some of the nascent soul elders from all of the 3 sects that were here previously. Each one of them left a senior behind, probably to keep watch over us. Regarding the Dark Palm sect, their main sanctuary is being attacked by the combined forces of the 3 sects. They have not yet fallen but they stand no chance against the combined strength of those 3 large sections. They still had some spies that were outside Spirit Spring City that could relay some information through their communication jades. The demonic sect that was here the other day was now on the defensive. They were huddled up behind their defensive formations and fighting for their life. We are not sure what is happening inside as it was far too dangerous for our spies to go in closer, we can only speculate on what is happening. They'll probably last a bit before they fall. What about the people that evacuated into the forests? They are safe and are being guarded by some of our sect members, they have enough food and water to last them a couple of months. Zhang Dong nodded, his people weren't in any danger at the time being, which was reassuring. What about the city? Spirit Spring City has mostly been destroyed, the Dark Palm sect bombarded everything with their cannons. The city has been leveled, there is nothing left to salvage, besides rubble. The Zhang clan members were unhappy, to say the least, about this turn of events. They had spent the past 2 years upgrading the whole city infrastructure to the peak, they had hospitals, police stations and even a fire station all in working condition. They knew that rebuilding everything would cost a lot and their patriarch had burned through every single spirit stone that they had saved up. So only the Zhang clan main compound remains. Zhang Dong shook his head, not happy that 2 years of work went down the drain just like that. He wouldn't be getting any spirit points from his system from Spirit Spring City anymore if it was like this. He was now contemplating moving his base of operations elsewhere, somewhere with more spiritual energy. If the Zhang clan needs a place to stay, they can come to our Red Lotus City. Feng Lina interrupted while smiling at Zhang Dong, who nodded at the proposition with gratitude. Red Lotus City? That place is too small, we can just go to my Qingliang City. Huo Jiang shouted out while smacking his broad chest with his large hand. If his senior brother wanted a new base of operations, he wanted his home to be it. Qingliang City, is it? Surprisingly, his father didn't reject the idea, instead, he moved his hands over his chest in a cross shape and nodded. I agree, what better place for the new sect than in Qingliang City? Red Lotus City has a better location and it's closer to the Zhang Sanctuary as well, I think it would be a better option. Feng Meiling interjected on Lina's accord as she could see that her granddaughter was fuming with anger after Huoqiang interrupted her. Patriarch, why should we move? We can just rebuild the old city and make it better and stronger than it ever was. Like a phoenix, it will rise from the ashes. This time Zhang Ji shouted out, some of his clan members also nodded as they were hesitant about just leaving their old home behind. The main sanctuary of their clan was still intact and it was even protected by a very powerful defensive formation. Not even nascent soul seniors could muscle their way into it. Matt put his hands together while nodding at the propositions. To spend resources and rebuild, or to move on to greener pastures. He wasn't sure, but he was leaning into another direction than the 3 main forces in this room. A small shouting match ensured where the Zhang clan, Feng clan and Huo clan were trying to convince Zhang Dong of seeing it their way. The United Element sect, what is it? He asked, interrupting everyone in the room. It's a gathering of our 3 clans. One of the older members called out while the others nodded. Is it? I don't think this sect will have a future if we are just that. Do you wish to conscript more people into the sect, sect leader? Another elder asked. That's a given, you saw those large sects, we pale not only in the number of nascent soul cultivators, but we also have fewer core formation experts in our foundation establishment. Juniors aren't enough. I don't think we should move into any of those 2 cities, and neither should we remain here, we need a more suitable spot. Where would we find such a location, senior brother? Feng Lina asked, a bit saddened that her proposition was denied. That is something I can't tell just yet, I must go through the lands to see. Matt's mapping feature had gotten a boost since he reached the nascent soul level. He could now check to see below the earth as well, he wanted to scout the areas out. He wanted to find something akin to the spiritual veins that could be found in the deeper regions in the Empire. He wasn't hoping for that much, but even another spirit stone mine would be enough. He had heaven-grade spiritual energy gathering formation in his library, so he didn't need a place with a high concentration of it, he just needed it to be manageable. It would be best if those 3 sects allowed us to stay at the area where the Dark Palm sect was located, but don't think they will let us. The people nodded. The large sects had their bases located in places with strong spiritual energies. It wouldn't be odd if those clans left some of their members there after they conquered it. Maybe if the Honorable Wei Hung acted, we could gain that land for ourselves. One of the Zhang clan elders asked. The others nodded with approval while looking at Zhang Dong. In their opinion, if that strong master acted, even the 3 sects would have to listen. Wei Hung's illusion had left a big impression on these people. They thought it was just a slither of his true might, and it was already that strong. How powerful was Zhang Dong's master in person? He might have even been on par with the Azure Emperor that ruled the land. Zhang Dong just shook his head side to side while answering. My master won't act unless it's really dire. He only acted when my life was in danger. I fear he doesn't care for this sect of mine. I wouldn't put my faith into him that much. Personal strength is always better than borrowed one. The elders in the room sighed out after Zhang Dong's reply. They knew those types of masters that weren't concerned about anything besides their disciples. Wei Hung was apparently one of those, only taking action when his pupil was in danger but not caring about the people involved with him or her. That's understandable. Regretful. The elders voiced their concerns but still encouraged Zhang Dong to seek out his master for help. He just nodded at the request, though he knew no help was coming as he was his own master. The main concern is the 3 large sects, Dragon Gate, Limitless Sword, and Demon Subduing. We don't know what they will do, but I don't think they will let us have any of the more bountiful lands. I agree with senior brother, they probably won't allow us into the mainland that is closer to the spiritual veins. Feng Lina responded while everyone in the room nodded. It would be quite foolish from the 3 powerhouses to let them reside in places with a high concentration of qi. The spiritual veins were something that formed naturally in this world. Cultivators in this world like to place their sects in areas with spiritual veins with high concentration. This was also how things in this empire were constructed. The spiritual veins with the highest concentration were further into the mainland. The closest place to it was the empire's capital city. The Azure Emperor lived there with his clan. He wasn't part of any sect, but that didn't matter if you were the strongest person around. His clan had many powerful experts, and even if they had fewer people than some of the sects, they excelled in quality over quantity. Yes, they just might make us remain in these lower lands where the spiritual energy isn't high enough to produce nascent soul cultivators. Everyone nodded. That was the likely scenario, and they wouldn't be able to go against all 3 of those sects even if their 3 nascent soul elders could contend with the opponents. The improved versions of the techniques are superior, which mostly means that they require more spiritual energy to cultivate in. Matt rubbed his chin. He needed to get his sect into a good location, otherwise it would take decades until they achieved anything. Should I sneak into their territory and raid their spirit stone mines? Matt didn't really want to do risky things like that. Even with a spirit stone mine converted into points, he couldn't produce that many nascent soul masters, unless he dropped a grade with their cultivation manuals. Yes, that is probably what they have planned, but not like we can do anything about it. Zhang Jin commented from the side with a frown on his face. The meeting continued well into the night. While they had Zhang Dong's attention, the other members from the new sect were sure to ask him many questions. Some of them were even trying to reel him into their families with marriage proposals. This of course earned the scorn from the Feng clan side of the sect. They went over the death reports and decided on giving all the warriors a proper send-off. Their families would be getting some monetary compensation and could even get a position as a disciple. Further discussions were halted as no one knew where their new base of operations would be. They needed to plan the internal structure of their sect and also needed to build the proper facilities to house the outer, inner, and core disciples. They decided that a merit-based system with incentives would be the best. Every new disciple would be put in an age bracket and tested. The average recruits would be outer disciples, above them were the inner disciples with more privileges, and even further were the core disciples that were the true elites. They didn't go into much detail about the merit system and rewards as no one knew how much resources they would have to spare. Then it is decided, we will wait till the situation with the Dark Palm sect is resolved, we will bolster our defenses, and me and the 2 Grand Elders will continue cultivating in preparations. Zhang Dong went with the term Grand Elder just like their enemies did, as it was something easy to follow. Soon enough everyone dispersed and went to prepare for the future tasks of making the sect. While Zhang Dong was heading out, he came across his female Grand Elder. She was apparently waiting for him. She gave him a smile, her face beaming as she just stared into his eyes. Ah, yes. He straightened himself out a bit. It was time to get some tea. The future was uncertain, but it also held many wondrous possibilities. The days passed and the news about the Dark Palm sect issue reached everyone in the land. The word of a new upstart sect taking them out, and that the three similar-sized sects that were close by were now besieging their harmonious peaks. Everyone was curious about the new upstart that had formed, but even more curious why it hadn't been eradicated by the three powerful sects. The Dark Palm sect was in shambles. Some of the peaks had crumbled before the combined might of the enemy alliance. The ancestral elders did their best to keep the defensive formation working, but they were at an impasse. They were trapped in a defensive battle, unable to flee and far too old to last a prolonged battle against multiple nascent soul masters at a similar level. Without much else to do, Zhang Dong and his allies had to wait. They cultivated with diligence, increasing their understanding of the newly gained Dao they were cultivating in. The tensions were high, no one knew what would happen. Everyone was on edge, preparing for the worst while trying to bolster their personal might. With more time passing, news of the evil sect's demise reached their ears. After 2 months of continuous struggling, the demonic sect was announced vanquished. The ancestral elders were all slain and everyone associated with the evil sect was sentenced to death. As it goes with large sects like these, there were many stragglers left outside. There were just too many members to eradicate and not enough time or manpower. There was a slight chance that someone could try taking revenge on the three sects, but it was highly unlikely that they would succeed. The best they could hope for is a quiet life in the lower levels or being taken in by other sects while hiding their identity. The war was finally over. The giant sect was no more, but life continued. Demon Subduing Sect, Dragon Gate Sect, and the Limitless Sword Society, they were the true winner of this short war. They had used the confusion that began with Zhang Dong's appearance and managed to vanquish a long-time rival. They all wanted a piece of the pie now. The alliance wasn't one that was built of friendship or necessity, it was built on profit. Any one of them could have been in the Dark Palm sect's place if things went differently. They didn't voice it, but everyone knew that they would betray each other at a moment's notice if it proved profitable and safe. Back at Spirit Spring City, or what was left of it, Zhang Dong was sitting in the lotus position. He was in the dimensional regalia along with Huo Jiang and Feng Lina. The three of them used this opportunity to strengthen themselves. They did some light sparring while increasing their cultivation bases. It's not as easy as it used to be. Zhang Dong grumbled while opening his eyes. When he was in core formation, he could just progress with the help of the ambient chi energies in the surroundings. Now it was different, his progress was slow and going at a snail's pace. Even after 2 months had passed, he had barely managed to push his cultivation past 1%. At this pace, he would reach the middle stage realm in about 16 years. He gave out a sigh and decided to take a walk. Sitting around for hours while just taking in energy was still a boring pastime. Luckily, as a cultivator, he entered a type of cultivation trance that made the time seem to pass faster. The floating island had gotten larger than before as well. He had convinced both his friends to donate some spiritual energy each day along with him. 3 nascent soul cultivators that had immortal grade cultivation methods were infusing this island with their power now. It went from a couple of kilometers in diameter to close to 20. With high quality chi, it was growing steadily and could now truly be used as a secret space of the sect. Before plans to further this place could come to fruition, they still had to resolve one problem. Zhang Dong didn't interrupt the others with their cultivation and stepped out, which was just in time to hear someone running up with haste. He could tell with his spiritual sense that it was Zhang Kuo. Is there any news? The man looked a bit more frantic than usual. His body temperature was also higher and he was clearly sweating. Yes, Patriarch, the Dark Palm sect is no more. Zhang Dong nodded. This was about the time he thought it would take for them to get through their defenses. He straightened out while giving his reply. Any word from those 3 sects? Did they send someone or made any demands? Kuo nodded at the question and gave a swift reply. Yes, my lord, they have actually sent word, although. Zhang Dong could see the man clench his fist tighter as if something was bothering him. His body language was making him look angered. Good, what do they want? What are the terms? Kuo took out a jade slip and presented it to his patriarch. Zhang Dong raised his eyebrow before scanning the jade slip with his spiritual sense. He was actually expecting them to send someone in person to do some negotiating. He received a message via jade mail instead. HOH? I kind of figured this much, but they don't take us very seriously, do they? Zhang Kuo nodded while taking the jade slip back. The 3 sects gave their terms. The United Elements sect would be allowed to exist, but they were to remain in the regions previously occupied by the middle-sized clans. This meant that they wouldn't actually be getting any land that was previously used by the Dark Palm sect. They were also required to pay a large sum in spirit stones or other resources like herbs or weapons. The explanation given for that was that it was a payment for the land they were graciously given. You can leave. Zhang Kuo nodded and left. Zhang Dong on the other hand was just glad that it was now over. Even though it looked like their new sect wouldn't go far, he knew that things weren't all that bad. He still had all those high-level techniques and he had his system. With him being the sect leader, he was now the proud owner of a vast tract of land. Many people lived there, many people that if treated right would give him many spirit points which he could spend to improve his techniques even more or even increase his own cultivation or from his sect members. It was time to stabilize his new faction. Even though the other sects weren't taking them seriously, he preferred that. It was easier to go against someone that was underestimating you. I bet they fear my Wei Hung persona more than they fear me. They will probably place spies all around the place to keep watch over us. Well, not like it matters. Thanks to the medallion treasure he was content. No spies would be getting their hands on their cultivation manuals, he had ways of catching those types of people. The screening process that he was planning to implement would catch them in the act, only loyal disciples and elders would be allowed inside, growing in power through the years until they were strong enough to break away from the shackles. He continued walking outside, his gaze on the still destroyed scenery. He had come to this world over 2 years ago, he was slowly integrating himself with the people. He sometimes asked himself about why he was even going so far. There were many occasions for him to just leave, he would have been safer as a solo act, but he decided to stay. He never felt like he had a purpose in his life before this. He lived his life alone, he didn't depend on others and no one else depended on him as he led his boring life of going to work and playing games. Somehow he ended up in here, many times stronger than an average man and many times over his head. He somehow managed to survive until this point, but he attributed it to luck and his system. Going forward he wanted to further his relations with these people. They were quirky and strange, but somehow they grew on him. He was slowly growing into the role of a leader, caring more for his people than his own well-being. He floated up into the sky, going past the defensive formation that opened a little hole for him. He didn't go unnoticed from his sect members that offered him bows. If he was an original resident from this world he would have been quite maddened. The 3 other sects just dumped their demands on him without giving any space for negotiation. This would be considered a big blow to the face for the entire sect and could even evolve into a full-blown reason to go to war with. Zhang Dong on the other hand didn't care as much for this so-called face. Regretfully, he was still a flawed human and sometimes he would feel like being petty. He closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense into the area, making it travel far and wide to find someone. It didn't take long for him to spot his target, his enhanced system map made it appear as a dot. He opened up his eyes and without much warning bolted into that direction. His colossal nascent soul immortal grade aura blasting into all directions as he kicked up a storm. What is the Patriarch doing? This was the thing the people down below were asking themselves. They just saw their leader take off in a certain direction. One of the more informed elders from the sect took a moment to realize where Zhang Dong's destination was. Oh no! Why is the leader going towards that person? I must report this to the other 2 grand elders. He took off running while sweating profusely. Zhang Dong on the other side was close to arriving at his destination, which was a person. The moment he arrived he could see an old man wearing a Dragon Gate sect robe. The man was very old and was looking at Zhang Dong with a frown on his face and with a raised eyebrow. What is the meaning of this? Oh? What do you mean, honorable elder from the Dragon Gate sect? Can't I greet such an esteemed senior from such a profound sect in my own lands? The man was even more confused than before. He was a nascent realm practitioner left here by his sect leader to keep an eye out. He was now trembling slightly as Zhang Dong's massive overbearing aura was causing him distress. From the look of things this man had come to cause trouble. Why don't we invite your other 2 friends? It didn't take long for the leftover elders from Limitless Sword Society and Demon Subduing Sect to arrive. Both of them were on guard and unsure of what this man was up to. They were all early stage, nascent soul cultivators, ones of the weakest from their sides as the more prominent ones had left to help in the war efforts. What do you want? Are you trying to go against us? They didn't take out their weapons but they were on guard. Zhang Dong just smiled while hovering in mid-air, his aura becoming even more overbearing after the 3 had gathered together. He was someone who jumped realms, even at the early stage his chi was above a middle stage practitioner. If he added his empowering technique on top of that he could contend with late stage cultivators. The 3 started feeling dizzy, he was clearly too much for them to handle. They saw this man fight during the war and he was at the level of their own sect leaders, without them around they didn't feel confident. Why the long faces? I've just wanted to greet you, 3 esteemed friends. Just trying to be a proper host, you are in the United Element Sex lands, even your leaders agreed to this. He nodded while the 3 men shrunk back. He was clearly threatening them with his aura while saying those friendly words, and the 3 were smart enough to get the memo. Don't get overboard in my land was the message he was trying to give. Don't think you look interested in tea, how about I escort you to the borders, they aren't that far, think they start off at Jade Grass City. The 3 were getting crushed under the overbearing pressure and knew well that this man wasn't willing to negotiate. They just nodded and turned around. He at least made some sense as the war was over and it was considered rude to have other sects come to your lands uninvited. We shall leave, but don't be unreasonable, your sect might not last long otherwise. The 3 snorted while leaving. Zhang Dong just remained in midair while smiling. He even waved them goodbye. His waving hand changed into a fist with a middle finger raised. No one really knew what this hand gesture meant though. With a resounding sigh, he then turned around. There was more work to be done. Not much came from Zhang Dong's little power move. The 3 sects set up their new borders and kept their word while taking all of the best lands that the Dark Palm sect possessed. What the United Element sect was left with were the usual middle-sized cities that were previously ruled by clans like the Huo or Feng clan. The new sect had to momentarily pause their spiritual formation as the power cubes were slowly running out of juice. There were spirit gathering formations set up to lower the burden on them. Regretfully they couldn't keep up with the chi usage this grand formation had, as it could keep most of the nascent soul realm cultivators at bay. The main base was left with Feng Lina while Huojiang had to be moved closer to the border region as a defensive measure. Zhang Dong on the other hand was now flying around the large piece of real estate that he has graciously received from the 3 sects. Still nothing. He gave out a sigh. He made sure to fly as close to the ground as possible. He did it so that his mapping feature could pick up on spots below the ground that were high in spiritual energy. He had been on it for a week now, just zigzagging between locations while hovering half a meter above the ground. To his dismay he wasn't able to find anything worthwhile. The best thing he came across was a tiny spirit stone pocket that wouldn't be more than 1,000,000 spirit points if he converted it. It could be used to pay the high taxes that the other sects were putting on them, so it wasn't all bad. Zhang Dong stopped and was looking at his new 3D map. He could see his movement patterns. He was sure to inspect all the places, and he even made sure to have the borders selected so he didn't anger the other sects by going into their territory. I was hoping that I'd find something by now. He rubbed his glabella in concern. He wanted to create his new sect home base somewhere new, somewhere where there was a lot of spiritual energy for the sect disciples to flourish. He would even take a spot where there are some other resources like herbs that could be used for pills at this point. He stared at his map once more and then looked at the scenery. He ended up in a forest area. The trees could be seen for kilometers without end. He blinked while thinking back to the past. He knew this area. Hey, isn't this? Part of his lip raised itself into a small smile. He remembered this area. This was where it all started, the same forest that he appeared after being stuck in this world. He had flown all the way back here while being preoccupied with looking at his system map. The memories flooded in. He recalled getting scared of an angry-looking horned bunny. The creature looked quite ferocious for a first-timer. Recalling it now just brought a blush to his cheeks. He wondered if the people from that tribe were still living here. He released his spiritual sense into the surroundings as he tried finding where that old village of the Tatar tribe was. Found it, but... He furrowed his brows. He had located the place where he spent a couple of weeks at hunting monsters and grinding points. The problem was that he could feel some uncharacteristic chi signatures there. For one thing, there were people at the Foundation establishment stage as well as someone at core formation there. Could they be? It didn't take him long to figure out who these people were. He took off with haste, worried about the outcome if he didn't interfere. Luckily he detected that there was no bloodshed just yet. He would probably make it in time. He was hiding his presence so the cultivators below wouldn't notice him. The moment he arrived he could see a scene playing out. The Tatar tribe people were getting rounded up into the middle of their square. They were surrounded by a group of mean-looking cultivators from all sides. The auras of these people were far too strong for the chi condensation tribesmen. For the moment he just listened in, wondering what those people plan was. Senior, we have gathered all of these lowly commoners. The cultivator that looked to be in charge nodded after another person came over to give him a report. It was an old man that was wearing an eye patch and looked slightly beaten up. The people were wearing black robes with a familiar symbol of a dark palm print on their backs. They were obviously remnants from the destroyed sect that had somehow escaped into the lowest region. Well done, take their clothes, then kill them all. The old sect is gone and we must remain hidden from that upstart section. Zhang Dong continued to listen as the man in charge gave his instructions. The plan was to take this village over. The Dark Palm remnants would use these tribesmen's clothes and live like them in this small village. They probably didn't think that anyone would find them all the way here where most respectable cultivators never showed up. Which wasn't such a bad plan all things considered. They were from a hunted sect, they could either disperse and go about as rouge cultivators or set up a base of operations. Unless a nascent soul cultivator or at least a core formation elder appeared, they would probably go unnoticed while hiding their aura. While the order to kill and strip was given, one of the tribe youths shouted out. You won't get away with this, the mighty Lord Dong will eradicate you all. Matt wanted to cough after hearing his mighty tittle. He did a quick scan of the name of the person that just shouted out and was surprised that it was the silky pants youth that he had met before by the name of Yang Rong. Next to him was another youth that nodded with approval while yelling. His name was Cheng Yun and he was also someone that he knew from back in the day. That's right. Lord Dong? Do you think Zhang Dong from that upstart sect will ever come to a shithole like this? The senior from the group laughed and so did the people from the Dark Palm sect. No one expected a nascent soul elder to ever come to an area with a low amount of spiritual energy like this was. There was a reason why the tribe people were considered the weakest in all of the empire. Their location was in a place where cultivating was extra difficult. Now stop talking, this will be all over soon. The tribe's people started shouting out, they were unwilling to die here. There were hundreds of people gathered here and they would be put to death so that these renegade cultivators could escape their death sentence. The tribe's people were being held back by the suppressive pressure of these superior cultivators and they couldn't move. They could only sit together while trembling, indignity in their eyes. They looked at the various faces of the people that were pulling out swords and sabers. This looked like it was going to be it for them, the women and children weren't even going to be spared in this massacre. But just as the sobbing started, something unusual occurred. The pressure that murderous group was giving out suddenly stopped while they themselves stopped in their tracks. The people from the Tatar tribe were baffled by the display as the cultivators stopped mid-stride. What is this? They asked aloud while standing up. The Dark Palm remnants were clearly unable to move and alive. They could see them sweating and their brows were twitching. Hello there people of the Tatar tribe, we meet again. The villagers heard a voice coming from above. It was very familiar as it belonged to someone that had left an impression on everyone here. They all glanced up and saw a man in a white robe descending. His white hair was fluttering in the wind and he had his hands behind his back. He looked like a god descending from heaven, he even had some kind of unearthly glow about him that seemed to be golden. Be by the moons, it's the Honorable Lord Dong. One of the tribe members finally managed to shout out while all the others were still slack-jawed. The answer to the unmoving evil cultivators was right before them. This man had come to aid them in their time of need and he did it once again just like 2 years ago. It's the Lord. The mighty Dong. Yet. Everyone cheered out while Matt was kind of contemplating if he could get some kind of pseudonym. It wasn't odd for powerful cultivators to change names, maybe he could find something more fitting and not be referred to as large genitals anymore. He moved his hand up, instantly everyone quieted down while bowing in respect. Zhang Dong descended right to the ground and looked at the Dark Palm sect remnants that were being all held back by his nascent soul realm power. Quite a gathering of scumbags if I do have to say so myself. Got anything to say for yourselves? He stopped some of his aura from seeping out, allowing the Dark Palm cultivators to speak out. What he got in return was a lot of pleading shouts. No please honorable senior, it was all Shi Tao's fault, we couldn't go against him. You bastards, you want to pin all the blame on me now. Yes venerable deist, it was all him, we couldn't go against him, no one wished to harm these good people. The lower realm cultivators were quick to blame their leader for everything. He was the sole core formation expert in the group so he was an easy target to shift the blame to. Zhang Dong just shook his head side to side. I hope my sect doesn't become like you. I should kill you all here right now, you wanted to murder all of these innocent people here, women and children included. Lucky for you, my sect is in need of free labor at the moment, you will spend the rest of your life working in mines. He had also found pockets that had some mineral deposits scattered here and there. The metals there weren't anything all that special, at most usable for earth-grade materials, but it was still a source of revenue. He would cripple all of these evil cultivators and they would spend the rest of their life working as slaves. Free labor senior. Slaves, you will be slaves. Death would be too easy of a punishment for the likes of you. You will have a lot of time to repent. The dark palm remnants trembled in indignation. Their plan had failed and now a future worse than death awaited them, slaving away God knows where while getting whipped and abused. Zhang Dong brought out his communication jade and informed his sect members about the issue. They still had some flying ships so they could transport these people. After taking care of that issue he turned to the large group of trembling people. He waved his hand forward and they all started floating up into the air and towards each other. They started shouting out, pleading for mercy, but Matt wasn't going to be lenient with them. A giant share of electricity surrounded the group of cultivators, shocking them with golden lightning while destroying their foundation pillars. The Tatar tribe's people looked with shock and awe at the bright light show. They were astonished by the power this man possessed. To them he was getting closer to a godly being than to a man. They all dropped down to their knees and started bowing at the display of his might. These guys shouldn't be a problem for you anymore, so please tie them up until people from my sect arrive to pick them up. He dropped the charred and twitching cultivators down to the ground. They were all passed out and their cultivation path was broken. A child at chi condensation level was now stronger than them. Matt was feeling a bit uncomfortable right now. He was surrounded by people from all sides. His sect members would need at least a day to get here and he felt that just leaving without a word would be a tad rude. So, long time no see. To his question there was no reply. The people were bowing face down and with their butts raised into the air. They were probably afraid to meet the gaze of the man that almost single-handedly took out the Dark Palm sect. Zhang Dong just wanted to facepalm but instead, he just nodded and gave a more compelling order. He knew from his experience how people like this operated. Rise up, that's enough. The people slowly moved their heads up, their eyes were uncharacteristically sparkly. He could tell that he was getting revered by this group. From their standpoint, he was one of the most powerful experts in the whole empire, a nascent soul realm master. He had also aided them in this time of need and previously saved the chief's son from a powerful monster. The first man to get up and walk up to him was the old tribe chief. He didn't change all that much in these past 2 years, maybe a wrinkle or two here or there. He clasped his hands in respect once again before finally opening his mouth. Honorable Senior, you have aided us once again, how can this Tatar tribe ever hope to repay you? While the chief was speaking the rest of the tribe people started standing up. Yang Rong and Chang Yun that he met before were side by side. They had apparently buried the hatchet and Yang Rong in particular had grown up to be a respectable young man that was on his way to be the next tribe chief. Ah, you don't need to repay me, just live your life, as usual, it was just luck that I was close by while all of this was happening. Zhang Dong glanced at the charred Dark Palm members and was brought back to reality. He didn't have time to exchange more pleasantries with these people. He had to map out the area and find a good spot for his sect to flourish. But I shouldn't linger, I didn't come here to play around. He wanted to leave but the tribe's people couldn't let such a chance slip by. This was a powerful nascent realm master, they wouldn't have a second chance like this in their lifetime. They needed to somehow lure him in and maybe accept one of the youths as a disciple. Please Honorable Senior Dong, we must hold a giant feast, why don't you rest and let us show you some gratitude? The village chief glanced to the side at some of his people that were quick to pick up on his scheme. They sprung to action fast, they surrounded Zhang Dong even closer and started begging him to stay. They were a lot of young ladies even mixed in to appeal to the man's male side. Please Grandmaster, won't you stay? Won't you stay to enjoy our tribe's best foods? Please let me be your disciple, I'll offer my kowtows of respect. Do you need some servants for your travels? I'm sure the youths would be helpful, take as many as you want. My daughter is a good cook and she can clean, she would be great as a maid for you my lord. Various people started clamoring for his attention. If they had even one of their family members work for this man their status would skyrocket. Matt raised his eyebrow at the tribe's people. They were moments away from getting massacred by the evil cultivators. You'd think that no person would be able to make a quick 180 after a traumatic event like this but here they were. He got reminded of how tough people in this world were. When they saw an opportunity to further their cause they went for it. He knew well what this was about but he needed to quench their enthusiasm. He had no time to stay here, he even remembered what happened last time. They sent him a group of young girls to his quarters as a bribe. He was in the middle of courting Feng Lina so he didn't think this would be appropriate. Wonder what she would do if she found something like that out. He was a bit curious if the woman would be jealous or envious. It wasn't strange to have multiple wives in this society so would she care if he had any flings? He on the other hand was an old-fashioned modern type of man, that would rather have one warm woman than 10 lukewarm ones. Stop, let me speak. Everyone quieted down after the white-haired man raised his hand while speaking out. I don't need any more servants and I don't need any disciples. I also really don't have the time, so I'll be leaving. He started floating up to the people's dismay. They knew that they couldn't keep this person here, but they just had to try. They kept their eyes on his magnificent form almost as if they were hoping to get a cultivation boost from it. He then vanished from their sight, almost like a blur as he took off into the deeper parts of the forest. Everyone from the tribe was saddened that they couldn't reel him in. What a shame, if he took one of our girls as a concubine no one could go against this village. Or if he took one of our boys as a disciple, we would be the greatest tribe. The people chatted it up, almost forgetting about the charred dark palm sect people. The same that were still out cold, and they would probably take a few hours to get over their shocking experience. The only reasonable person was the tribe chief that immediately ordered his people to get some rope and tie up the evil cultivators. They might have been crippled, but that didn't mean that they couldn't escape into the woods. Zhang Dong had moved forward into the forest, but he had seen something odd. While passing the village from the top, he noticed his name being mentioned on some signs. After further investigation, he figured out what it was. The bathhouse he previously used had his name added before it. There was something about it being a secret ground for cultivation. He could feel some residual qi in the water that was probably left by him when he cultivated for the first time. He had caused lightning to descend from the clouds, which was enough to make this a desired spot for cultivation for these qi condensation tribe people. I should sue them for copyright infringement. He flew away, but he didn't realize how far his presence here had changed the place. The secret cultivation ground was just one thing. The tribe even hosted sightseeing tours. They took people to where he fought the tentacle-faced monster and told the tales of his gallant adventures. They also let people stay at the building he lived for those weeks at exorbitant prices. His mind was preoccupied with the strange tribe that was going crazy for him, so he didn't notice that he had arrived at the place that started it all. He came to a halt and saw the damaged tree stump from where the miniature version of Fulhu sprung from. Hey, this brings me back. He moved towards that leftover stump. It was in bad shape as the monster burst from under it, destroying most of the tree in the process. He was still wondering if this was some kind of tutorial area and if the monster was a pre-planned encounter. He could have also been unlucky arriving at a bad time. This thing sure pulled a fast one me. He remembered running away in fear even though he was much stronger than the creature. He was inexperienced and unable to use his techniques to their full extent. It took the tribe's people getting in trouble for him to finally man up and face the creature. In the end he just overpowered it with his powerful body and lightning. While reminiscing about the past, he realized that he had come far. He had managed to somehow bumble his way into a leader's position. Going from a shut-in to a sect leader, which was comparable to kings from his old world. He snapped out of it. This was no time to remember the good old days. He still needed to find a good location for his sect to set up shop. He looked to his system map while disgruntled, as he didn't expect to find anything worthwhile in the lowest of the low regions that he was in now. His eyes went wide as he noticed something out of place. There was some kind of signature here, and it was right below him. He was standing right next to the tree and the open field that he was transported to at the start of his journey. Could this have something to do with it, was his question. This was quite a strange signature, as it didn't show up normally. It looked like a giant black spot, and it was right below him. The blackness spread throughout his system map. It made it seem as if something was blocking out the signal from reaching there. He had to investigate. It was a highly unusual sight, and he had reasons to believe that it had something to do with his arrival here. This looks sketchy. He didn't like this. The spot below him wasn't that far underground, but even he couldn't feel anything there when he used his spirit sense. If he didn't have this graphical interface, he would probably never have spotted this anomaly. He steeled his resolve and dived down into the rocks below. At his level of power, he could force his way down the hard ground, but at a slow pace. He burrowed his way while lighting the path with his golden aura, eyes glued to the map. Zhang Dong could see that there was a naturally formed cavern leading to one of the blacked-out parts. He descended into it and burst through the wall. He came out in a large cave. The area lit up the moment he came through from his shiny aura. There was nothing out of place with this corridor, so he followed it towards his destination. The splashing of water echoed through this place as it was some kind of naturally formed underwater passageway. The further he went and the closer he got to the black spot on his map. Finally, he arrived at his destination. The black spot in the area revealed itself to him. It was an out-of-place obsidian wall. He moved closer to it. It was clearly nothing that had formed naturally, as it was way too smooth. A wall. He placed his palm on it. It was really polished and the light he was exuding was bouncing right off of it. It looked man-made, as if someone placed or carved it here. This strange wall was clearly made of a different material than the ones in the corridor. It looked like hard obsidian. He knocked on it with his knuckles and noticed that this material was very resistant. Normally a simple knock on some rocks from someone with his strength would have caused some cracking. He decided to form a fist for his next test. He inserted a small amount of spiritual energy and punched out. The hit landed on the black wall and the whole place shook. The wind pressure alone from his hit caused the normal corridor to quake and tremble. The obsidian wall stood without a scratch though. He felt like a normal person punching an iron wall. His hand was even trembling and he didn't even leave a dent on it. What is this made of? He wondered if he should put all of his power into another punch, but before he could do that the wall started lighting up. Some strange symbols appeared which glowed blue and a light shot out that enveloped his whole body. Scanning in progress, please remain still, intruders will be eliminated. He heard a strange robotic voice call out to him. A small orb appeared out of the wall and started scanning him from top to bottom. He had activated some kind of mechanism. It talked about elimination if he was deemed an intruder. He could only put up his defensive bubble and hope that it wasn't powerful enough to cause him harm while he waited. The strange device that came from the wall performed a full body scan on Matt. He tried blocking it out with his cultivator aura along with his barrier bubble, but to no avail. The scan seemed to go through all of his defenses and he was unable to do anything about it. Soon he heard the robotic voice again as it was finishing up. Error, subject number 80,082, error, deceased. The strange light started flickering on and off. It was red in hue while saying the part about the subject number, but then it changed to green. Error, Overseer identification number 6893, identified. Welcome, Overseer. Have a nice day. The light flickered out and the sphere object that was scanning him absorbed itself back into the wall as if it was never there. The walls started rumbling and a human-sized door appeared before him. Subject number 80082. Overseer. He had no idea what the robotic voice was talking about, but he was really curious about what was inside. The walls were robust and he didn't think that he would be able to force his way out of this place if he got stuck. This made him a bit concerned and halted his progress inside. I know this is incredibly stupid, but... He knew the risks, but for some reason, he didn't feel like there would be something dangerous inside. He felt that the status of overseer that this machine gave him would keep him safe. Why it was calling him that way was still unknown to him. He made a step towards the wall and then another until he vanished into the door. The door closed itself after him as if it was never there in the first place. Matt felt a certain lack of ground under him and he quickly used his floating ability. The whole place quickly lit up and he was greeted with a large spherical room with not much in it. He appeared out of a random spot in the wall. These doors could probably be formed in any location. The whole place looked like an abandoned hangar. The walls were made from that black substance that he couldn't budge with his current power level. The most interesting thing was right in the center. It looked like a floating cube and it was similar to the one he saw back in the secret ground. The cube was spinning around by itself while radiating faint light. Even from here he could tell that this thing wasn't simple. That's an immortal grade item. The moment he got in here he could feel the massive power radiating off that small thing. How could something like this evade everyone's detection was his question. It must be these walls. He looked at the inner walls of this spheric space. There were many inscriptions etched into them that were clearly working. This place was a large array and it was hiding this floating cube from the other people in this world. The question on his mind was, why was this cube being hidden and what did it do? How many spirit points can I get from this thing if I absorb it? 100 million, a billion. He had no idea how an immortal treasure would be counted by this system. This cube was clearly storing a lot of energy inside of it and it seemed to be powering this whole place. There was also another question on his mind. Will the person that this thing belongs to notice if he just took it? Also, does this place have something to do with him being transported to this world? He strained his eyes and looked at the intricate etchings on the walls. He had some knowledge about teleportation gates and arrays from the secret ground. Maybe if he could decipher this formation he could come to some kind of conclusion. As I thought, it has some similarities to some of the teleportation arrays in those books, but it's many times more complex. He tried placing his palm on the black walls with the arrays, but his system wasn't willing to analyze this, so he had to give up on that possibility. He started trembling at his discovery. This meant a lot. He came to the realization that someone or something had yanked him from his original world and placed him here. This grand teleportation formation was directly over the spot he appeared here over 2 years ago. This was too much of a coincidence. He tried theorizing about the point of this all. He had somehow placed the strangeness of being brought over to a Xiangxia world to the back of his head. He attributed it to being some kind of game and his tranquil mind had made him not worry. Now from this evidence, he believed that it wasn't a game. He started thinking that his own world, his home was out there and he could perhaps go back. He thought to his family members that he left and to the time he had spent there. Do they think I'm dead? What happened to my original body? What is this system anyway? He had a myriad of questions now, ones that couldn't be easily answered. He felt like his original body might have remained in his old world. His soul might have been taken here and placed into this Jiangdong that might have actually been a real person before. The possibility of this being a created world by some higher being was also out there. He decided to move towards the cube that was floating around and radiating massive amounts of qi. Maybe if he examined it with his system he could come up with something. He focused on it and looked for an answer. To his surprise his identification skill wasn't able to identify this item. Even more, he was getting a jumbled mess of characters over this particular cube. For some reason he felt drawn to it, he moved his hand towards it with his index finger outstretched. The moment his finger was 1 centimeter away from the floating object a tiny spark of energy flickered. His body came to a halt and he felt like he was deep under the ocean. His ears started ringing and he was close to passing out. Ugh! He couldn't pull his finger away instead, his body jolted forward and grasped the whole floating cube which made it exude more energy. This energy was going directly into him, he was lighting up like a Christmas tree, glowing in bright white. Matt felt his bones rattling and his teeth gnashing as a massive amount of pure energy was pushed into him. Just as his body felt like it would crumble under the pressure something occurred. The massive force was somehow redirected towards his dantian. Something in there started absorbing the enormous energy wave that the cube was trying to inject into his body as if trying to destroy him. The whole place went dark and the floating cube that was giving out copious amounts of light shattered into many tiny pieces while being grasped by him. Matt himself fell down and landed on the cold hard ground which was composed of the obsidian material. Hey, you okay there, friend? Matt slowly opened up his eyes, he felt like he was run over by a truck. To his surprise someone was now talking to him, his vision was blurry but he could make out an outline of a figure. If it was a man or a woman he didn't know, the voices also switched between low and high-pitched. I don't have much time, so listen well. Don't worry, the overseers won't notice you just yet, I'll be sure to block the signal. I need your help. You must gather more, so, blee, to, bzzzzz. Before his vision could focus the person talking to his fizzled out of existence. It felt like he was talking to him through a really bad microphone with a lot of static and he couldn't make out the last part of the message at all. He slowly stood up, he didn't know who that person was or where the energy that he was somehow absorbing went. His system wasn't showing any more spirit points than he had. He looked all over the place but he was now in total darkness. He infused some energy into his body to produce a light source. From what he could make out the cube had shattered into dust, there was nothing left. It was clearly the power source for this place but now it was gone, he feared that he would be stuck in here as he probably couldn't break the walls. Damn, what was that? Was that some kind of hologram? He had more unanswered questions now. Why did he get drawn into grabbing that cube? The moment he got closer he felt like he should touch it. He didn't even get the opportunity to put on some gloves. Then there was the strange voice that called out to him, it sounded like a man but he wasn't sure. He wanted him to get him something, but he wasn't sure what. This all started after the secret ground encounter and after he absorbed the cube that was there. Does it have something to do with these cubes? He wasn't sure if he could trust that person. Wherever that energy went it wasn't him, there might be something stuck in his dantian getting nourished by it. His mind made him think about a certain movie about aliens, he really didn't want to end up with someone bursting out of his dantian. He tried scanning his body, looking into all of his parts even into his nascent soul but he couldn't find anything. The only thing he had to go off of were these energy cubes. Does that mean there are other people like me here? Or there might have come here before me? He racked his brain about the purpose of spiriting people away to Xiangxia-styled worlds but he couldn't think about anything worthwhile. The more important thing was getting out of here. He hovered over to the spot he came from and managed to find it thanks to his good memory. He placed his palm on the hard surface and gave it a good few knocks to no avail. He then kicked it with all his might and to his surprise, there was some kind of reaction as the intricate array symbols started glowing. He thought for a second and then placed his hand on the surface. He then started infusing the wall with his own spiritual energy. After a certain point, the door sprung open and he quickly jumped outside into the previous corridor. The whole thing was lacking a power source but was still in working condition. He had enough juice to at least make this part of the structure move and let him out. I guess it still sees me as this overseer thing. He was now back outside. He had gone in with a lot of questions and came out with even more. This whole expedition had proved to be a big fat failure. He didn't find a place for his sect to stay as, and now he was having an existential crisis about being played with by some kind of higher being. He was almost ready to take off and return home, but then he felt something. He had to pull up his map once more to examine it. After the cube was gone, the whole area became visible. Right below him was another surprise. There was a large spiritual vein buried deep underground and it was exuding copious amounts of spiritual energy. He put 2 and 2 together and came to the conclusion that this device was probably hiding this source of spiritual energy. The cube might not have even been the source of energy, it was probably siphoning it from the spirit vein. Zhang Dong gave out a sigh. He had decided to bring his sect over here. One of the reasons was this newly discovered vein, the other was that he didn't want others to discover this teleportation array. He needed to examine it further, and with his sect on top of it, it would be a lot easier.